Chapter 2044. In a martial arts competition, you should stop when the fight is over. Why did you injure him so heavily? On the drill ground of the black armored army, Li Er pointed at Yuan Deshang's bloody face and shouted at Cheng Chumo. Today's incident could be big or small. The key was how Cheng Chumo would explain himself. If he couldn't give Li Er a convincing reason, then Cheng Chumo wouldn't be able to escape a beating. If it was more serious, he might even be kicked out of the military camp. The corners of Qiu Xingong's mouth curled up into an almost undetectable smile. To him, this was the last bit of value left on Yuan Deshang after his heavy injuries. If this could cause Cheng Chumo to suffer misfortune or even be expelled from the military camp, then Yuan Deshang's sacrifice would be worth it. Your Majesty, I didn't intentionally injure him. It's just that Yuan Deshang didn't admit defeat. His martial arts are better than mine. Although I accidentally gained the upper hand, I didn't dare to wait for him to recover. So I kept on attacking him until he admitted defeat. This didn't violate the rules of the competition? At the crucial moment, Cheng Chumo learned from his father, Cheng Yaojin's usual and scrupulous personality. He directly pushed the blame away and pretended to be stupid, refusing to admit defeat no matter what. During the competition just now, he did intend to take the opportunity to beat Yuan Deshang up. However, this kind of thing couldn't be admitted in front of Li Er. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer another round of physical pain. Qiu Xingong was furious. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and shouted, "Bullsh *T. You obviously did it on purpose. Your Majesty." Seeing that Qiu Xingong was about to start spouting nonsense, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't keep silent anymore. He cut in and cupped his fist towards Li Er. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Chumo did hit Yuan Deshang a little too hard just now. However, I implore your Majesty to forgive him on account of his eagerness to win and the fact that he only caused some superficial injuries to Yuan Deshang." Are you pleading for mercy on his behalf? Li Er narrowed his eyes. Seeing these people fighting on the field, he thought about how his most beloved son had been kidnapped by a foreign tribe in the north, and his life and death were unknown. A ball of anger inexplicably ignited in his heart. He said coldly, "I let you join the black armored army to raise the fighting power of the soldiers and to unite the army. But what about you? Just look at it. What was supposed to be a good martial arts competition had now turned into a battlefield for the soldiers of the different battalions to fight and vent their anger. If this continued, would the 5 battalions of the black armored army fall apart and fall apart? If you go to the battlefield in the future, will you still be able to trust your backs to your comrades?" Li Er's words could not be said to be light. Everyone present, regardless of their standpoint, did not dare to say another word after hearing these words. Although Li Zishuan felt a little aggrieved in his heart and did not understand where Li Er's anger came from, he did not choose to go head-to-head with Li Er at this time. There was no need. He was not alone now. He still had a family in Lantian County. More importantly, he had a clear conscience towards this country and the black armored army. Li Er's deafening words of warning would soon be slapped in the face. "Your Majesty is right. I also believe that since we are in the black armored army, we are comrades and can entrust our lives to each other on the battlefield. However, before you came, there was someone who wanted to use the martial arts competition to kill his comrade. Your Majesty, please judge clearly." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er. Chapter 2045. In the previous round, I was too eager to win and did not control my strength at the crucial moment. That was why I accidentally injured Brother Lu Ming. I did not do it on purpose. Please investigate, Your Majesty. In the black armored army drill ground, in front of the 2nd Battalion arena, Yuan Deshang's entire body was in pain. However, he still endured the pain and explained to Li Er. He had no choice but to explain. If he did not try his best to explain, Li Er would charge him with the crime of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Then he would not only suffer some superficial injuries, but might even lose his head. You dare to spout nonsense in front of His Majesty? As everyone knows, Lu Ming is only at the initial stage of qi transformation while you, Yuan Deshang, are at the intermediate stage of qi transformation. Whether it is martial ability or actual combat experience, you completely surpass Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, it would be a piece of cake for you to win. How could you not control your strength? Are you treating all of us as fools? Or are you deliberately deceiving His Majesty? Hearing this, Li Zishuan could not help but rebuke angrily. Actually, Li Zishuan did not intend to make a fuss out of this matter, because there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Deshang had intentionally injured Lu Ming. As the evidence was not enough to hammer Yuan Deshang and the people behind him to death, Li Zishuan could not be bothered to deal with this fellow. However, things were different now. Because of Li Er's sudden arrival, Chang Chumo and Yuan Deshang had been placed on the PK stage. If Yuan Deshang could not be convicted, then Chang Chumo would be guilty of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zishuan had to stand out and hammer Yuan Deshang to death. Li Er was also a martial artist. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, he also felt that Li Zishuan's analysis was reasonable. After all, in a martial arts competition, strength was the most important factor. Yuan Deshang was originally much stronger than Lu Ming. In theory, Yuan Deshang should have been able to handle the battle with ease and without any pressure. The one who should have given it his all was Lu Ming. However, in the end, it was the effortless Yuan Deshang who could not control his strength at the crucial moment, and injured Lu Ming who was giving it his all. Who would believe such a thing? Anyone with a bit of common knowledge about martial arts would not believe it, especially Li Er. Therefore, Li Er could not help but narrow his eyes, and his gaze towards Yuan Deshang gradually turned cold. Being stared at by Li Er's cold eyes, Yuan Deshang suddenly panicked. His mind raced as he tried to defend himself while thinking of countermeasures and wording. Your Majesty, this general is not lying to you. What this general said just now is the truth. What Adjunct Li said is wrong. This general's strength does seem to be stronger than Lu Ming's, but this general is not as young as Lu Ming. In order to win the competition, this general does not dare to be careless and has to go all out. And you see, Chang Chumo's strength is about the same as Lu Ming's. Didn't I lose this match as well? This guy really had a quick-witted mind to be able to use this loss to Chang Chumo as an argument to his advantage, to prove to Li Zishuan and Li Er that it is not certain that one can win the competition just because one is stronger than the opponent on the surface, and there is no need to go all out. As long as this point could be explained, then the accident of him accidentally injuring Lu Ming could also be explained. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan almost laughed out of anger. He thought to himself that this guy looked like a burly man, but he did not expect him to be a genius debater. With such eloquence, he did not go to the imperial court to be an imperial censor, but was here to be a soldier. What a waste of talent! At this time, Chang Chumo said angrily, "F***ck your mother's fart. How can Lu Ming be the same as me? I can beat you because of Tai Chi. Do you know what Tai Chi is? Tai Chi is to use softness to overcome hardness, to defeat the strong with the weak. Lu Ming does not know Tai Chi. How can he beat you in a normal fight?" At that time, all the brothers who were present saw it. Lu Ming was beaten up by you until he was dodging everywhere. Yet every move you made was fatal. You still say that you did not do it on purpose? After being exposed by Chang Chumo, Yuan Deshang naturally had a stomach full of anger. However, he did not dare to vent it out at this time. He could only suppress it in his stomach. After looking at Chang Chumo with hatred, Yuan Deshang once again tried to explain himself. I will go all out against any opponent. Could it be that I am wrong to want to win the competition? Speaking till here, he quickly looked at Qiu Xingong. The meaning of asking for help was obvious. Obviously, Yuan Deshang also realized that with his strength alone, he would definitely not be able to win against Chang Chumo and Li Zishuan. Most importantly, Li Zishuan and Chang Chumo held a much higher position in Li Er's heart than him. At this time, he needed someone with enough weight to stand out and speak up for him. Otherwise, he would only have a dead end. And Qiu Xingong was the most suitable candidate. After all, the two of them were on the same side. Qiu Xingong also knew that he had to stand out at this time. Otherwise, it would be over if Yuan Deshang betrayed him when he knew that he was going to die. He coughed lightly and first frowned at Cheng Chumo as he reprimanded. In front of His Majesty, you dare to speak such filthy words. What a scandal! After saying that, he cupped his fists towards Li Er and said, Your Majesty, Yuan Deshang is a very competitive person. Moreover, he will go all out against any opponent. Many soldiers know his character. This time, Lu Ming was heavily injured. This Qiu believes that he did not do it on purpose. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Li Er glanced at Qiu Xingong indifferently. Actually, his heart was like a mirror. Seeing Qiu Xingong jump out to plead for mercy for Yuan Deshang, how could he not guess that Yuan Deshang's heavy injury to Lu Ming today was very likely due to Qiu Xingong's instructions? But guessing was just guessing. Li Er would not say it out loud. As the emperor, how could he not have such shrewdness? However, the matter of Lu Ming being heavily injured and almost dying was also a wake-up call for Li Er. Now that Qiu Xingong was actually able to secretly instruct his subordinates to kill someone, it meant that within the black armored troops, the battle between Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan had already reached its climax. He had to face this problem head-on and solve it as soon as possible. He could not allow this vicious internal battle to continue. Li Er remained silent. Qiu Xingong instantly felt a sense of pressure, because when Li Er looked at him just now, he felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, he had been in the imperial court and the military for many years and had trained some shrewdness. Otherwise, at this moment, his expression would definitely have revealed something. Regardless of whether Yuan Deshang did it intentionally or not, it is an indisputable fact that he was heavily injured and almost killed Lu Ming. In the military, meritorious service should be rewarded, and wrongdoings should be punished. This is also an indisputable iron law. Therefore, Yuan Deshang shall be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 rank, and tied to the gate in public for 3 days as a warning to others. In addition, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss as punishment. If the same situation occurs in the other battalions, they will all be punished according to this example. As such, does anyone have any objections? Li Er was silent for a long time. Just as Yuan Deshang was about to collapse under this invisible pressure, he finally opened his mouth to speak. 50 lashes, demoted by 1 rank, tied to the gate in public for 3 days, and all of the remaining matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss. Yuan Deshang and Qiu Xingong could not help but tremble. This punishment could not be said to be light. But compared to being beheaded for the crime of killing fellow soldiers, these punishments were not as heavy. Furthermore, Li Er's tone did not allow for any objections. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Even if Yuan Deshang and Qiu Xingong had objections, they did not dare to voice them out at this moment. They could only cup their fists and say, This general is willing to accept the punishment. Your Majesty is wise. This general has no objections. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and also cupped their fists and said, Your Majesty is wise, this general me has no objections. Although compared to the sins that Yuan Deshang had committed, this punishment seemed a little light, but at that time, Li Er did not see the situation with his own eyes. In this era, there were no cameras or anything. They did not have any direct evidence to hammer Yuan Deshang to death. For Yuan Deshang and the 2nd Battalion to end up like this, it was already a relatively good result. Duan Jishuan also said, This general has no objections, Your Majesty is wise. Li Er said expressionlessly, All right, do what you are supposed to do. Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, the two of you follow me to take a look. After saying that, Li Er turned around and left with Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan and Qiu Xingong responded and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 2046. According to Li Er's orders, Yuan Deshang was to be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 level, and be bound to the gate of the Yuan camp for 3 days. Furthermore, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion were judged to have lost. Therefore, there was no need for the 2nd Battalion to continue with the competition. The Wu battalion could be said to have won this round of competition without shedding any blood and directly advanced to the finals. This meant that the E battalion had already secured a spot in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. Even though there were many accidents along the way, this result was still considered a rather good one for the E battalion. As for Li Zixuan, he didn't have to worry about the B battalion playing any tricks in the following matches. As long as the E battalion went all out and displayed their brilliance, Li Zixuan's initial goal would be achieved. How is the training of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army? How long will it take for them to return to their peak combat strength? Li Zixuan and Duan Jixuan followed Li Er to the side of the drill ground. Li Er looked at the soldiers of the various battalions who were engaged in intense competition and asked expressionlessly. Although Li Er didn't specify who he was asking about, as the general of the Black Armored Army, Duan Jixuan naturally had to take the initiative to answer this question. He clasped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, the expansion of the Black Armored Army has only been going on for about 10 days, and the implementation of the new drill code has only been a few days. Furthermore, there is still the 2nd Battalion that hasn't adopted the new drill code. The familiarity of the soldiers with the new equipment and their coordination in battle is still far behind that of the previous Black Armored Army. Based on the results of my inspection these few days, I can see that the A Battalion is currently the strongest in terms of combat power. The coordination between the soldiers in the A Battalion is also the most tacit. The V Battalion is the most disciplined, and their coordination is slightly inferior to the A Battalion. However, they are more familiar with the new equipment than the A Battalion. As for the other 3 battalions, their strength is about the same. It will take some time for these 3 battalions to become a fighting force. Time? I'm afraid I can't give you much time." Li Er furrowed his brows and sighed softly. Duan Jixuan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What does your Majesty mean? Could it be that the Northern Turks have made some strange movements recently?" Over the past few days, the Black Armored Army had been undergoing closed training. Everyone, from the commanding general to the ordinary soldiers, was staying in the barracks. If there was no special summons, Duan Jixuan would not attend the morning court. Thus, he did not know much about the situation on the Great Tang's borders. At this time, Li Er stopped and turned around to look at the 2 of them. A few days ago, Qin Kai and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the northern expedition against the Turks. However, we did not expect that there would be a group of Turk spies hiding in Taiyuan City. Last night, we received news that Qin Kai had been kidnapped by Turk spies. Moreover, according to reliable information, in the next few days, it is very likely that a group of Turk wolf riders will sneak into our Great Tang territory to receive the Turk spies in Taiyuan City. The Northerners are even more anxious than us. What? The King of Wei was kidnapped by Turk spies in Taiyuan? Hearing this, Duan Jixuan could not help but be shocked. Of course, he knew how important Li Tai was in Li Er's heart. He could also imagine how fearful the local officials of Taiyuan City would be now that the Turk spies had Li Tai as their trump card. Taiyuan City was in danger. Chapter 2047. Brat, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me everything you know. On the sidelines of the Black Armor Military Academy, Li Er could not help but frown when he saw Li Zixuan's hesitant look. It wasn't just Empress Zhangsun who was forcing him into a corner. He was also extremely worried about Li Tai's safety. Alas, Taiyuan and Chang'an were separated by several hundred li, and now that Li Tai had been kidnapped, it would be too late to send an army to rescue him. After all, the enemy had hostages. As an emperor, all he could do in the capital after learning that his son had been captured was a form of torture for Li Er. Li Zixuan's ambiguous words seemed to have given Li Er a sliver of hope. Li Zixuan looked at Duan Jixuan and Li Er hesitantly and finally replied, "Your Majesty." This time the teachers and students of the academy went north to build a telegraph relay station. Before they set off, I was worried that the Turk spies lurking in the Tang Empire would hinder them after knowing the purpose of their trip. Therefore, I asked Qin Kai to ask Your Majesty to send elite troops to escort them all the way. At the time, this subject was worried that the Turkic spies would strike in Yunzhou, as that place was on the border where the Turks could easily infiltrate. I did not expect these Turkic spies to be so bold as to strike in Taiyuan City. At present, Taiyuan City has not only 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, but also 100 cavalry that your Majesty has secretly dispatched, as well as tens of thousands of local soldiers. This subject is confident that someone of Li Juanxian's ability will not allow the Turkic spies to take Qingke out of the city. Even if the Turkic wolf cavalry that have infiltrated the Great Tang arrive outside Taiyuan City, your Majesty does not need to worry. Taiyuan is not the border, but the heartland of the Great Tang. If the Turkic wolf cavalry really dares to enter Taiyuan, all the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will come out and surround them, and they will not be able to return. Li Er was somewhat dissatisfied. We understand everything you say, but now that Qingke is in the hands of the Turkic spies, no matter how many soldiers there are in Taiyuan City, if they use Qingchua's life to threaten us, what use will it be? Just now, you said that Qingke would definitely be able to escape safely. What exactly are you relying on? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wise. Now, if they wanted to rescue Qingke, it was not certain that they would succeed even if they had more people. They could only use ingenuity and not brute force. A few days ago, I suddenly felt uneasy, because I was worried about the safety of Qingke and the others in Taiyuan. I sent a telegram from the military camp and sent a very special expert to secretly protect Qingke and the others in Taiyuan. I believe that, with that person's abilities, he will definitely be able to safely rescue Qingke from the hands of the Turkic spies. A very special expert. Upon hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. He knew that Li Zishuan's martial arts realm was very profound, and someone who could be called a master by Li Zishuan should at least be in the realm of the Grandmaster. Moreover, from Li Zishuan's words, it was not difficult to feel his confidence in the master's ability. This made Li Er very puzzled for a moment because there were only a few Grandmaster-level masters in Chang'an. He had not heard of anyone who had been sent to Taiyuan by Li Zishuan recently. Therefore, Li Er could not help but ask, Who is he? How could he make you trust him so much? Li Zishuan glanced at Duan Jishuan and then at Li Er. He was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if he should reveal that person's identity in front of Duan Jishuan. After all, that person's identity was very special. If he revealed it, it might cause a certain amount of trouble. If he did not speak, Duan Jishuan would probably hold a grudge against him, and Li Er would also get to the bottom of it. Chapter 2048. Haya! 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 On the plains 15 li north of Shako Mountain, 2,000 some valiant Turkic cavalry, 100 men in a row were madly galloping, and 100 zhang in front of them. A mysterious man in a black robe was also galloping. Moreover, that mysterious man would occasionally turn his head to look behind him. It seemed that this was yet another play between the pursuer and the hunted. The mysterious man in the black robe was clearly the hunted, and the 2,000 cavalry were the pursuers. But just who was this man in the black robe to be pursued by 2,000 Turkic cavalry? Presumably, his identity was extraordinary. Thwish thwish thwish. The Turkic cavalry in the front row clamped down on their war horses to stabilize themselves, and at the same time, they knocked arrows with both hands and began to madly fire at the man in the black robe. Arrows rained down from the sky, but the vast majority of them lost their momentum before they could reach the man in the black robe. After all, there was a distance of 1 to 200 zhang between them. Even if a few arrows managed to fly a little farther, they would either miss their mark or be dodged by the man in the black robe. Thus, after several volleys of arrows, the man in the black robe was completely unharmed. Shoot the horse's legs. All of you, aim at the horse's legs. The Turkic commander's eyes darkened when he saw the man in the black robe's sharp senses and nimble movements. This was an extremely correct decision. This was because the black-robed man could rely on his body movement and his abundant energy qi to perform all kinds of super difficult movements on horseback to dodge the arrows flying towards him. However, he had no way to make his warhorse dodge the arrows. As long as his warhorse was crippled by the arrows, the black-robed man would fall off his horse and be caught up by them. Yes, the soldiers replied, and then they knocked arrows on their bows and began to fire at the legs of the man's horse. Thwish thwish thwish. More than 100 arrows flew towards the black-robed man's warhorse like meteors. Although the arrows were shot from such a long distance and from the back of a horse, the general direction of the arrows was not a problem. Nearly 80% of the arrows were aimed at the black-robed man's warhorse. At this moment, no matter how good the black-robed man's movement technique was, he would not be able to help his warhorse avoid this round of arrow rain. At this critical moment, the black-robed man placed his left hand on the horse's back and made a 180-degree turn. At the same time, his right hand reached behind his back and pulled out a pitch-black mace. At this moment, he was facing the 2,000 Turkic soldiers. If someone who didn't understand the cause and effect of the matter saw this, they would think that the black-robed man was riding a horse backwards. After turning around on his horse, the black-robed man pressed his legs against the horse's belly and propped himself up. He leaned toward the Turkic army, his body at a 45-degree angle from the horizon. The black-robed man's right hand quickly swung his mace, creating an impenetrable defensive wall behind his horse. Although it took a long time to describe, the black-robed man's series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye. Ding, 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 ding. With a series of tinkling sounds, the hundreds of arrows failed to hit the horse's legs and hit the defensive wall that the black-robed man had built with his maces, before they bounced off in all directions. Chapter 2049. On the steppe, the black-robed man was facing the opposite direction of the warhorse. He was in an extremely difficult position, standing diagonally on the horse's back. He looked like he was about to fall, but no matter how the horse bumped, he did not move an inch on the horse's back. With his current posture, he could use the weapon in his hand to block the arrows behind him. However, there were hundreds of arrows flying towards him from 3 different directions. To be more precise, they were all aimed at his horse. Unless he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be very difficult for him to block the arrows from 3 different directions for his horse. The black-robed man's eagle eyes scanned his surroundings. In truth, he didn't have any better ideas. Although he was unparalleled in strength and was revered as a god by the warriors of the steppe, he was not a god. He was a man, and he was not omnipotent. White Shadow, you go first. However, it was not his style to sit and wait for death. After pondering for a moment, the black-robed man instantly made a decision. Both of his legs slightly exerted force and his entire body leaped up from the horse's back. The moment he got up, he used his right leg to instantly kick the horse's buttocks and growled. The horse, White Shadow, was no ordinary horse. It had once been the king of horses of the steppe, and the black-robed man had spent a great deal of effort to tame it. Moreover, this horse had accompanied him for 7 or 8 years. He naturally couldn't bear to see his beloved steed die like this. Thus, at this crucial moment, the black-robed man decisively left the horse's back and had his beloved steed suddenly accelerate to escape the range of the arrows. The sudden kick to its rear caused the warhorse to crazily accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, it had traveled a great distance. The black-robed man was in the air, and the sudden acceleration of the warhorse had allowed it to escape the range of the arrows. As a result, the volley of arrows from the Turkic cavalry had all missed. However, although the Turkic soldiers had failed to shoot the horse, they had achieved their goal. The black-robed man had no horse to ride. A 2-legged horse could not outrun a 4-legged horse. Once the black-robed man landed, he would immediately be surrounded by the 2,000 cavalry. Charge! Everyone, surround him. Don't let him escape. The Turkic commander was first taken aback by this sight, and then he rejoiced and loudly ordered. Yes! The 2,000 cavalrymen accepted the order and put away their bows and arrows. Then, they urged their warhorses to the fastest speed possible and charged towards the black-robed man. Previously, the black-robed man was around 1,500 meters away from them, but after the black-robed man landed on the ground, the distance between them was only around 1,300 meters. With the current speed of the cavalry, they would only need a few breaths to cover this distance. The black-robed man did not want to be surrounded by the cavalry. After landing, he did not stop. He quickly turned around and activated his light body technique to the extreme. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed in the direction of his warhorse. Quick! It was really too fast. The speed of the black-robed man at this moment was more than twice the speed of the cavalry. The distance of 130 feet had been widened to more than 160 feet in a breath's time, and it seemed to be getting further and further away. Chapter 2050. As noon approached, a white horse wearing a black robe was unhurriedly traversing the grasslands to the north of Shako Mountain. This black robe was naturally Wuxia. Earlier, after escaping from the 2,000 wolf cavalry led by Ashina Shi-er, he had traveled another 2 or 3 li. Seeing that Ashina Shi-er had not pursued him, he had ordered his white horse to slow down. After all, although this horse had once been a king of horses, it was now an old horse and could not maintain its top speed for long periods of time. It was now close to noon, but there was no sign of a scorching sun. The sky was still rather overcast, but the further south one went, the brighter it became. From this, it could be seen that the frost this morning had probably only occurred in the heart of the grasslands. South of the grasslands, near the border of the Great Tang, there should not have been any frost. The subtle changes in the weather did not attract Wu Jie's attention or interest. His face was as calm as water, his head lowered as if he was seriously pondering something. In truth, Wu Jie had left Shelley Royal Court a long time ago. In terms of departure time, he had left Shelley Royal Court nearly 4 hours earlier than Ashina Shi-er's pursuers. With the speed of the White Shadow, Wu Jie would never have been able to catch up to Ashina Shi-er's group. The main reason he had almost been caught was because, after leaving Shelley Royal Court, Wu Jie had not directly ridden south to the Central Plains. Instead, he had gone to a certain place, the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher. The previous Turkic state teacher had been buried at the foot of Wushan, and Wushan was located to the northwest of the Turkic royal court, nearly 100 li away. Wu Jie had insisted on going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher because he felt that this trip to the Central Plains would bring about a massive change in his life. There was a high chance that he would never return to the grasslands again. In his memories, his life had been saved by the previous Turkic state teacher, so before leaving, he naturally wanted to take one last look at the old Turkic state teacher. However, he had not expected that Shelley would send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him. Although Ashina had not said who had ordered him to do so, Wu Jie didn't even need to think to know who it was, because in the entire grasslands, there was only one person who could command wolf cavalry: Shelley. In his view, if he had left without saying goodbye, Shelley would at most verbally blame him. No matter what, he would not be so decisive as to send soldiers to pursue him. After all, although he had not been at Shelley's beck and call, he had still done many things for Shelley. At the very least, Shelley's position as Great Khan had been so stable over the years, and this was partly due to his efforts. After going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher in the northwest of the royal court, he had turned back and headed south to the Central Plains. It was precisely because of this detour that Ashina Shi-er had the chance to catch up. "Shelley, why do you not want me to go to the Central Plains? Yen-er, how many things are you hiding from me? Who am I?" At this moment, Wu Jie's face was somewhat blank. The pursuit of 2,000 wolf cavalry and the concealment of his lover had made him more and more aware that his identity was not as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, why would Shelley send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him when the grasslands were on the verge of falling into turmoil? After a moment of confusion, Wu Jie's eyes slowly became firm. Since so many people were trying to stop him from finding the truth, from finding his identity, then he would find the truth. No one could stop him. Oh! Chapter 2051. Black Armored Armies Camp. The finals of the fighting competition were about to begin. As the strongest battalion in the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion naturally became the champions of the arena. More accurately, it was the A Battalion's 2nd Battalion who became the defending team of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, the defending team would be at a disadvantage if they had to face all the challenges from the other teams. However, if they wanted to be the champion, they would have to defeat all their opponents. Only then would they be worthy of the title. The A Battalion was the strongest among the 5 battalions. Not only did they want the competition to be transparent, they also wanted to win fair and square. They wanted to win so that everyone would be convinced. Hence, The A Battalion's second team took the initiative to be the ringmaster. As for why they didn't let the A Battalion's first team be the ringmaster, they had their own selfish motives. After all, they were all from the same battalion. The A Battalion's second team felt that they were not as strong as the A Battalion's first team, so they willingly led the charge to deplete the strength of the other teams and help the A Battalion's first team to be the champion. The A Battalion's second team will be the ringmaster. Which team is willing to go up on stage to challenge? After Li Zixuan announced the start of the finals, the referee saw the B Battalion's second team going up on stage to be the ringmaster. He shouted to the other 4 teams below the stage. The A Battalion's first team was naturally indifferent. After all, the reason why the A Battalion's second team was the first to be the ringmaster was to help them deplete the strength of the other teams. On the E Battalion's side, Cheng Chumo was eager to give it a try. He thought that even if they couldn't beat the A Battalion's first team, they could still beat the A Battalion's second team. Just as the eager Cheng Chumo was about to encourage Shenmu to lead them up the stage to challenge the ringmaster, someone from the D Battalion's first team stood up and said, "The D Battalion's first team is willing to challenge." After saying that, that person glanced at Shenmu, then led a few of his team members to the stage to call out the generals. Shenmu also glanced in that direction. Their gazes met for a moment in the air before they both quickly looked away. Cheng Chumo sighed and said, "Alas, I was just thinking of asking old Shin to lead us up to challenge. I didn't expect the D Battalion's brothers to beat us to it." Shenmu's lips curled into a smile as he said meaningfully, "Chumo, don't be so ungrateful. The brothers from the first team of the D Battalion want to help us probe the second team of the A Battalion and do us a favor. Let's just observe from below. When we go on stage later, we won't be so unprepared." The A Battalion, D Battalion, and V Battalion were the first battalions to accept Li Zixuan's new drill, so these battalions had a sense of camaraderie. However, because they were all new recruits, the D Battalion and V Battalion were usually closer to each other. Now that the fighting competition had entered the finals, only one team from the D Battalion had entered the finals, and in front of them were the 2 mountains of the A Battalion. Knowing that they had no chance of winning the championship, it was completely reasonable for them to be the first to go up the stage to challenge the ringmaster and do a favor for the V Battalion. Help us probe the real situation? Cheng Chumo subconsciously thought about it. After a while, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He just stood quietly beside Shenmu, waiting for the competition between the 2 teams to officially begin. Chapter 2052. The third round, Geng Diaming, the leader of Team A, versus Du Guangshan, the leader of Team D. In terms of strength, Geng Diaming was at the middle stage of Qi transforming stage while Du Guangshan was at the early stage of Qi transforming stage. From the perspective of victory and defeat, Team A Camp 2 had already won 2 matches in a row. This round's win or loss didn't affect the overall situation. However, Team D Camp 1 was different. They had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would be directly eliminated. They would end their journey in this combat tournament with a 5th place result. Therefore, Geng Diaming had less psychological pressure during the match and could perform more stably. But when the 2 of them really started fighting, the audience below the stage realized that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After exchanging more than 20 blows, there was still no clear victor. Gosh, where did this Du Guangshan come from? He's actually so fierce? Below the stage, Cheng Chumo's eyes were wide open as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't know Du Guangshan before, but he had heard of Geng Diaming. He knew that Geng Diaming was one of the capable generals under Zhang Shigui of Team A and had already reached the middle stage of Qi transforming stage. He had also been in the army for more than 10 years and was part of the earliest batch of people in the Black Armored Army. He could be said to be a veteran of hundreds of battles. Cheng Chumo initially thought that this match would end early like the previous 2, but he didn't expect that Du Guangshan wasn't a simple character either. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position during the process of exchanging blows with Geng Diaming even suffered a small loss twice due to carelessness. This Du Guangshan was originally a lieutenant in the Right Martial Marquis Guard. It's said that he trained in external martial arts since young. His fists and legs are as hard as rocks. Moreover, his internal martial arts aren't weak either. Can be said that he cultivates both internal and external martial arts. He's extremely brave on the battlefield and had also achieved many military merits back then. It's not fair. This person loves to drink and alcohol is prohibited in the army. He once messed up matters due to drinking and violated military rules. He was almost beheaded, but General Wuxia cherished talent and personally pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Only then was his life spared. However, he was also demoted from his military position and is no longer in an important position. Shin Mu, who was standing beside Chang Chumo, opened his mouth to explain. This fellow was like an all-knowing man in Jianghu. He actually knew everything about Du Guangshan's background. It had to be said that Shin Mu was really qualified to be the captain of the first team of the Wu Battalion. Before the start of the competition, he had already done a background check on all the potential opponents. Regardless of whether the first team of the Wu Battalion could obtain the first place or not, just Shin Mu's serious attitude was impeccable. Ha! So this guy also has external martial arts. No wonder Gung Diaming didn't dare to take his moves head-on. Hearing Shin Mu's words, Chang Chumo's words. At this time, he also Yuchi's I remember now. I've heard my father mention this person before. It's almost the same as what elder brother Shin just said. He's of the martial guard of. Yuchi Jingda was already conferred the title of the Right Martial Marquis Guard General in the 9th year of Wuda. Du Guangshan was one of Yuchi Jingda's troublemakers. Yuchi Jingda would naturally have a deep impression of him. It's not surprising that Yuchi Baolin had heard about Du Guangshan from his father. Shin Mu smiled. Following that, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "This round, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Team B. Who knows, they might even be able to turn the tables." Chapter 2053. If we win, we'll be domineering, but if we lose, we won't lose face. Chang Chumo's reasoning sounded simple and clear, but it was also the truest portrayal of his straightforward personality. Most of the men in the army had straightforward personalities, and there were quite a number of people who thought like Chang Chumo. Wang Rong was the first to stand up and support. "I agree with Chumo's opinion. Old Shin, we can't place too much importance on the rankings." Kan Jun Li also said that he doesn't expect us to get first place. As long as we can learn from the battles and improve ourselves. If we want to improve ourselves, we must have a direct battle with the strongest A Battalion first team. Let the brothers of the second team go up and fight with the A Battalion first team. Even if we win in the end, it won't be glorious. Yuchi Baolin also nodded. Yes. My dad said before, when you're afraid of your opponent before the battle even starts, you've already lost. Big brother Shin, we definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. Chang Chumo asked curiously. Baolin, your dad actually said something of such standard? Baolin rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and said exasperatedly, "Of course." Everyone was amused by these two clowns. Shinmu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you all want to fight in the next round, then I have nothing to stop you. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a villain? In the next round, our team will fight in the arena. First eliminate the A Battalion second team, then fight the A Battalion first team. Let's fight with vigor." In the army, who didn't have some hot-bloodedness? Previously, when Shinmu made such a decision, it wasn't because he was narrow-minded. The main reason was that he had to consider the final ranking of the entire team. He only had so much military power in his hands. As the team leader, every step he took, he had to be meticulous. That was why he wanted to let the E Battalion second team go up first, to deplete the A Battalion's strength. But seeing that Chang Chumo and the rest strongly objected to it, and each of their words made sense, Shin Mu's blood was boiling. At this time, he could only say, F***K the ranking. They wanted to fight with the A Battalion first team fair and square. If they won, they would be domineering, and if they lost, they wouldn't lose face. Of course, it wasn't that the first team of the E Battalion had no chance of winning. The reason why Shinmu agreed so readily, other than being hot-blooded, was because he believed that the first team of the E Battalion had an advantage over the first team of the A Battalion in some aspects. Firstly, the stamina of the members of Team 1 of the E Battalion was much stronger. In the preliminary round, Team 1 of the E Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the C Battalion with only 3 weaker members. And in the knockout round, Team 1 of the E Battalion was up against Team 1 of the B Battalion. Only Chung Chumo was able to fight for 1 round before Li Er came and personally declared the loss of all the remaining matches for the B Battalion. Team 1 of the E Battalion was able to take advantage of Chung Chumo and decide the victory with just 1 round. That was to say, from the preliminary round to the final round, the E Battalion first team only went through 4 rounds of small matches. And in these 4 rounds, the strongest members of their team were conserving their strength and didn't go up for battle. This kind of advantage was something that the A Battalion didn't have. Secondly, although the 5 members of the A Battalion first team were strong, but most of the opponents were veterans who had been in the army for more than 10 years. The veterans did have an absolute advantage in terms of battle experience, but in terms of physical potential and stamina, they definitely couldn't be compared to the youngsters like Chung Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Wang Rong. In addition to the previous few rounds of matches, when it came to the real battle, as long as Chung Chumo and the rest could hold their ground in the early stages and slow down the pace of the match, they might have a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 2054. First round, Wang Rong, you're up. Make sure to end this quickly. In the first round of the second round of the competition, Shinmu saw that the second team of the A Battalion had sent out Wan Jianting, who was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. With a thought, he directly sent out his strongest combat power, Wang Rong. Wang Rong had advanced to the middle stage of Qi transforming many years ago. Although he wasn't as young and strong as Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he had the advantage in terms of pure Qi and battle experience. Relying on the difference in cultivation level and battle experience, Shinmu believed that Wang Rong would be able to end the first round quickly. In addition, Team E would be facing their strongest opponent soon, Team A of the 1st Battalion. Making use of this small match with almost no suspense, it would be a good way for Wang Rong to warm up. After all, Shinmu didn't send Wang Rong on stage in the previous 2 matches in order to let him conserve his energy. Heh! After resting for so long, my hands are already itching. Younger brother Shin, just watch. Hearing that Shinmu wanted him to be the first to go on stage, Wang Rong couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed his sandbag-sized fist and said to Shinmu, then walked impatiently to the center of the stage and stood in front of Wan Jianting. Team E of the 1st Battalion, first round. Team A of the 1st Battalion, Wan Jianting against Team E of the 1st Battalion, Wang Rong. Match start. Following the referee's shout, the match officially started. Speaking of which, this Wan Jianting was the only member of Team A of the 2nd Battalion who didn't go on stage in the previous match. As there wasn't much rest between each round, Wan Jianting should be the member with the best physical condition in Team A of the 2nd Battalion. Just that his personal ability was a far cry from Wang Rong's. Not only was Wang Rong's cultivation level much higher than Wan Jianting's, due to his daily training, his physical fitness was also better than Wan Jianting's. Hence, when the two of them started fighting, facing Wang Rong's ferocious attacks, Wan Jianting was already unable to withstand it. After 5 moves, Wan Jianting was already showing signs of defeat. This was also when Wang Rong intentionally held back some of his strength. Otherwise, according to Shinmu's intention of ending the match quickly, he would have seriously injured Wan Jianting in those 5 moves. Wang Rong's moves became more and more urgent, faster and faster. Wan Jianting could only retreat while desperately blocking. Finally, he could no longer retreat because he had already retreated to the edge of the stage. At this moment, Wang Rong's fierce and domineering punch came whistling over. Wan Jianting, who was already panting from exhaustion, didn't want to receive Wang Rong's punch, so he directly jumped off the stage. When he landed, he said, "I admit defeat." Wang Rong cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Wang Rong is victorious in the first round of the battle. The referee immediately announced the result, and the Wu Battalion naturally let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Soon, the second round of the competition was about to begin. In this round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wanted to send out a person first. Shinmu pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Ming, you go up for this round. The opponent is very likely to send out Wu Hao this time. You try to be like Wang Rong and end the match quickly. Wu Hao was the second strongest member of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, an expert of the intermediate stage of the Qi transforming stage. In the last round of the competition, he used only 10 moves to defeat Xian Wanlu of Team 1 of the D Battalion. Other than Wan Jianting, who had just lost, Wu Hao was the member of Team 2 of the A Battalion who used the least physical strength. Hence, Shenmu thought that if Team 2 of the A Battalion wanted to win this round, it was very likely that they would send out Wu Hao. Chapter 2055. We've won 2 matches in a row, and we've defeated the 2 strongest members of the A Battalion. Among the remaining 3, although their martial arts aren't bad, especially their leader Gung Diaming, but these 3 people have suffered great losses in the last round of the competition. Therefore, in this 3rd round, we still have a good chance of winning. Near the back of the stage, Shinmu first patted Xiao Ming, who had just won the previous round, and then said to Chang Chumo and the rest. Chang Chumo excitedly waved his fist, then patted his chest and laughed. Since it is like this, old Shin, let me go up for the next round. My hands are itching from watching from the back. Quickly let me go up for a round. I guarantee that I will win. Wang Rong couldn't help but ridicule. Hey, Chu Mo, you've just fought with Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. If you go up next, can you handle it? We still have to fight the A Battalion 1st team later. Chang Chumo couldn't stand people looking down on him in terms of martial arts. Hearing this, he raised his chin and said with dissatisfaction, Old Wang, are you looking down on me? Just like the previous round with Yuan Deshang, with my physical strength, I can fight 10 rounds in a day without a problem. I am the same as Bao Lin, still young and have good physical strength. Unlike you, old Wang, who is old and will start to pant after 2 rounds. Hey, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Wang Rong was just casually making fun of Chang Chumo, but he didn't think that Chang Chumo didn't know the concept of respecting the old and cherishing the young, and actually used this as an opening to make fun of him. Wang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he wouldn't get angry with Chang Chumo just because of a few words. They were all brothers in the same battalion and would see each other frequently. After so many days of getting along, they were already very familiar with each other. This kind of joke was no longer harmful to the big picture. 3rd round, who from the A Battalion 2nd team will fight? At this moment, the referee walked in front of the 5 members of the 2nd team of the 1st Battalion and asked. As the leader of the 2nd platoon of the A Battalion, Gung Diaming couldn't help but frown at this moment. To be honest, including him, the remaining 3 members on their side had already expended quite a bit of energy in the previous match. Moreover, he had also suffered quite a bit of injuries from the previous match with Du Guangshan. In the previous round, he had sent out the 2nd best in condition, Wu Hao, in hopes that Wu Hao would be able to turn the situation around. Only then would there be a need to continue the match and there would be a possibility of victory. But in the end, things didn't go as he wished and Wu Hao still lost. They had lost 2 rounds consecutively and were only left with 3 crippled soldiers. Gung Diaming turned his head and looked at Team 1 of the Wu Battalion who was standing not far away from them. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked at the referee in front of him again. He said, There's no need to fight the 3rd round. Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admits defeat. From Gung Diaming's point of view, with the current strength of the 2 teams, there was indeed no need for Team 2 of the 1st Battalion to continue the match. They would lose without a doubt. The only effect of continuing the match would be to further expend the stamina of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. But Team 1 of the Wu Battalion had chosen to fight in this round instead of letting Team 2 of the Wu Battalion wear down the strength of Team 2 of the 1st Battalion. They were upright 1st team. If Gung Diaming still wanted to continue the match even though he knew that he would lose, and use this to expend the strength of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion to the greatest extent, wouldn't that be a little too despicable? This kind of thing, Gung Diaming couldn't do it. So instead of forcefully continuing the match, it would be better to just admit defeat and let Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion have a fair and upright battle between the strong. Oh, Chapter 2056. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion has won the challenge and become the new champion. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. With Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admitting defeat, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this moment, only Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, and Team 1 of the Wu Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the Wu Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have two teams that could laugh till the end? Of course, this on the surface was only the original impression left by the Black Armored Army during the competition between the 5 battalions when the Black Armored Army was first expanded. At that time, the Wu Battalion was ranked last not because the soldiers in the Wu Battalion weren't strong enough. It was because they didn't know each other at that time and thus couldn't cooperate in the competition. It wasn't because they were weak. In fact, the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, no matter if they were new recruits or old veterans, were all selected carefully. It could be said that there were no weak soldiers in the Black Armored Army. As long as the training method was suitable and there was a rope twister who had enough prestige, every battalion in the Black Armored Army could become a powerful force. The current Wu Battalion was a living example. Hey! Team 1 of the 1st Battalion is willing to challenge the challenge. As expected by Shinmu and the others, as soon as the referee finished speaking, a man with a white face, black beard, medium build, and about 30 to 40 years old led 4 soldiers out of the crowd. As he shouted loudly, he directly leaped up and leaped onto the general appointment platform. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. This was the strongest on the surface Team 1 of the 1st Battalion in the Black Armored Army. From the preliminary round to the final round, the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat. They were the hottest contenders for the title of champion of this year's fighting competition. That was why the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat since the start of the competition. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team Leader Di Zhangsun, a Qi transforming stage expert. Like Field Officer Zhang of the 1st Battalion, he is also a senior figure in the Black Armored Army. He has been through hundreds of battles and his strength is extremely terrifying. The few of us can't win against him. Whoever meets him later, just admit defeat. But I heard that in all the previous matches, Zhai Zhangsun didn't fight. On the side of the first team of the 5th Battalion, Shinmu began to explain to the few people beside him when he saw the 5 members of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion enter the arena. Chang Chumo's little face darkened, and he couldn't help but complain, "Why is he on the stage? Isn't this bullying?" Team 1 of the Wu Battalion won the challenge and became the new champion. Is there any other team who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. After the second team of the A Battalion admitted defeat, the first team of the E Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this time, only the first team of the A Battalion and the second team of the E Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the E Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have two teams that could laugh till the end? Chapter 2057. First round. Who from Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will fight? On the stage, after both teams had taken their positions, the referee looked at Shinmu and asked in a deep voice. Now that the Wu Battalion was the champion of the arena, they would naturally be the first to send out a person for the first round. At this time, Shinmu already had an idea in his mind. Hearing the referee's question, he raised his head and said calmly, "First round, Chang Chumo will fight." Although Chang Chumo's previous words might have been exaggerated, it was still the first round after all. No one knew who the opponent would send out to fight. On his side, sending out Chang Chumo, who was neither the strongest nor the weakest member, to test the opponent's strength seemed like a good choice. It would be best if he won, but if he unfortunately lost, then Chang Chumo would have depleted one of the stronger members of the opponent's strength. Of course, the most important thing was that Chang Chumo didn't fight at all in the previous round of attacking the arena. He had gotten sufficient rest and now was the time when he was full of energy. If Cheng Chumo went up to fight with Yuan Deshang, plus the magical Taiji fist that Cheng Chumo displayed in the previous battle, Shinmu felt that Cheng Chumo still had a chance to win. The prerequisite was that the opponent's strength wasn't particularly strong. "Hey, old Shin, just you wait and see." After hearing Shinmu's words, Cheng Chumo laughed and patted Shinmu's shoulder. Then, he couldn't wait to stand up and walk towards the center of the stage. Seeing Cheng Chumo walk towards the center of the stage with confidence, the referee couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Because he knew Cheng Chumo's strength, he didn't think that Cheng Chumo could win this first round. However, this referee didn't say anything to dampen Cheng Chumo's enthusiasm. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. He said loudly, "Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will send out Cheng Chumo. Who from Team 1 of the 1st Battalion will send out?" Actually, even without him saying, Di Zhongsun and the rest of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion already knew that Team 1 of the Wu Battalion would send out Cheng Chumo. Because before he came over, Cheng Chumo had already walked to the center of the stage and posed as if he was about to fight. Even an idiot could see that this guy was going to be the first one to fight. Cheng Chumo? Haha. Di Zhongsun didn't reply to the referee immediately. Instead, he chuckled and looked towards Cheng Chumo, who was in the center of the stage. His gaze carried a hint of playfulness and scrutiny. Feeling Di Zhongsun's gaze, Cheng Chumo instantly quivered. He hurriedly turned his head and looked towards Di Zhongsun's direction. He saw that Di Zhongsun was sizing him up with malicious intentions. Cough cough, at least from Cheng Chumo's point of view, Di Zhongsun's gaze was malicious. In that instant, he cursed in his heart. Could it be that this old man wants to personally go up and spar with this young master? This won't do. Isn't this bullying me? Thinking of this, without waiting for Di Zhongsun to decide who to send out for Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, Cheng Chumo hurriedly shouted, "Hey, old Zhongsun, you can't go up personally and bully the weak. If my father knew, he would definitely block your doorstep and laugh at you for 3 days and 3 nights." This guy's voice was extremely loud. Almost all the soldiers standing in the first few rows below the stage heard him. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but let out a wave of good-natured laughter. Li Er, who was below the stage, saw Cheng Chumo fooling around. He was both angry and amused. However, he didn't say anything to stop him, because from his point of view, if Di Zhongsun were to personally go up and fight with Cheng Chumo, it would really be bullying Cheng Chumo. After all, the difference in strength and combat experience between the two of them was extremely obvious. On the other hand, Di Zhongsun's face twitched slightly. Speaking of which, he really did have the intention to personally go up and fight with Cheng Chumo. Of course, this was under the premise that he would suppress his own level to the same level as Cheng Chumo. After all, Cheng Chumo was the son of his former comrade Cheng Chumo. Moreover, he heard that Cheng Chumo used a mysterious fist technique called Taiji to defeat Yuan Deshang, who was in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. Therefore, Di Zhongsun couldn't help but become more interested in Cheng Chumo. However, when Cheng Chumo shouted at the top of his voice just now, he immediately suppressed the thought of going up personally. It wasn't because he was worried that the soldiers in the army would laugh at him for bullying the weak. It was because Li Er was also in the army camp today, so he couldn't go overboard. Moreover, if he really went up to fight with Cheng Chumo, when Cheng Chumo heard about this, he might just block his doorstep like what Cheng Chumo said. Although he had been in the army camp recently and didn't return home, he still had his family. He didn't want that shameless old man, Cheng Chumo, to disturb his family. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Di Zhongsun took a deep breath and turned to a soldier beside him and said, "Lin Feng, you go up and fight with Lu Guogong's son. Remember, don't be careless. That kid has a very strange fist technique. He even just defeated Yuan Deshang from the 2nd Battalion. Captain, don't worry. I will not tarnish the reputation of the A Battalion." The soldier named Lin Feng stepped forward and turned to Di Zhongsun with cupped fists. Di Zhongsun nodded slightly. Lin Feng straightened his body and followed the referee to the center of the arena. The first round of the A Battalion's arena challenge Team 1 Chang Chumo from the V Battalion versus Team 1 Lin Feng from the A Battalion. Match begin. Following the referee's loud shout, the atmosphere on and off the arena instantly became solemn. Chang Chumo and Lin Feng cupped their fists towards each other, and then started to stare at each other with a guarded expression, waiting for each other to make a move. Logically speaking, Lin Feng's ability was higher than Chang Chumo's. Under normal circumstances, he should be the first to make a move. However, the words that Di Zhongsun had told him just now made him wary of Chang Chumo. At this moment, he didn't want to make a move recklessly. Although the first to make a move would be able to seize the upper hand, at the same time, it would also expose his own weakness to the opponent. The two of them stared at each other silently, looking for the best angle and timing to make a move. The usually cheeky Chang Chumo also became serious at this moment. From Lin Feng's footwork and firm lower body, as well as the aura that was emitted from his body, he could clearly feel that this person in front of him was a tough opponent. The two of them stared at each other like this for a while. Neither of them chose to make the first move. The black armored army soldiers below the arena were getting impatient and couldn't help but start to discuss in private. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that there was no point in continuing to waste time like this. Moreover, his ability was already higher than Chang Chumo's. If this continued, even if he won in the end, it wouldn't look good. Hence, in the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly moved. Both of his legs kicked off and his entire body was like a cheetah exploding with all its strength. He pounced towards Chang Chumo like lightning. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist and mixed with Gang Qi, flew towards Chang Chumo's abdomen. Chapter 2058. Fast. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Chang Chumo only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. Dodge? Chang Chumo shook his head, and the first thing he did was to nip this idea in the bud. If he had to dodge the first move, how embarrassing would that be? Whether or not he could win, he would only know after trying. And to him, the Lin Feng in front of him was not so strong that he could not defeat him. In a split second, Chang Chumo quickly made a decision. He roared loudly, and his eyes were wide open in anger. If it wasn't for the military armor he was wearing, one could even see that the veins on his arms were popping out. Facing Lin Feng's violent and overbearing punch, Chang Chumo gathered all the qi in his body into his right arm, and then his sandbag-sized fist fiercely collided with Lin Feng's right fist. Bang! The collision of the two bodies of flesh and blood actually produced a huge muffled sound at this moment. This was a pure collision of strength. Chang Chumo and Lin Feng were both sent flying by the huge rebounding force of the fist. Lin Feng retreated 7 to 8 steps before stabilizing his body, while Chang Chumo retreated 10 steps. Obviously, in terms of strength, Chang Chumo was a notch weaker. But for him to only retreat 2 to 3 steps in a head-on collision with Lin Feng was already not easy. This was also because he had a strong foundation in martial arts, and his strength was greater than ordinary people from a young age. Otherwise, he would not have been able to receive Lin Feng's punch head-on. Heh! As expected of the first team of the 1st Battalion, you are indeed strong. The strong opponent did not make Chang Chumo feel fear. On the contrary, it aroused his bloodlust. His eyes lit up, flashing with eagerness, and then he looked at Lin Feng opposite him and said, "As the son of General Cheng, you are not weak either." Lin Feng frowned. He probably did not expect that Chang Chumo, who was only at the initial stage of qi refining, would have such great strength. After replying Chang Chumo indifferently, he kicked off with both feet and actually took the initiative to attack Chang Chumo again. After the test just now, although Chang Chumo's true strength was slightly out of his expectations, he still felt that everything was within his control. He believed that as long as he could deal with it calmly and steadily, he would be able to win. This time, Lin Feng's attack speed was as fast as before. On the other side, Chang Chumo was not to be outdone, and the two of them very quickly collided again. This time, Lin Feng did not use his fists to meet Chang Chumo's fists head-on like before. Previously, he did that to test Chang Chumo's ability, but now, he only had one goal in mind, and that was to defeat his opponent. Pong, pong, pong. Lin Feng's punches were very fast. Both his fists were swinging at lightning speed, and his punches were as dense as raindrops, greeting Chang Chumo's chest, face, nose, stomach, and other body parts like lightning. Facing such a fast punching speed, Chang Chumo had no time to counterattack. He could only try his best to use his own fists and arms to block. The fists collided, and the stage once again emitted a series of pung 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 sounds. In a short few breaths, Lin Feng had already thrown out over 30 punches. The speed of his punches was so fast that Chang Chumo could be said to have never seen it before. Obviously, Lin Feng should have specially trained in fist techniques. The wind from his punches was nimble and swift. Once it was launched, the attack would be continuous, making it impossible to guard against. Although Chang Chumo tried his best to block, unfortunately, he was still hit by a few punches. Fortunately, those punches did not hit any vital parts. Moreover, because Lin Feng's punches were so fast, the time it took to accumulate power was short. Therefore, those punches did not cause too much damage to Chang Chumo's body. If he had used all his strength like the first punch, it was estimated that one punch on Chang Chumo's body would have been enough to beat Chang Chumo to the ground. However, even so, Chang Chumo, who had taken a few punches, still felt a little uncomfortable. There was even some blood in his chest. Chang Chumo knew that he could not let Lin Feng continue attacking like this. He turned his fists into claws a few times, wanting to pull Lin Feng into his arms. Cough cough. The main purpose of pulling Lin Feng into his arms was to use close combat techniques to restrict his opponent's mobility and make Lin Feng completely lose his advantage in speed. However, Chang Chumo tried a few times and found that this Lin Feng in front of him was as slippery as a loach. It was impossible to catch him. Obviously, Lin Feng also understood his own advantages and disadvantages. He did not want to engage in close combat with Chang Chumo. He only wanted to use quick punches to injure Chang Chumo and make him lose his ability to fight. In this combat tournament, Chang Chumo had fought a total of 3 times and met 3 opponents. The first was Lu Bin of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion. Chang Chumo easily defeated him with his strength. The second was Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. His strength was much higher than Chang Chumo's by a large margin. However, Yuan Deshang had some misgivings and held back in the competition. Moreover, he also underestimated Chang Chumo's strength. In the end, he was defeated by Chang Chumo. The third was the current Lin Feng. To Chang Chumo, Lin Feng was the most difficult opponent he had met in this combat tournament. This was a person who was obviously very strong, but was also overly cautious. This made it difficult for Chang Chumo to find a good opportunity to win. If this continued, Chang Chumo would lose without a doubt. He had to make a change. He was not willing to lose the competition just like this. Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng's swift uppercut penetrated Chang Chumo's defense net and ruthlessly smashed into Chang Chumo's cheek. Chang Chumo's neck was uncontrollably tilted to the right. His entire body almost fell to the ground due to inertia. Peft! Chang Chumo could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his head was buzzing. He could not hear the sounds of the outside world clearly. He could only hear his own heavy breathing. For no reason, some words that Li Zishuan had said to him suddenly echoed in Chang Chumo's mind. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength. Moreover, Taoism emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Chumo, your brute force is occupying the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using force. Chumo, if you become a deserter today, you will lose the opportunity to become a strong person. Uncle Chang is a hero without equal. Are you willing to live under his shadow for the rest of your life and be a second-generation rich kid who only knows how to eat and wait for death? No, I can't lose. Suddenly, a strong belief burst forth in Chang Chumo's heart. He shook his somewhat dizzy head and his eyes regained clarity. Moreover, his eyes were filled with a strong desire for victory. Previously, he had promised Shenmue that he would get their team off to a good start. Although this promise was a lot of bragging, he was serious now. He really wanted to win this competition. He wanted to use this competition to prove himself. Chapter 2059. Black Armored Army's Drill Ground. Below the ring, everyone from the Wu battalion held their breaths nervously when they saw that Chang Chumo had been hit on the side of his face. Although Lin Feng had hit Chang Chumo a few times before, those were not vital points. However, Lin Feng's punch was aimed directly at the upper side of Chang Chumo's face, which was close to his earlobe. That was the most vital part of his body. As long as this punch was strong enough, not only could it injure Chang Chumo, it could even kill Chang Chumo directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's punch was controlled. This punch only made Chang Chumo spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, this made the soldiers of the Wu battalion, especially Shin Mu and the other members of the Wu battalion, worried for Chang Chumo. If it was said that Shin Mu and the others still had hope that Chang Chumo would win at the beginning, then now almost no one had any hope anymore. This was because Chang Chumo was in a disadvantageous position in the ring. Moreover, he had suffered some serious internal injuries. If the fight continued, his defeat was basically set in stone. Chang Chumo's martial arts has indeed improved since he came to the Black Armored Army. However, he has been lazy for too long. There is still a huge gap between his strength and the top fighters in the army. Li Er commented lightly at this time. After knowing that Li Zixuan had already sent a top fighter to Taiyuan to protect Li Tai, Li Er's mentality had become quite relaxed. It was rare that he was in the mood to watch the Black Armored Army's battle seriously. Li Zixuan had been staring at Chang Chumo for a while without blinking. Hearing this, he said softly, "Your Majesty, do you think that Chang Chumo will definitely lose this round? I think that it is still too early to say who will win or lose." "Oh?" Li Er's eyes flashed. He was about to ask Li Zixuan why he said that. Duan Jixuan and Qiu Xinggong, who were beside him, also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. At this time, Li Zixuan suddenly said, "Your Majesty, look, Chumo is about to fight back." Everyone quickly turned back to look at the ring again. On the ring, Lin Feng, who had landed a punch on Chang Chumo's cheek, did not stop there. Instead, he followed up with another punch, throwing another punch at Chang Chumo's chest. Chang Chumo, whose head had been knocked to the side by the punch, suddenly turned his head and met Chang Chumo's eyes. Lin Feng could not help but be stunned. It was a pair of stubborn, deep, dignified, and somewhat cold eyes. If this kind of gaze appeared on Duan Jixuan, Qin Qiong, or other iron-blooded generals, it would not be strange at all. However, when it appeared on Chang Chumo, who had always been frivolous, it was very out of place. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, it made him look somewhat cold-blooded and ferocious. Even Lin Feng, who was attacking Chang Chumo, could not help but be stunned for a moment. Lin Feng was stunned, but Chang Chumo would not be stunned. In a flash, he directly took advantage of the situation. Lin Feng's reaction was also very fast. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly wanted to retreat. This was because, from the beginning to the end, he did not want to fight Chang Chumo in close combat. However, that slight moment of distraction still affected Lin Feng's speed. As he retreated, Chang Chumo stretched out his left hand like lightning and directly wrapped it around Lin Feng's right fist, which had not been retracted in time. At the same time, he poured more than half of his body's qi into his left arm. His left hand was like an iron clamp, firmly clamping down on Lin Feng's right fist. Lin Feng frowned and secretly cursed. This was because once Chang Chumo dragged him in front of him and engaged in close combat, his advantage in speed would be gone. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his qi and quickly retreated. He desperately wanted to break free from Chang Chumo's grip. At the same time, he also swung his left fist and smashed it toward Chang Chumo's chest. One attack and one defense, using attack as defense. This transformation and coordination between attack and defense fully demonstrated Lin Feng's rich combat experience. However, this time, his previous experience seemed to have been used in the wrong place. Lin Feng saw Chang Chumo's mouth curl into a sneer. Then, Chang Chumo actually turned a blind eye to Lin Feng's left fist. Chapter 2060. This sudden unforeseen event in the ring made everyone's heart tremble. Just a moment ago, almost everyone thought that the outcome was already decided and Chang Chumo would lose without a doubt. But in the next moment, Lin Feng was actually pushed to the edge of the ring by Chang Chumo, almost being pushed out of the ring directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and used all his strength to stop the car in time, or else he would be the first contestant in this combat tournament to be pushed out of the ring and be defeated. Li Eru's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at the ring. His eyes revealed a different kind of expression. Shin Mu and the other members of the E Battalion all widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and surprise. They did not think that Chang Chumo, who was at a disadvantage, could suddenly reverse the situation and even almost win. But in the next moment, the surprise on their faces instantly turned into anxiety, because on the ring, Lin Feng steadied himself and waved his left fist, launching a counterattack towards Chang Chumo. Lin Feng, who had steadied himself, was finally able to mobilize most of the qi in his body to attack. So this punch of his was not only fast, it was also ferocious. The huge fist was mixed with violent qi, whistling towards Chang Chumo's right lower abdomen. This location was easy to hurt and injure, but not easy to kill. Previously, when Chang Chumo was pushing Lin Feng back, he could use his body to take Lin Feng's punch, but now, Lin Feng's punch was concentrated with 90% of his strength. Chang Chumo absolutely did not dare to use his body to take it head-on. If this punch landed solidly on his abdomen, not only would he be sent flying, he would also be severely injured. Facing this ferocious and overbearing punch, Chang Chumo first retreated slightly, then extended his right hand forward to meet Lin Feng's left fist. It was as if he already knew that Lin Feng would retaliate with a punch. He even knew the timing, angle, position, and strength of the punch. Then, he accurately reached out his right hand and wrapped it around Lin Feng's left fist. Following the direction of Lin Feng's left fist, he guided Lin Feng's left fist to attack his lower right abdomen. Therefore, Chang Chumo's action of reaching out his hand was the most appropriate word to describe it as welcoming. It was as if he was welcoming a friend who had come from afar into his house, afraid that the other party did not know the way. This was the borrowing force of Tai Chi at the same time. It was also Chang Chumo's move, inviting you into the trap. At the same time, Chang Chumo turned his body slightly so that Lin Feng's punch would not hit him. Of course, throughout the whole process, his left hand was firmly clamped on Lin Feng's right fist. Seeing that his left hand was about to fall into Chang Chumo's evil claws, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He quickly pulled his hand back, but this time he learned and did not use too much strength to pull back. After all, he was almost pushed out of the ring by Chang Chumo when he tried to pull back with all his strength. Feeling that Lin Feng did not use too much strength to pull back, Chang Chumo did not choose to borrow force to push Lin Feng out of the ring like last time. Instead, he quickly released Lin Feng's left and right sides, then turned his palm into a fist and attacked Lin Feng's chest. At this time, Lin Feng's right hand was clamped by Chang Chumo, and his left hand was in the process of retreating. Facing Chang Chumo's attack, he did not have the ability and time to defend, borrowing force to dodge, turning defense into offense. It had to be said that Chang Chumo's timing was indeed perfect. This set of combination punches was also very ingenious. With a bang, Chang Chumo's punch landed solidly on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng only felt pain in his chest, and then there was a sweet taste in his throat. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body could not help but retreat because of this punch. It was only because Chang Chumo was still clamping on his right hand that he did not retreat immediately. On the other hand, Chang Chumo was also mischievous. He took the opportunity to let go of Lin Feng's clamped right hand. Without Chang Chumo's clamping, Lin Feng's whole body was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably retreating backward. Lin Feng could not help but feel that things were not going well. He hurriedly channeled qi into his legs again, trying to stabilize his body as soon as possible. However, Chang Chumo was not willing to let go of this great opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's unstable body and staggering backward, he took advantage of the opportunity and rushed forward. Both of his fists were aimed at the side of Lin Feng's face and chin. This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship's bow was met with a headwind. Lin Feng, who had just been punched in the chest, had not yet regained his balance. Now he had to face 2 more ferocious punches from Chang Chumo. Moreover, compared to the beginning of the fight, Chang Chumo's punches were now faster. The angle and timing of his punches were also more ingenious, making it difficult for Lin Feng to effectively block them in the first place. After the vicious beating, just now, Chang Chumo seemed to have evolved. Bang! Bang! In the nick of time, Lin Feng quickly withdrew both of his hands. At this time, he did not have time to raise his fists to block Chang Chumo's 2 fists. He only had time to block the side of his face and chin with his palms. Chang Chumo's 2 punches that were aimed at his left face and chin whistled through the air and landed on both of his palms. Although on the surface, Lin Feng's palms blocked Chang Chumo's 2 fists. However, how could he block Chang Chumo's 2 ferocious punches with his 2 palms that he had stretched out in a hurry? When Lin Feng's palms came into contact with Chang Chumo's fists, he suddenly felt a huge force hit him. His 2 palms were pushed by this huge force and fiercely hit the side of his face and chin. Lin Feng felt a burning pain on the side of his face and chin, but at this moment, he could not care less. He had to change, he had to turn the situation around, or he would lose without a doubt. At this critical moment, Lin Feng borrowed the strength of Chang Chumo's 2 fists to soar into the air. He directly did a backflip, but at the same time, both of his feet were aimed at Chang Chumo's face. In the face of Lin Feng's 2 kicks, Chang Chumo had no choice but to use his hands to block and retreat slightly. Lin Feng finally landed steadily, but when he landed, he found that he was once again standing at the edge of the ring. I admit that I have indeed underestimated you, but from now on, I will not be merciful. Looking behind him, Lin Feng turned his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chang Chumo and said word by word. Just now, Chang Chumo's 2 punches had already caused him to suffer a serious internal injury. Up until now, he was also a little angry. At the beginning of the match, he did not use his full strength because his strength was higher than Chang Chumo's. In addition, Chang Chumo was Chang Chumo's son, and there was also Li Er watching below the ring. He was afraid that if he used his full strength from the start, he would seriously injure Chang Chumo. But now that he was injured, he had to use his full strength next. Chapter 2061. A true master will never underestimate his opponent. On the stage, when Lin Feng said, "From now on, I won't be lenient," Chang Chumo coldly snorted and said these words in a flat tone that was not flat at all. If this were any other day, hearing such a philosophical statement from Chang Chumo's mouth would definitely cause everyone to feel very uncomfortable. But ever since Chang Chumo's awakening, his entire aura had changed, and these words were very much in line with his current temperament, so no one felt the slightest bit uncomfortable. You! Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but be enraged. What did he mean by a true master will never underestimate his opponent? Did it mean that he didn't deserve to be called a master? And listening to Chang Chumo's words, it was as if he was purposely finding excuses for his previous loss when he said that he didn't use his full strength. This was a blatant humiliation. How could Lin Feng endure it? At that moment, Lin Feng didn't care that Chang Chumo was Chang Yaojin's son, nor did he care that Li Er was watching the battle below the stage. He roared angrily and the aura of the middle stage of Qi transforming stage exploded. Even the aura on his body had a faint tendency of breaking through to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. He was actually about to break through from the middle stage of Qi transforming stage to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. It turned out that, in the previous battle, he really didn't use his full strength. When Xin Mu and the other members of the E Battalion felt the powerful aura from Lin Feng's body, their faces couldn't help but change. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Feng to have held back his strength earlier. And at this moment, Lin Feng's legs kicked off and his entire person disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Chang Chumo's head. Fast. Just based on speed alone, Lin Feng's current speed was at least 30% faster than before. Don't underestimate this 30% increase. In an evenly matched battle, a mere 10% increase in strength could be the key to victory, not to mention 30%. After awakening, Chang Chumo's reaction wasn't slow. When Lin Feng leaped above his head and punched towards his face, he had already raised his head and crossed his arms in front of his face to block with all his might, because it was already too late to retreat. The only thing they could do was to resist with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would not just throw a punch, but a series of dazzling consecutive punches? Cheng Chumo only felt a piercing pain in the wrist that was covering his face. Then, this pain was like a storm, densely attacking him. This was Lin Feng's quick punch. Once his fist was formed, it was like a storm, continuous and unending. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking down from above. It could be said that he was unforgiving. The power of his fists was also stronger than before. Cheng Chumo, who had been fighting with Lin Feng for half a day, knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight like this. He quickly retreated while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That's right, defending all the time was not Cheng Chumo's style. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat his opponent. Moreover, Lin Feng was currently in midair. After a round of quick punch, he could be said to be powerless. As long as Cheng Chumo could withstand Lin Feng's quick punch and wait for Lin Feng to change his strength, it would be the best time for him to counterattack. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that he could not leverage his strength in midair. He planned to severely injure Cheng Chumo in this round of quick punch to secure victory. He did not believe that Cheng Chumo could escape unscathed from this round of quick punch. This was a win-or-die style of fighting. Lin Feng's punches were faster, fiercer, and more cunning than the last. Moreover, his fists not only landed on Cheng Chumo's crossed wrists in front of his face, but also on Cheng Chumo's head and the side of his face that was not blocked. Bang! Cheng Chumo, who took a punch to the cheek, could not help but tilt his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He groaned, ignoring the pain on his face, and turned his head back at lightning speed. His eyes focused, and the arm that was blocking his face had already moved away. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lin Feng, who was in midair. Cough, cough. Of course, he did not want to kill his opponent with his eyes. He focused all his attention on the direction and angle of Lin Feng's next punch. In fact, Cheng Chumo, who had already fought with Lin Feng for dozens of rounds, had a basic understanding of Lin Feng's punches and moves. This was the time for him to verify if what he knew was correct. He wanted to predict the landing point of Lin Feng's next punch based on his posture. Cheng Chumo had more or less heard of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that Li Zixuan had taught to Dugu Xian. The reason why the 9 strategies beyond the swords was so powerful was not only because of its indomitable will and its lack of defense, but also because of its ability to take advantage of the opponent's opportunity. The moment the opponent made a move, you could predict the angle of attack and where the opponent would attack. You would then have ample time to attack the opponent's exposed flaws in the move, and in the end, you would naturally be invincible. After the first punch landed on Cheng Chumo's cheek, Lin Feng did not stop. His other fist went straight for Cheng Chumo's face. However, at this moment, in Cheng Chumo's eyes, Lin Feng's punch seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see every movement of Lin Feng's punch. He could even see the wrinkles on Lin Feng's sleeves as his arms moved. Just when Lin Feng's right fist was less than 3 inches away, Cheng Chumo made his move. He concentrated all the chi in his body on his right arm and reached out his left hand at lightning speed. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or due to Cheng Chumo's ingenious calculation, but his left hand and Lin Feng's right fist unexpectedly met in midair. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He had a bad feeling about this. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from his right fist. In addition, he was throwing a punch forward at this time. The huge pulling force was completely following the direction of his punch, trying to pull him down from midair. Under the combined force of the two forces, Lin Feng, who was in midair, was suddenly pulled down effortlessly from midair like a weightless kite. Based on the way he was falling, Lin Feng would land face first on the ground. If that happened, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Bang! Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly stretched out his left hand to support himself on the ground. Of course, with his entire body falling at such a fast speed, it was impossible for one hand to support his entire body. If he forced himself to support himself, his wrist might be broken by the huge downward momentum. He only wanted to use his left hand to support himself on the ground for a moment to cushion his fall, so that he wouldn't hit the ground so hard. Just as Lin Feng was about to hit the ground, Chang Chumo also let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. He then watched as Lin Feng landed on the ground, rolled, and quickly stood up again. Chang Chumo did not take advantage of the moment when Lin Feng landed to attack. This was because Lin Feng was not Yuan Deshang. When dealing with Yuan Deshang, Chang Chumo could do whatever he wanted. However, Lin Feng was a person who acted according to the rules. He could not disregard martial arts ethics. Good movement. Chang Chumo could not help but praise when he saw Lin Feng quickly stand up and get into a defensive posture after falling to the ground. Humph! Don't be so happy too early. Chang Chumo praised from the bottom of his heart. He was not being sarcastic. However, Lin Feng had just said some harsh words. Now that he was in such a sorry state, Chang Chumo felt a little embarrassed. He could not help but let out a cold snort. Then, he pushed off with both feet and took advantage of the situation to launch another attack on Chang Chumo. This time, Lin Feng did not dare to launch an aerial battle. He only dared to attack from the ground. The scene from the very beginning of the match was finally happening again. Lin Feng swung his fists rapidly. His punches were as dense as raindrops. They were like lightning, greeting Chang Chumo's chest, face, nose, stomach, and other parts of his body. Fast. This was Lin Feng's fast punches. At the beginning of the match, Lin Feng had used a round of fast punches to beat Chang Chumo until he could not catch his breath. Now, Lin Feng's strength was fully unleashed. His punches were faster and more ferocious than before. However, the current Chang Chumo could not be compared to before. After experiencing the violent beating from before, he knew Lin Feng's punches like the back of his hand. In addition, he had just successfully predicted the direction of Lin Feng's punches and accurately pulled Lin Feng down from the air. This greatly increased his confidence in his prediction. At this moment, although Lin Feng's punches were actually faster than before, in Chang Chumo's eyes, they were slower than before. This was because he had already seen through Lin Feng's punches. Lin Feng punched like lightning. Chang Chumo stretched out his palm like lightning. Every time his palm landed, it was just slightly above Lin Feng's punches. Every time Lin Feng punched out, Chang Chumo accurately caught his wrist. Under the guidance of Chang Chumo's palm, Lin Feng's punches became soft and powerless. Chang Chumo was actually neutralizing the strength of Lin Feng's punches, borrowing strength to fight strength, turning strength into formlessness. This was Tai Chi. In the past, Li Zixuan had told Chang Chumo that his brute force occupied the yang of Tai Chi. What he lacked was the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, this was the trick of using strength. Now that Chang Chumo had grasped the trick of using strength, he could borrow strength at any time, anywhere, borrow strength to fight strength, and turn strength into formlessness. The audience below the stage was stunned. Li Er could not hide the shock on his face. Chang Chumo was able to neutralize Lin Feng's punches invisibly. Of course, he knew that Chang Chumo was using Tai Chi. Li Er knew a little about Tai Chi, not to mention that Li Zixuan had taught Tai Chi to all the teachers and students during the military training at Yanhuang College. Even in the harem, Empress Zhongsun and Chang'e often practiced Tai Chi to strengthen their bodies. But wasn't Tai Chi supposed to be slow? How did Chang Chumo achieve this series of rapid Tai Chi moves? In contrast to Li Er's shock, Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This kid was finally enlightened. If Cheng Yaojin could see this scene, he would no longer have to worry about the lack of a successor for the Cheng family. On the stage, Lin Feng was unusually sullen. He knew that every punch he threw was very strong, but every punch felt like it was hitting cotton. Moreover, Chang Chumo seemed to have seen through his punches. His rapid succession of punches could no longer land on Chang Chumo. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already thrown out more than 40 punches, but none of them landed on Chang Chumo. While he felt that the qi in his body was running out, he also felt mentally tired. Anyone who threw more than 40 punches without landing a hit would feel mentally tired. At this moment, Chang Chumo grabbed Lin Feng's fist before he could retract it. Then, he bent his body and threw him over his shoulder. Lin Feng, who was running out of qi, was shocked. However, he did not have time to react. He was thrown over the shoulder by Chang Chumo and fell to the ground. The sharp pain from his butt and back made it difficult for him to stand up for a while. I admit defeat. Even though he was very unwilling, Lin Feng began to open his mouth to admit defeat. 1st Battalion first round. 5th Battalion 1st Battalion Chang Chumo wins. The referee was slightly stunned. After he recovered, he immediately announced, "Oh, he won. Damn, Chumo actually won." As soon as the referee's voice fell, Shinmu and the others who were at the corner of the stage couldn't help but cheer. They went up and surrounded Chang Chumo in the middle and hugged him tightly. The cheers quickly spread to the audience below the stage. The soldiers of the Wu Battalion all shouted at the top of their lungs. Chang Chumo defeated the strong with the weak. This battle was simply too beautiful. Chang Chumo patted his teammates' shoulders one by one. Then, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, who was below the stage. Seeing the latter looking at him with a smile, Chang Chumo's lips moved slightly. Using a voice that only he could hear, he said, "Thank you, little Xian." After this fight, he seemed to have awakened and seemed to have matured. Chapter 2062. Captain, brothers, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed our 1st Battalion Team 1. As the victorious side, Chang Chumo's side was naturally filled with joy and cheers, but as the defeated side, the 1st Battalion Team 1 was completely silent. After Lin Feng stood up from the ground, his expression was gloomy and his mood was complicated as he walked over to the 1st Battalion Team 1 members. He cupped his fist and said to Di Zhangsun and the others with a face full of shame. The few of them were speechless. Obviously, they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Di Zhangsun took a step forward, patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Don't say such discouraging words. It's normal to have wins and losses in a competition. Chang Chumo does have some ability. If I wasn't afraid of others saying I'm bullying the weak, I would have gone up and exchanged a few moves with him. You were a bit impatient just now, but you can't be blamed. Chang Chumo must have had a breakthrough just now, or he suddenly realized something." Di Zhangsun was worthy of being a veteran, who had been in the army for many years and had rich battle experience. He could see the changes in Chang Chumo at a glance, and he was also quite interested in the magical method of neutralizing strength that Chang Chumo displayed just now. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, he really wanted to bring Chang Chumo up to the stage and fight him personally. Hearing Di Zhangsun's high evaluation of Chang Chumo, Lin Feng felt a bit better in his heart. After all, no matter if it was realm strength or experience in the army, Di Zhangsun surpassed them by a large margin. Even he looked at Chang Chumo in a different light, which meant that Chang Chumo was indeed very strong, and at the same time it also meant that Lin Feng's loss just now wasn't unjust. Borrowing strength and neutralizing strength, turning defeat into victory. This kid from the Chung family has really been enlightened. I have a whole new level of respect for him. Below the stage, Li Er also came back to his senses at this time, looking at Chang Chumo, who was surrounded by people on the stage, and said with a face full of emotion. After sighing, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, and couldn't help but say, "You really got it right, brat. Could it be that you already knew that Chang Chumo could defeat Lin Feng?" Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Before this, Chang Chumo and Lin Feng had never fought each other. I don't know how to calculate, so how can I know that Chumo will win? There are winners and losers in every competition. I was just lucky and guessed correctly. You're still hiding things from me, kid. Speaking of which, you're from the Celestial Master Path of Mount Longhu. How do I know you don't know how to calculate?" How could Li Er not hear Li Zishuan's words? He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded jokingly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I'm a Taoist priest in this life, a Taoist priest isn't the same as a fraud. Who says that a Taoist priest must know how to predict the future? Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't speak, Li Er recalled the situation in the ring and couldn't help but ask, "Just now, Chang Chumo defeated Lin Feng in the ring with Tai Chi, right?" Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, "Most of it. In fact, strictly speaking, Chang Chumo was able to defeat Lin Feng not purely by relying on Tai Chi. A large part of the reason was that he had figured out Lin Feng's martial arts when he was being beaten at the beginning. It could also be understood that this guy had an epiphany in the ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to counter Lin Feng's fast punches and turn the force invisible. This was Chang Chumo's own luck, and it could only be found by chance. Tai Chi. This Tai Chi seems to contain the truth of Taoism. It must be the condensation of your master's life's work. But you taught it to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. How can the head of the Celestial Master Path forgive you?" Li Er frowned and couldn't help but ask. He had heard of Tai Chi before and had seen people practice it, but he didn't take the slow punches seriously. Today was his first time witnessing the power of Tai Chi in actual combat. Chang Chumo's brilliant performance in the ring had completely subverted Li Er's understanding of Tai Chi. It turned out that Tai Chi wasn't a slow and powerless punching technique. It could be fast or slow, and it could borrow force to fight force. It could turn force invisible, and it could defeat the strong with the weak. This made Li Er's attitude towards Tai Chi become more serious. However, he subconsciously thought that this exquisite and peerless fist technique came from spiritual master Ling Su. After all, Li Zixuan was still too young. No one would think that he could create his own martial arts, let alone such an exquisite and peerless martial art. "Your Majesty thinks too much. Tai Chi isn't the technique of the Celestial Master Path. Moreover, when my master was alive, he often told me that the foundation of martial arts is to strengthen the body. Since ancient times, it was because of the bigoted views of the various sects that countless martial arts in the Central Plains were lost. Good Kung Fu should be carried forward. Practitioners of Kung Fu are also inheritors of Kung Fu. My master once warned me not to cherish Kung Fu. As long as it's someone with a pure character, I can pass on Kung Fu to him and strengthen his body. In my opinion, the teachers and students of Yanhuang College are all people with a pure character. Therefore, I taught Tai Chi to them before." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and spoke without thinking. His words didn't admit that Tai Chi was created by spiritual master Ling Su, but he also didn't deny it. It was an ambiguous answer. Even if Li Er knew the truth later, he couldn't do anything to him. Of course, the main meaning of these words was to show spiritual master Ling Su's noble sentiments and broad mind. As for whether spiritual master Ling Su had said these words, presumably no one other than him would know, and there would be no way to investigate. When Duan Jixuan heard Li Zixuan's words, his face couldn't help but be filled with respect. Looking at his appearance, he most likely believed Li Zixuan's nonsense. Li Er frowned again. It wasn't the first day he knew Li Zixuan, so he subconsciously thought that Li Zixuan's words must be mixed with a lot of exaggeration. However, there were some things that he couldn't say without evidence. He could only settle for the next best thing and change the topic. "But Tai Chi is so powerful, yet you so casually taught it to so many people. Even though most of the teachers and students in Yanhuang College are pure people, no one can guarantee that there are no black sheep among them. If they use the Kung Fu you taught to do evil everywhere as their master, it will be difficult for you to absolve yourself from the blame. It was said that heroes used martial arts to break the rules." After seeing the power of Tai Chi from Chang Chumo today, Li Er couldn't help but worry about Li Zixuan's move of teaching Tai Chi to all the teachers and students of the academy. He was worried that these students would become unstable factors that would affect the stability of the Tang Empire after they left the academy. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about this. The main purpose of teaching Tai Chi to the teachers and students of the academy is to strengthen their bodies, not to make them invincible in martial arts. Besides, even if I wanted to, it's impossible. I only taught them moves and routines, but Tai Chi focuses on the meaning and not the form. Only people like Chumo who have a unique or deep understanding of Tai Chi can increase their strength because of Tai Chi. It's rare for 1 in 1,000 people to be able to understand the meaning of Tai Chi. Moreover, these kinds of people were usually not vicious and evil people. Besides, When the Tang Empire clears the strong enemies around and the country becomes more and more stable, those martial arts masters will have to abide by the law no matter how strong they are. Otherwise, under the pursuit of the imperial court, they will die. Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times, there has never been such a saying. Hearing this, Li Er thought about it seriously and finally nodded and said, "What you said just now is not without reason. I didn't expect you to see it more clearly than I do." In fact, Li Zishuan's last sentence, "Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times, there has never been such a saying," made him feel the same way. As long as the Tang Empire was strong enough, the people could live and work in peace. Who would have nothing better to do than to rebel? "Your Majesty praises me too much, I dare not," Li Zishuan hurriedly said. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and said, "All right, I won't pursue this matter anymore. You brat, don't pretend to be innocent. Continue to watch the competition. I want to see how far the V battalion that you took over can go." Chapter 2063. As the champion, with the exceptional performance of their team member Chang Chumo, the first team of the Wu battalion managed to retain their position as the champion in the first round. But this wasn't the end. If they wanted to obtain the first place in this competition, they still had to win 2 more rounds. But it was easier said than done. Facing opponents whose overall strength was much higher than theirs, it was extremely difficult for them to win 2 more rounds. The first victory was already a thing of the past. Next, they would have to face opponents who were even stronger. "Tianwu, you're up next. Try your best to win, but it doesn't matter even if you lose." Coincidentally, my hands are also itching. The second round of the competition was about to begin. As the attacking team, the first team of the 1st Battalion had to send out a person first. Di Zhongsun turned his head and said to a middle-aged soldier with a medium build who was about 30 years old. His "coincidentally, my hands are also itching" sentence had a hidden meaning. If the soldier named Tianwu lost this round, then the first team of the 1st Battalion would have lost 2 rounds in a row. If the first team of the 1st Battalion wanted to win, they would have to win 3 rounds in a row. Then, as the captain of the first team of the 1st Battalion, he would have to go up this time no matter what. "Captain, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to win this round." Tianwu's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He bowed and cupped his fist towards Di Zhongsun. As if to cheer Tianwu on, the rest of the soldiers also voiced out their agreement at this time. "Hee. With old Tian going out, there is no suspense in this round. There is no one on the other side who can beat old Tian. This time, there is no need for the captain to make a move." That's right. Old Tian is not only in the middle stage of Qi transforming stage, his speed is also one of the best in our battalion. Even if Chang Chumo is a miracle in the first team of the Wu battalion, I don't believe that they can create a second miracle. Although the first team of the 1st Battalion lost the first round, but after experiencing the initial shock, the members of the Wu battalion quickly adjusted their mentality. Now, they were still full of confidence for the next round. Of course, the main source of their confidence came from their strength. The members on their side were all stronger than the first team of the Wu battalion. Lin Feng's defeat was just an accident. Now that the A battalion first team had decided on their candidates, the problem came to the E battalion first team. Shin Mu frowned and analyzed. Tianwu is also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. His strength is on par with Lin Feng's from before, but according to rumors, he is especially skilled in Qinggong. In terms of speed, there are almost no one in the entire A battalion who can beat him. Therefore, his overall strength should be able to rank second in the 1st Battalion, above Lin Feng. Di Zhongsun sent out Tianwu this round. If we don't send out someone stronger than him, I reckon we won't have any hope of winning this round. In reality, Shun Mu's analysis was not wrong at all. Tianwu was indeed the second strongest expert in the 1st Battalion. Di Zhongsun had sent Tianwu out this round because he wanted to force out the trump card of the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion. Hearing this, Wang Rong took the initiative to volunteer. "Let me go this round. As long as I go, we will have a glimmer of hope of winning this round." At the very beginning, Shin Mu had already analyzed with everyone. Facing the 1st Battalion of the A Battalion, the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion had to secure victory in the first 4 or even the first 3 rounds. Otherwise, if they dragged it out until Di Zhongsun went up, they would lose without a doubt, without any chance of winning. Therefore, in these first few rounds, to the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion, every round's victory was important. They couldn't afford to lose even a single, small point. Hearing Wang Rong volunteering himself, Shin Mu still had a frown on his face, because Wang Rong was the strongest person in their team. If Wang Rong went up this round, it would increase their chances of winning by a lot, but at the same time, it would also deplete one of their trump cards. Of course, the most important thing was that, in terms of strength, Wang Rong was also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. He wasn't much stronger than Tian Wu. Moreover, Tian Wu had the advantage of speed. In other words, even if Wang Rong went up this round, he might not necessarily win. If he lost, then not only would the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion have lost the competition, they would also have depleted one of their strongest trump cards. There was basically no need for them to fight in the following rounds. Therefore, at this moment, Shin Mu was already considering whether to give up this round. After all, if Wang Rong went up, the risks would outweigh the benefits. Captain Shen, let me go up this round. Right at this moment, a straightforward voice rang out beside Wang Rong's ear. Moreover, the tone was filled with determination and even a hint of stubbornness. It was Yuqi Baolin. Seeing Shen Mu turn his head, Yuqi Baolin swallowed his saliva and continued, Big Brother Wang just went up during the previous round. He definitely hasn't rested well yet. Let me go up this round. Although that Tian Wu is very strong, but if I use all my strength, I will definitely be able to win against him. Captain Shin, you have to believe me. At this moment, Yuqi Baolin volunteering himself made Shin Mu's eyes light up. He asked with some surprise, Oh? Could it be that you didn't use all your strength before, Baolin? From the beginning of this combat competition until now, Yuqi Baolin had actually only gone up once. It was during the first round of the preliminary round, when he was up against the leader of the 4th Battalion of the C Battalion, Xiang Peng. From the looks of it, Xiang Peng was a middle-stage Qi transforming expert, while Baolin was only in the initial stage. However, in that match, Baolin had made a huge upset. With his initial stage Qi transforming strength, he had defeated the middle stage Qi transforming Xiang Peng, completing the first miracle of the weak defeating the strong in this combat competition. Now that Yuqi Baolin had volunteered again, and even claimed that he hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, this made Shin Mu feel a trace of unexpected joy. This was because although Tian Wu and Xiang Peng were both in the middle stage Qi transforming strength, Tian Wu was obviously stronger than Xiang Peng. Just based on the precedent of Baolin defeating Xiang Peng, it didn't mean that Baolin could also defeat Tian Wu. However, if Yuqi Baolin hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, then it would be another explanation. Perhaps, Yuqi Baolin could create an even bigger miracle this time. When I was fighting with Xiang Peng earlier, I felt that I hadn't reached my limit yet. Faced with Shin Mu's questioning gaze, Yuqi Baolin nodded firmly and said, Old Shin, let Baolin go. I believe that he can definitely do it. Cheng Chumo, who was standing to the side, used his fist to punch Yuqi Baolin's chest, then turned his head to smile at Shin Mu. As Baolin's sworn brother, Cheng Chumo naturally had to stand up and support him at this time. Besides, Cheng Chumo also had a lot of faith in Baolin's strength. After all, Baolin was able to take several blows from Wuxia and survive. Alright, then for this round, Baolin will go. Shin Mu was already tempted, and seeing that Cheng Chumo also stood up to support Baolin, he instantly made up his mind and spoke decisively. Oh! Chapter 2064. 1st Battalion Team 1, Second Round. 1st Battalion Team 1, Tian Wu, versus 5th Battalion Team 1, Yuqi Baolin. After both sides had decided on their candidates, along with the loud shout of the referee, the second round of the battle officially began. Tian Wu and Yuqi Baolin both came to the center of the arena and stood facing each other. The two of them stared at each other silently for a moment. Tian Wu said indifferently, General Yuchi is a hero and I admire you the most. However, in a martial arts competition on the arena you should go all out. Today, I will not show you mercy just because you are General Yuchi's son. In Tianwu's eyes, Yuchi Baolin was merely an early-stage Qi transformation weakling. Although he had heard that Baolin had unexpectedly defeated Xiang Peng, who was at the middle stage Qi transformation, Tianwu still didn't put Baolin in his eyes. This was because he could easily defeat Xiang Peng within 10 moves even though they were both at the middle stage Qi transformation. Yuchi Baolin's victory over Xiang Peng wasn't enough to make Tianwu wary. He was even a little disappointed when he saw that Yuchi Baolin from the 1st Battalion was not going to fight him. He felt that even if he won, there was nothing to be happy about. After hearing Tianwu's words, the usually mild-tempered Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. He said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" It was obvious that Baolin, who rarely got angry, was furious at this moment. Like Cheng Chumo, Baolin didn't want to be a second-generation heir, who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't want people to call him Yuchi Jingda's son whenever they talked about him. This label seemed glorious and glorious, but sometimes it made him feel suffocated. Therefore, after seeing Li Zixuan's powerful individual strength and feeling Li Zixuan's extraordinary charisma, he chose to follow Li Zixuan to Yanhuang College with Cheng Chumo and come to the Black Armored Army's camp together. He wanted to become stronger and more outstanding under Li Zixuan's guidance. This way, when people mentioned the name Yuchi Baolin, they would think of him first and not Yuchi Jingda's son. To a certain extent, Tianwu's words had hit Yuchi Baolin's sore spot. "Hey, good lad. He did have some temperament. That's right. Take this." Hearing the anger in Yuchi Baolin's words, Tianwu wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and took the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yuchi Baolin. At that moment, Yuchi Baolin had no time to react. He could only watch as a palm imprinted itself on the lower part of his chest. Bam! Yuchi Baolin heard a dull thud from his chest. Immediately after, he felt a huge force coming at him. His body flew backward involuntarily, and he fell heavily to the ground. Quick! It was too fast. Although Lin Feng, who fought against Cheng Chumo in the last match, was also known for his speed, this Tianwu in front of him was more than 30% faster than Lin Feng. Yuchi Baolin was just a little careless. He didn't even see the other party's figure clearly, and he was hit by the other party's palm? What kind of speed was that? If someone else took over Yuchi Baolin's position now, they would probably feel a deep sense of despair. After all, how could they fight a match like this when they couldn't even see the other party's figure clearly? Shinmu, Cheng Chumo, and the other members of the 5th Battalion, who were watching the match from the back of the arena, couldn't help but look stunned when they saw that Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tianwu's palm at the beginning of the match. After all, just a moment ago, Yuchi Baolin was still swearing to everyone that he would definitely win this match. But the reality was that Yuchi Baolin was completely at a disadvantage the moment he entered the arena. Moreover, Tianwu's palm seemed to have injured Yuchi Baolin quite a bit. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Yuchi Baolin, who had fallen to the ground, quickly stood up from the ground. It didn't look like what everyone thought. Tianwu's palm just now didn't cause much damage to him. How is this possible? Seeing Yuchi Baolin stand up from the ground as if nothing had happened, Tianwu, who had thought that the outcome of the match was already decided, widened his eyes in shock. He stared at Yuchi Baolin in disbelief. He knew his own situation very well. He was very clear in his heart how much strength he had used in that palm strike. Previously, he had used 40% of his true Qi to display the light body technique, and then the remaining 60% of his true Qi was all concentrated in his palm. But he still showed some mercy, and slightly avoided the position of Yuchi Baolin's heart. After all, he didn't really want to kill someone. Even so, he was confident that this palm strike would definitely be able to injure Yuchi Baolin severely. So after his successful strike, he didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, He stayed where he was and waited for the referee to announce the result of the match. This was the battle strategy he had just formulated to deal with Yuchi Baolin. Because Yuchi Baolin was only at the early stage of chi refining, only by defeating him in one move could he maximize the morale of the team and display his strength to everyone. But the final result was far beyond his expectations. Yuchi Baolin actually stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Actually, Yuchi Baolin's current situation wasn't as good as Tianwu had thought. When Tianwu's palm struck his chest just now, he felt a surge of chi and blood, and a strong urge to vomit blood. At the crucial moment, Yuchi Baolin hurriedly activated his family's mental cultivation method with all his might and forcefully swallowed the blood that had already reached his throat. This was because he knew that once he spat out this mouthful of congested blood, it would be equivalent to him losing all his strength. If he wanted to defeat Tianwu in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He couldn't lose this match and he didn't want to lose. Previously, Cheng Chumo had defeated Lin Feng, who was a stronger opponent than him. This had given Yuchi Baolin a strong stimulus. As Li Zixuan's student and follower, Cheng Chumo was his best friend. Seeing that his good friend's strength was improving, Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind. He also wanted to prove his strength, and even more so, he wanted to prove that he was useful to this team. Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind Li Zixuan, Cheng Chumo, and his small team. This was the stubbornness in the depths of Yuchi Baolin's heart. He had never told anyone that he wanted to do it silently and achieve it. So in this round, he had volunteered to fight because he wanted to achieve his heart's desire by defeating the stronger Tianwu. In fact, he had lied to Shenmu earlier. He wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Tianwu. After all, he and Tianwu had never fought before. The reason why he was so certain was that he wanted to obtain this opportunity to prove himself. Chapter 2065. Baolin, do your best. Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tianwu's attack. Although he quickly stood up again, it was inevitable that his morale would be affected. At this moment, Cheng Chumo, who was standing at the edge of the ring, waved his fist and shouted at Baolin, "Do your best." In modern times, this was a very common phrase. However, in this era, only people from Yanhuang College understood the meaning of this phrase. As expected, when Shenmu and the others heard Cheng Chumo's words, they were stunned. Baolin, who was in the middle of the ring, trembled. He did not turn his head to look at Cheng Chumo. Instead, he opened his legs slightly and stomped hard on the ground. He took a stable horse stance as if he was rooted in the ring. Then he clenched his fists and took a defensive stance. He then turned to Tianwu and said in a low voice, "Again." His voice was not loud, but his aura was strong. Cheng Chumo's "do your best" made Yuchi Baolin's fighting spirit even stronger. He was determined not to lose this battle. "Very good. Looks like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back from now on." Tianwu took a deep breath and looked at Baolin as he spoke. After saying that, he kicked backward with one foot and charged toward Yuchi Baolin like an arrow released from a bow. He was as fast as lightning as before. Previously, Yuchi Baolin had been sent flying by Tianwu's palm strike mainly because he had been careless and Tianwu's attack had been too sudden. However, this time Baolin had clearly come prepared. From the moment he stood up again, his eyes had been fixed on Tianwu and had not left him for even a moment. Therefore, even though Tianwu's speed was as fast as before, his figure was not as untraceable as before in the eyes of Baolin, who was completely focused on him. Baolin could still capture Tianwu's figure. Whoosh! Tianwu's figure was like lightning as he charged toward Baolin. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it toward Baolin's face. Just as he said, he would not hold back at all this time. Ah! Unfortunately, this time Baolin was prepared. When Tianwu's fist was about 3 feet away from Baolin's face, Baolin roared and quickly crossed his arms in front of his face to block the attack. Fist and palm quickly collided. This time, Baolin wasn't sent flying like before. His upper body leaned forward slightly, and his legs were firmly rooted to the ground. However, because Tianwu's punch was too powerful, he couldn't help but slide back for more than 10 feet, before he completely neutralized the force of Tian Wu's punch. Although the force had been neutralized, a portion of the violent vital qi in Tian Wu's fist had unavoidably entered Bao Lin's meridians. Bao Lin groaned. It was obvious that the punch had caused him some internal injuries. However, at this moment he couldn't care less about this. Since Tian Wu had punched out, it was the time for him to change his strength. It was the best time for him to launch a counterattack. Bao Lin quickly lowered his hands in front of his face. Then, with a roar, he clenched his hands into fists. He gathered all the vital qi in his body and punched both fists toward Tian Wu's chest. Tian Wu didn't expect Bao Lin to be able to withstand his punch. He also didn't expect Bao Lin to counterattack so quickly. Chapter 2066. Bam, bam, bam. In the arena, Tian Wu relied on his advantage in speed to launch round after round of rapid attacks on Yuqi Baolin. His attacks ranged from Yuqi Baolin's head, to his shoulders, to his chest, to his back, and then to his abdomen. He covered almost all of Baolin's vital parts. His attacks were different from Lin Feng's. Although Lin Feng's punching style was also fast, he mainly threw many punches at the same spot in an extremely short period of time, making it difficult for his opponent to parry. On the other hand, Tian Wu's fast punches relied on his speed advantage and could quickly launch multiple rounds of attacks on different parts of his opponent's body, making it impossible for his opponent to defend against. Therefore, the only thing that could be seen in the ring now was Yuqi Baolin, who was exhausted from dealing with attacks from all sides, and Tian Wu's afterimages coming from all directions around him. Of course, one could also hear the sounds of fists colliding with flesh. As the stronger side, Tian Wu naturally focused on offense. As for Bao Lin, as the weaker side, he focused on defense. However, he wasn't purely defending. He was defending and counterattacking because pure defense couldn't win the match. As he defended against Tian Wu's attacks, he was also looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, Tian Wu's speed was simply too fast. Many of Baolin's counterattacks were dodged by Tian Wu. In the middle of the ring, Yuqi Baolin knew very well that this couldn't go on. This was because in the dozen or so rounds he had just exchanged with Tian Wu, the damage he had suffered was far greater than the damage he had caused Tian Wu. If this went on, even if he was thick-skinned, he would definitely be defeated before Tian Wu. He had to make a change. As he was thinking this, Tian Wu had already closed in on him with his fists raised. His target was the middle of Bao Lin's back. When Bao Lin sensed a strong gust of wind coming at him from behind, he quickly gathered his thoughts and turned around to block the attack. However, Tian Wu did not act according to common sense. When he saw Bao Lin turn around and assume a defensive stance, Tian Wu actually pulled back his fist and bent his body to sweep his leg. He viciously swept his leg at Bao Lin's left calf. Bam! Bao Lin, who was concentrating on defending against the attack from the upper half of his body, did not have the time to change his defense. He was tripped by Tian Wu's sweeping leg. His body involuntarily tilted to one side and smashed heavily onto the arena floor. Because Bao Lin had fallen sideways, the left side of his face had also hit the ground hard when he fell. Not only was his body in pain, but his head was also dizzy from the impact. Tian Wu's leg sweep had caused him to suffer a rather serious external injury. On top of that, Tian Wu's previous attacks on him had also caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he had suffered injuries on top of injuries. He was very tired. He really wanted to lie down and rest for a while. His body's subconscious was telling him, "Give up, admit defeat," but he really couldn't accept it. He was unwilling to admit defeat just like that, because the outcome of this match was very important to the first team of the Wu Battalion. Bao Lin, do your best. Stand up quickly. Bao Lin's fall made the hearts of the first team of the Wu Battalion tighten. Cheng Chumo was also a little anxious as he watched from the side. Tian Wu's strength was indeed a little unexpected, but Cheng Chumo still believed that his good brother could defeat his opponent. Therefore, he shouted at the top of his voice again. Although Shenmu and the others didn't know what "do your best" meant at first, when they heard Cheng Chumo shout "do your best" again, they could more or less guess the general meaning. Therefore, Shenmu also shouted at the top of his voice, "Bao Lin, Do your best. Wang Rong and Xiao Ming looked at each other and followed suit. They shouted behind Shenmu, Bao Lin, do your best. The four of them shouted in unison. So much so that even the soldiers of the black armored army, watching from below the arena, could hear the do your best from their side. Li Er, Duan Jishuan, Qiu Xinggong and the others looked at Shenmu and the others with some surprise. Then, Li Er looked away and asked Li Zishuan beside him, What does do your best mean? Is this a new phrase from Yanhuang College? Although he was the dean of Yanhuang College in name, Li Er didn't go to the college often. Therefore, he didn't know about some of the new phrases that were circulating among the students of the college. Li Zishuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, Cough, cough, Your Majesty, do your best is a kind of encouragement and cheering. In the past, when the students of the college were playing football, they would often use do your best to cheer on their teammates. Li Er nodded and didn't say anything else, because Yuchi Bao Lin, who was in the arena, used his hands to support himself on the ground and stood up shakily again. He really didn't admit defeat. Chang Chumo, Shenmu, and the others' cheers made Bao Lin's heart surge and ignited a stronger fighting spirit in his chest. He didn't want to lose the match, he didn't want to embarrass the E Battalion, and he didn't want Chang Chumo and Li Zishuan to look down on him. Although he knew that, even if he lost the match, Li Zishuan and Chang Chumo wouldn't look down on him. He knew that if he continued to be friends with two people with such outstanding abilities, it would be easy for him to fall behind. He didn't want to fall behind. So he stood up again and wanted to win this match. Bao Lin stood up shakily, although he felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to fall apart, especially the pain coming from his calf and left cheek. Bao Lin's fighting spirit was surging at this moment. Again, looking at Tian Wu, who was 30 feet away from him, Yuchi Bao Lin roared with determination. At the same time, the Yuchi family's inherited cultivation technique within his body was already operating at full force. True qi rapidly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing the injuries on his body to obtain a certain degree of recovery. Of course, this recovery only temporarily alleviated the pain and did not completely heal his injuries. It belonged to the category of treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. But this was enough for Yuchi Bao Lin. Good lad. Facing such a tenacious Bao Lin, Tian Wu couldn't help but praise him. Whether it was the previous Chang Chumo or the current Bao Lin, they weren't as useless as the other second-generation masters in the capital. At least these two lads didn't embarrass the great Tang's family of generals. Although he admired Bao Lin, Tian Wu wouldn't go easy on him because he knew that in a martial arts competition, one had to go all out to show respect to one's opponent. To him, Yuchi Bao Lin was definitely an opponent worthy of respect. Tian Wu's right foot kicked backward, and he disappeared once more. A moment later, he appeared to the right of Bao Lin, a pair of massive fists smashing toward Bao Lin's right cheek. The same speed, the same method of attack, but the current Bao Lin was different from before. Chapter 2067. Ah! Tian Wu threw a punch at Bao Lin's face. When the distance between them was less than 10 feet, Yuchi Bao Lin suddenly roared and leaped into the air. This time, he didn't intend to defend passively like before. He was going to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Tian Wu's fist had already formed, and his fist was about to hit Bao Lin. At this moment, it was too late for him to change his move. He could only watch as Bao Lin leaped up and flew towards him. Tian Wu's fist, which was originally aimed at Bao Lin's face, was now only able to hit Bao Lin's chest because Bao Lin had leaped up. Although that was the case, Tian Wu believed that the final outcome would be similar. The chest, like the face, was a weak part of the human body. If this punch landed, Yuchi Bao Lin would definitely suffer. Tian Wu didn't understand why Bao Lin didn't stay in his original position to defend. Instead, he leaped into the air and took the initiative to meet his fist. Didn't Bao Lin know that this would hurt him even more? After all, he couldn't use force in the air. Defending would only become more difficult. But Tian Wu soon understood Bao Lin's intention. Bao Lin, who was in the air, didn't care about the punch coming at his chest. He didn't even take a defensive stance. Instead, He raised his right fist and smashed it toward Tian Wu's left cheek. Tian Wu was stunned and then shocked. This was just a duel. He didn't expect Bao Lin to risk his life with him. That's right. Bao Lin's attack style, which didn't defend, meant that he was going to risk his life with him. The result of their punch was likely to be a lose-lose situation. Tian Wu wanted to retreat or take a defensive stance, but it was obviously too late. The timing of Bao Lin's attack was very precise. When Tian Wu was less than 10 feet away from him, he leaped up and attacked. The distance between the two was very short to begin with. In addition, Bao Lin was the one who initiated the attack this time, causing both of them to rush towards each other at a very fast speed. At this time, it was too late to change tactics. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided in midair. Bam! Bam! Almost at the same time, Tian Wu's fist landed on Bao Lin's chest, and Bao Lin's fist landed on the left side of Tian Wu's face. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it happened in the blink of an eye. Most of the spectators below the stage only saw Tian Wu's figure flash in front of Bao Lin. Then, Bao Lin leaped up to meet the attack. Following that, both of them were sent flying. As for the dangers involved, only Bao Lin and Tian Wu, the two parties involved, had a deep understanding of it. Bao Lin, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest, was pushed back by the inertia after he landed on the ground. Bao Lin's blood and qi were in turmoil in his chest. He even felt that his ribs had almost been broken by Tian Wu's punch. Although there was a sharp pain in his chest, Bao Lin did not make a sound. He once again circulated his family's heart technique with all his might to alleviate the injury in his chest. On the other side, Tian Wu didn't have it easy either. After taking a punch to the cheek, he was sent flying diagonally. After staggering for about 10 steps, Tian Wu knelt on one knee and used his hand to support himself on the ground. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Tui! After stabilizing himself, Tian Wu turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood also contained 2 teeth. Bao Lin's punch had not been merciful at all. It had actually knocked out his left front tooth. Tian Wu could not help but feel a burning pain on his face. It was not entirely because of Bao Lin's punch, but also because he felt ashamed. He was an expert in the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. In the Black Armored Army, even if he met an opponent of the same level, he could easily defeat them with his speed advantage. Bao Lin was just a newbie in the early stage of the Qi transformation stage. Before the start of the competition, almost everyone, including Tian Wu, thought that he would be able to end the battle quickly and easily defeat Bao Lin. But now, more than 10 rounds had passed. Not only had he not won, but his teeth had also been knocked out by Bao Lin. This was a great humiliation. Ah, brat, you forced me to do this. Tian Wu stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly stood up and roared. At the same time, his eyes were fixed in Bao Lin's direction. He was angry. Anyone would be angry if they were punched in the face, let alone when they were punched in the face by someone who was far weaker than them. Tian Wu was even angrier because he had not been able to defeat Bao Lin. Even if he won now, he would not feel proud. As if he had sensed Tian Wu's anger, Bao Lin straightened his body and fearlessly met Tian Wu's angry gaze. He knew that Tian Wu was angry. What came next was bound to be a tough battle. Even though his body was in a very bad condition, Bao Lin still raised his guard and waited for Tian Wu's next attack. As the saying went, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles." After fighting with Tian Wu for more than 10 rounds, Bao Lin not only knew his own strengths and weaknesses, but he also knew Tian Wu's strengths and weaknesses. Compared to Tian Wu, Bao Lin had the advantage of being young and vigorous and having thick skin. However, in terms of true qi quantity and speed, he was far inferior to Tian Wu. Therefore, from the beginning of the fight until now, Bao Lin had rarely taken the initiative to attack. This was because if he did, Tian Wu could completely rely on his speed and movement to dodge his attack. It was very likely that Bao Lin would fight for a long time without even touching Tian Wu's clothes. Therefore, Bao Lin usually waited for Tian Wu to attack before passively defending or counterattacking. The punch that he had used to hit Tianwu just now was to use his body to block Tianwu's attack. He wanted to use his advantage of having thick skin to exchange injuries with Tianwu. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, this was the only way Bao Lin could hurt Tianwu. Of course, the key to this method was the timing of the attack. The reason Bao Lin's punch could hit Tianwu just now was that he had grasped the timing very well. He had only suddenly given up on defending and attacked when Tianwu was about to get close to him. At that time, Tianwu had no time to change his move or dodge. Humph! Tianwu snorted coldly. His feet moved slightly, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he launched an attack in Bao Lin's direction again. Soon, Tianwu's fist appeared within 10 feet of Bao Lin. Bao Lin gritted his teeth and took the initiative to move forward, wanting to use the same move to punch Tianwu again. However, Tianwu, who had suffered a loss once, was obviously prepared. He withdrew his fist at lightning speed, turned his feet slightly, and dodged Bao Lin's punch to the side. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind Bao Lin. Chapter 2068. After suffering a small setback, Tianwu had learned his lesson. This time, when he flashed in front of Bao Lin and threw a punch, it was obviously a feint. He had only used 30% of his strength when he threw the punch. When he saw that Bao Lin was about to use the same method as before to take the initiative to attack and trade injury for injury, Tianwu pulled back his fist, turned around, and appeared behind Bao Lin in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Tianwu also understood Bao Lin's intention to trade injury for injury. Although he believed that even if he were to trade injury for injury, Yuchi Bao Lin would definitely fall before him in the end, he wasn't willing to trade injury for injury with Bao Lin. Because if he did that, even if he won in the end, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, Tianwu decided to change his strategy. He no longer wanted to go head-to-head with Bao Lin. Instead, he wanted to make full use of his advantage in speed to quickly defeat Yuchi Bao Lin and end this match that should have ended a long time ago. From the looks of it now, his new strategy should be working. Tianwu, who had dodged to Bao Lin's back, mercilessly used his elbow to strike Bao Lin's left shoulder blade. If this hit connected, Bao Lin's left arm would not be able to exert any strength for a short period of time. The moment Tianwu changed his move midway, Bao Lin knew that he was in trouble. Compared to the punch just now, he had indeed moved a little too early this time. Tianwu's punch hadn't been fully formed yet, and he was already in a hurry to attack. As a result, he didn't have time to react to Tianwu's feint at all. After all, speed was Tianwu's forte, and Bao Lin would definitely pay the price for his carelessness this time. However, there were both heavy and light consequences. Knowing that he couldn't avoid getting injured this time, Bao Lin still hoped that his injury would be lighter. Or rather, he didn't want Tianwu's elbow strike to hit a vital part of his body. Although Yuchi Bao Lin didn't have time to change his move to counterattack in the nick of time, he was still able to push off the ground with both feet before Tianwu's attack landed. This way, not only could he avoid Tianwu's elbow strike landing on his shoulder blade, but he could also give himself more speed to move forward and minimize the force of Tianwu's elbow strike. Bam! Yuchi Bao Lin only had time to jump less than a foot before Tianwu's elbow smashed into his back. However, even so, it was enough. It was precisely because he had jumped a foot that the elbow that was supposed to smash into his shoulder blade had smashed into the area below his shoulder blade instead. Moreover, this crucial jump allowed him to gain a forward speed, reducing the strength of Tianwu's elbow strike by about 20%. Having suffered a heavy blow to his back, Bao Lin's body involuntarily fell forward. However, in the process of his body falling forward, Bao Lin managed to twist his body slightly. He reached out his right hand and firmly grabbed Tianwu's arm. Tianwu wanted to struggle free, but Bao Lin was still in midair. He kicked Tianwu in the stomach, and with the huge rebound force and his body falling forward, Bao Lin could no longer hold onto Tianwu's arm. He was sent flying backward. However, it was also fortunate that he had turned slightly, so when he landed on the ground, his face was not facing down. Otherwise, his face would definitely be covered in blood. Chapter 2069. In the arena. Tian Wu's fists landed on Bao Lin's chest, abdomen, waist, back, and other body parts like raindrops. Furthermore, every punch was infused with inner strength. Bao Lin felt waves of intense pain coming from all over his body. Furthermore, the inner true qi in Tian Wu's fists seeped into his meridians, causing his inner breathing to become chaotic. With external injuries and internal injuries, Bao Lin finally could not hold it in any longer and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Tian Wu saw that Bao Lin was already heavily injured, so he knocked Bao Lin to the ground with a palm strike. Then he retreated slightly and stopped attacking. After all, this was just a martial arts competition. He didn't want to take Bao Lin's life. Besides, he had used all his strength in the round of attacks against Bao Lin just now and had used up a lot of true qi. Even if he had a lot of inner force, he couldn't maintain such a high-intensity attack for long. Now that Bao Lin was vomiting blood and lying injured on the ground, there was only one path left for him: to admit defeat. Bam! Tian Wu didn't deliberately hold back his strength in his last attack. Bao Lin was sent flying backward by this palm strike and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. This fall made the already injured Yuchi Bao Lin even more injured. He even felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Even moving his fingers was difficult, let alone standing up again. Seeing this, the referee and Tian Wu both thought that Bao Lin was going to admit defeat. However, they waited for a while and didn't hear any movement from Bao Lin. So, the referee walked over to Bao Lin and asked seriously, "Yuchi Bao Lin, do you want to admit defeat?" Bao Lin lay on the ground and didn't move. His eyes were looking straight up at the sky as if he didn't hear the referee's question. At this moment, many images flashed through Bao Lin's mind. There was the image of when he first entered the mathematics school and studied under Li Zixuan. There was the image of Li Zixuan waving his arms and shouting on the field when Yanhuang College opened last year. There was also the image of when Li Zixuan taught him and Cheng Chumo Taiji Fist at the academy. There was also the image of Wu Jie attacking Yunshan at night and him and the academy's teachers and students risking their lives to protect Yanhuang College. At this moment, Bao Lin suddenly realized that he had experienced so many things in the past year. He loved Yunshan deeply and wanted to become stronger under Li Zixuan's guidance and Cheng Chumo's company. He knew that he wasn't as talented as Li Zixuan and Cheng Chumo. That was why he had been training hard since he joined the Black Armored Army. He worked harder than anyone else because he didn't want to fall behind. Besides, this time, he and Cheng Chumo had joined the Black Armored Army not only to protect Li Zixuan, but also to serve the country on behalf of the academy's teachers and students. He hadn't even entered the battlefield yet, but he was already falling behind. How could he accept that? He couldn't lose this battle. Not only was he afraid of letting down his brothers in the E Battalion, but he also didn't want to embarrass Yanhuang College. "Yuchi Bao Lin, do you want to admit defeat?" Seeing that Bao Lin still didn't move, the referee raised his voice and asked again. If Bao Lin didn't have his eyes on his pillow and his chest still rising and falling, the referee would have thought that he had fainted from his injuries. Bao Lin still didn't move. "Yuchi." The referee paused and was about to ask one last time before announcing the result of the battle. But just as he opened his mouth, Bao Lin's lips suddenly moved. "I haven't lost yet. I won't admit defeat." Chapter 2070. Is Bao Lin about to break through? At the back of the arena, the members of the Wu Battalion also noticed the change in Bao Lin's condition. Shen Mu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Cheng Chumo's mouth was also agape in shock. His eyes were fixed on Bao Lin. Then he said enviously, "F***CK. I finally caught up with Bao Lin after so much effort. Who knew that this kid was about to break through again?" In terms of martial arts talent, Cheng Chumo was indeed slightly better than Yuchi Bao Lin. However, this guy was too lazy. Before entering Yanhuang College, Cheng Chumo's martial arts realm had always been hovering around the mid-stage of the body-refining realm. Because of this, his father, Cheng Yaojin, had often scolded his son for being a good-for-nothing and a disgrace to the Tang dynasty's family of generals. Later, Cheng Chumo entered Yanhuang College. In order to improve Cheng Chumo's strength, Chang Yaojin often came to the college to serve as the military training instructor and personally trained Cheng Chumo. Later, the bearded man accidentally joined Yanhuang College and became the martial arts instructor of the college. He also became Cheng Chumo's half-master. In the end, after going through that tough military training and the bearded man's meticulous training, Cheng Chumo's martial arts realm finally improved by leaps and bounds. He reached the Qi transformation realm and caught up with Yuchi Baolin, who was also a second-generation general. Cheng Yaojin was finally slightly satisfied. Cheng Chumo thought that after catching up with Baolin in terms of martial arts, he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief and relax for a long time. However, now that Baolin had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, the beautiful vision in his heart was clearly about to be shattered. The kid from the Jingda clan has always been honest. To have such strength at such a young age, this is really unexpected. Below the arena, Li Er could also see Bao Lin's current situation. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Li Zixuan retracted his gaze from the arena. His expression was thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Although Bao Lin's comprehension is a little lacking, he excels in his diligence. Whether it's during normal times or recently in the military camp, he has always been more hardworking than others. As the saying goes, diligence makes up for stupidity. This child's unexpected breakthrough today can be considered as a result of his hard work. I'm not too surprised." Hearing that, Li Er smiled and said, "N, you're right. This brat's stubbornness takes after Jingda." Duan Jishuan chuckled and echoed, "Ha!" For Bao Lin to have such strength was the fortune of the great Tang's family of generals. This means that Brother Yuchi has a successor, and also means that my great Tang's family of generals also has a successor in the future. This old man congratulates your majesty." Li Er laughed heartily. Qiu Xingong, who was at the side, forced a smile, but his old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Speaking of which, in today's combat competition, his 2nd Battalion had suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose soldiers and generals, but because of Li Er's punishment, not a single team had made it to the finals. Thus, they had become the battalion with the worst results among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. He was afraid that after today, the 2nd Battalion would become the laughingstock of the other battalions. That was not all. Qiu Xingong could only blame himself for his bad luck. Who asked him to meet with Li Er's gun muzzle? What made Qiu Xingong feel the most vexed was that he had originally thought that the battle with the A Battalion in the finals would cause the most damage to the experts of the Wu Battalion. This would also be beneficial for the battle between the 2nd Battalion and the Wu Battalion 2 days later. But, facing the strongest team of the A Battalion, Cheng Chumo had defeated Lin Feng and didn't suffer any serious injuries. Now, Yuchi Baolin, who had been severely injured by Tian Wu and couldn't get up, had unexpectedly broken through during the battle. The breakthrough of a martial artist's realm would not only increase their strength, it would also heal some of the internal and external injuries of the body. This meant that after this battle, Yuchi Baolin only needed to rest for 1 or 2 days, and it wouldn't affect his ability to participate in the military competition 2 days later. And at that time, Baolin's strength would be 1 level higher than before. Could also be considered as increasing the combat power of the Wu Battalion. Therefore, Qiu Xingong didn't have the mood to be happy about Baolin's breakthrough. It was already good enough that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Chapter 2071. In the 2nd round of the competition, Tian Wu had been the one taking the initiative to attack, while Bao Lin had been defending passively. Bao Lin would only attack Tian Wu if he could find a good opportunity while defending. If he couldn't find a good opportunity, he could only take a beating. But now that Bao Lin had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm by chance, Bao Lin was no longer weaker than Tian Wu in terms of strength. In addition, Tian Wu had exhausted most of his true Qi in order to defeat Bao Lin, while Bao Lin had just broken through and his aura was at its peak. Under these circumstances, the scales of victory were gradually tipping towards Bao Lin's side. Tian Wu frowned when he saw Bao Lin taking the initiative to attack. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he cautiously chose to defend first. He placed his left palm behind his right palm and met Bao Lin's left fist. Bam! The fist and palm collided in the air, producing a dull sound. Tianwu was very glad that he had chosen a conservative strategy. Bao Lin's punch was much stronger than he had imagined, and it was also very fast. If he had rushed to attack Bao Lin and chosen to attack, he would have been seriously injured by Bao Lin's punch. Bao Lin was already very strong. Now that he had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had more than doubled. How could Tianwu, who had already used up most of his strength, withstand Bao Lin's powerful punch? He was forced back more than 10 steps by Bao Lin's punch before he could stabilize himself. This was the difference in strength brought about by one small stage. Bao Lin, who had broken through, was simply too strong. Tianwu had a bad feeling. He wondered if he would lose this round. If that happened, he would really become the laughingstock of the entire 1st Battalion. He couldn't lose, especially not to Bao Lin, who had just joined the Black Armored Army as a rookie. Tianwu gritted his teeth and shook his slightly numb wrist. He took a deep breath and stomped his feet. His entire body was like a ray of light as he sped towards the Bao Lin's location. Bao Lin's strength was no longer weaker than his. In fact, Bao Lin was even stronger than him in some aspects. Tianwu felt that his only advantage was his speed. He had to use his speed advantage to attack and quickly injure Bao Lin. Only then would he have a chance of winning. If he stayed put and defended passively, he would definitely lose. After all, in terms of strength and defense, he was no match for Bao Lin. Seeing Tianwu take the initiative to attack, Bao Lin wasn't afraid. After all, his current strength was no longer the same as before. It wouldn't be so easy for Tianwu to injure him again. Bao Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Tianwu's figure. He secretly circulated his true qi, preparing to defend and counterattack at any moment. Even though more than half of his true qi had been consumed, Tianwu's speed was still very fast. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived 3 meters in front of Bao Lin. However, he didn't attack directly. Instead, he moved slightly and flashed once more. In the next moment, 4 Tianwus appeared around Bao Lin. Moreover, these 4 Tianwus actually used the same move to attack Bao Lin. Phantom. Previously, when Tianwu's figure moved too quickly, people would often see a series of afterimages. However, this phenomenon could no longer be called an afterimage. It was an illusion that could attack people. Chapter 2072. In the arena of the Black Armored Army's camp, Tianwu, who had been sent flying, retreated a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. He was kneeling on one knee, and his right arm was hanging limply. He looked like he had no strength left. He was about to raise his head when he felt something sweet in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What he couldn't understand was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his ultimate trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tianwu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue Tianwu, because Tianwu had always treated him with respect during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to take advantage of this opportunity to heavily injure Tianwu. He lifted his feet and walked towards Tianwu at a leisurely pace. He wanted to pull Tianwu up from the ground. "How did you find me?" A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tianwu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was about to reach out to him. This was the biggest question in his mind. Even if he had lost the competition, he had to figure it out. Bao Lin was slightly taken aback by Tianwu's question. He scratched his head subconsciously and replied, "Although your movements are very powerful, and each of your phantoms looks very real, I can't feel any murderous aura from the other phantoms. I can't say it's murderous aura, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Anyway, I just feel that you're more alive than the other 3 phantoms." Bao Lin's words were without rhyme or reason. Others might not know what he was talking about, but Tianwu got what Bao Lin was trying to say. His expression changed slightly, and his body trembled. After being stunned for a moment, Tianwu muttered to himself in a daze, "That's right. I'm more alive than the phantoms. Alive? Haha, so that's how it is. I get it now." Tianwu's dazed eyes gradually became clear. He was about to stand up, but Bao Lin quickly squatted down, grabbed his arm, and pulled him up from the ground. Ift. In the black armored army's camp on the arena, Tianwu, who had been sent flying, retreated more than 10 steps before he finally stabilized himself. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee with his right arm hanging down naturally. He looked like he had no strength left. Just as he was about to raise his head, he suddenly felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What puzzled him even more was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tianwu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't seize the opportunity to attack him, because Tianwu had always treated Bao Lin courteously during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to seize this opportunity to heavily injure Tianwu. He lifted his foot and walked unhurriedly in the direction where Tianwu was. He wanted to pull the ladder up from the ground. How did you find me?" A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tianwu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was standing in front of him and was about to reach out his hand. Chapter 2073. Bao Lin's unexpected victory gave the other members of the Wu Battalion a great boost of morale. Everyone gathered together and celebrated for a long time. At this time, the referee walked towards them. Shinmu was facing the direction where he could see the referee walking over. He quickly said to everyone, "Let's go." "All right, Bao Lin's victory over Tianwu is worth celebrating, but don't forget that this match is a best-of-5 match system. We have only won 2 matches so far. We need to win one more match to be considered successful." Shinmu paused for a moment, glancing at Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, then continued, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. At first, I felt that we were already satisfied to be able to enter the finals, because I knew that the few teams standing in front of us, especially the first team of the 1st Battalion, were much stronger than us. It was impossible for us to get the first place. However, Chumo and Bao Lin relied on their unyielding willpower to win 2 matches for our team. Now, if I still aim to enter the finals, how can I be worthy of Chumo and Bao Lin's sacrifice? So, brothers, we only have one goal now, and that is to get first place. Although Team I is strong, we only need to win one more match to defeat them." Hearing Shunmu's words, Wang Rong and Xiaoming both got excited. They waved their fists and said in unison, "That's right, we must get first place." The referee walked over at this time. He looked at Shunmu and asked, "Captain Shun, who from your team will go up for this round?" This was the 3rd round. According to the round, it was Team I. Wu Camp's turn to send out a member first. Hearing this, Wang Rong looked at Shinmu and volunteered, "Captain Shun, let me go up for the next round." Logically speaking, he should be the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. Previously, Chumo and Bao Lin had won 2 matches in a row, which gave Wang Rong a lot of motivation and confidence. He felt that if Chumo and Bao Lin could do it, then he would be able to do it as well. And just now, Shinmu had said that as long as they won one more match, then they would be considered to have successfully defended their position. And as the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion on the surface, he had also received a lot of care in the previous matches, so he didn't participate much in the matches, which allowed him to preserve his strength. Now was the time for him to contribute to his team. Chun Mu hadn't spoken when Xiao Ming retorted, "No, let me do it. If the other party sees old Wang beside us, Dijong Sun will definitely take action personally." Dijong Sun. This name was the most insurmountable mountain in their hearts. Although Wang Rong was the strongest person on their side, if he were to go up against Dijong Sun, he would not have the slightest chance of victory. Wang Rong frowned and said, Impossible! In all the previous matches, Di Zhongsun had never made a move. It's only the third round now, and it's not the last round yet. How can he make an exception and fight? Obviously, Wang Rong knew that he couldn't beat Di Zhongsun, but he didn't think that Di Zhongsun would make an exception in the third round. Wouldn't that be breaking the rule of bullying the weak? As an expert in the military, how could Di Zhongsun not have this bit of pride? Xiao Ming retorted again. Just because he didn't attack before doesn't mean that he won't attack now. Now that they've lost 2 matches in a row, and the players they sent out for those 2 matches weren't weak. Now that you're on the field, how could Di Zhongsun not make a move? If he still doesn't make a move, their team will be directly eliminated. Chapter 2074. Captain, they have sent Wang Rong, who is going up on our side. On the other side, after seeing Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak. Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with that Wang Rong. A tanned, middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Di Zhongsun. Although he was the same as Wang Rong and was also in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage, he was confident that he could beat Wang Rong. Needless to say, the soldiers of the A camp were all very confident. Di Zhongsun frowned and didn't speak. At this moment, the referee had already walked in front of them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going up on your side?" Di Zhongsun pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "I'll go up." What? After saying this, the few members of the A camp and the referee were all shocked. After all, in the previous few rounds of the competition, Di Zhongsun had never gone up on stage. Why would he personally go up on stage in the third round this time? Di Zhongsun didn't care about the shocked attitude of the crowd. He casually moved his arms and sighed, "Hey, watching the few of you fight so many rounds below, my hands have been itching for a long time. Now that our side has lost 2 rounds in a row, I can't continue to watch from the sidelines. Or else if we lose another round, our team will be directly eliminated. Haha, that's good too. Now I finally have the chance to go up on stage, and no one will say that I'm bullying the weak." At the end of his speech, Di Zhongsun actually started laughing heartily. It seems like in his heart, he completely didn't take the first 2 rounds of the A camp's first team's loss seriously. He was even a little glad that Lin Feng and Tian Wu failed. Because of this, he, a Qi transforming advanced stage expert, could finally legitimately go up the stage to compete, and he wouldn't be accused of bullying the weak. After all, he is a Qi transforming stage expert. There are very few people in the army who can match him. Only those middle and high-ranking generals who have experienced hundreds of battles can fight with him. Captain, they have sent Wang Rong, who's going up on our side. On the other side, after the A camp saw Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak. Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with Wang Rong. A tanned, middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Di Zhongsun. Although he and Wang Rong were both at the middle stage of Qi condensation, he was confident that he could defeat Wang Rong. It had to be said that the soldiers of the A battalion were all very confident. Di Zhongsun frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, the referee walked up to them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going to fight on your side?" Di Zhongsun pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll go." What? When those words were spoken, the members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Zhongsun had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Zhongsun had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Zhongsun had said the same words. Chapter 2075. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Di Zhongsun spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Di Zhongsun was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash, he charged towards Di Zhongsun. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He simply used his body as a weapon and used the mountain lean to slam into Di Zhongsun's waist. Di Zhongsun narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Di Zhongsun frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaim, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he planned to take Wang Rong's move head-on, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now he was actually pushed back several steps by Wang Rong's move. This showed that Wang Rong indeed had some strength. Wang Rong didn't know what Di Zhongsun was thinking. When he heard Di Zhongsun's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Di Zhongsun was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in the mountain lean. But Di Zhongsun only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. When Di Zhongsun said, "Not bad," at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Di Zhongsun was being sarcastic. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Di Zhongsun spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Di Zhongsun was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash, he charged towards Di Zhongsun. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He only used his body as a weapon and used the mountain lean to slam into Di Zhongsun's waist. Di Zhongsun narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Di Zhongsun frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaimed, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he decided to take on Wang Rong's attack, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now he was forced to take a few steps back by Wang Rong's attack. This showed that Wang Rong was indeed quite strong. Wang Rong didn't know what Di Zhongsun was thinking. Anyway, after hearing Di Zhongsun's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Di Zhongsun was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in the mountain lean. But Di Zhongsun only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. Hearing Di Zhongsun say, "Not bad," at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Di Zhongsun was being sarcastic. Chapter 2076. Di Zhongsun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th battalions. Therefore, from the start, this match could only be considered as a normal exchange of martial arts, and not a duel where one gave their all. Wang Rong wouldn't be like Chang Chumo and Bao Lin, who didn't care about anything on the stage. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would still try his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he still reserved a portion of his strength for defense, to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was because of this reason that Di Zhongsun didn't feel satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong wasn't as interesting as fighting with Chang Chumo and Bao Lin. At least Chang Chumo and Bao Lin would give their all and exchange injuries with him, while Wang Rong wouldn't. But even so, Di Zhongsun still didn't cause any serious injuries to Wang Rong, and when the match was set, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice. 1st Battalion, 1st Team. 3rd round, Di Zhongsun wins. The referee's hearing was good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he hurriedly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round. At least it wasn't out of my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you will have to fight with me again. Di Zhongsun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th Battalions. Therefore, from the very beginning, this competition could only be regarded as a normal exchange of pointers in martial arts, and not an all-out duel. Wang Rong would not be like Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, who were fearless in the ring. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would do his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he would also reserve a portion of his strength for defense to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhai Zhongsun was not satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong was not as interesting as fighting with Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin would go all out and trade injuries with him, but Wang Rong would not. Even so, Di Zhongsun didn't go overboard and didn't inflict any serious injuries on Wang Rong. Moreover, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice when victory was certain. 1st Battalion, 1st Team. 3rd round, Di Zhongsun wins. The referee's hearing was pretty good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he quickly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round is finally within my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you will have to fight with me again. Di Zhongsun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face. Chapter 2077. Before the start of the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected that it would be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would take away the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 matches in a row, with a huge advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the 1st Team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously. The process of this match was really full of twists and turns, causing the spectating soldiers to feel a wave of emotions. A match that required 3 wins out of 5 matches had now become a deciding match. In the last match, the captains of both teams didn't even need to consider who to send out, because there was only 1 member left from each team that hadn't gone up yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted out, "The 5th round of the A Battalion's challenge, the 1st Team of the A Battalion, Han Chong, versus the 1st Team of the E Battalion, Shin Mu. Match begin." Han Chong was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shin Mu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. His strength was weaker than Han Chong, but Shin Mu was good at adapting and strategizing, so there might be a miracle. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the strong in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chong and Shin Mu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the 1st Team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the 1st Team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the 1st Team of the E Battalion in the first few matches, but in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the 1st Team of the A Battalion to go up, Han Chong actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the 1st Team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the 1st Team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughingstock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely couldn't lose this match. Before the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected it to be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would directly take down the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 rounds in a row, with a limitless advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the first team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the first team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the first team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously. The process of this competition was really full of twists and turns, causing the hearts of the spectating soldiers to rise and fall. A best-of-5 match had now become a deciding game. In the last game, the captains of both teams did not need to consider who to send out, because there was only one player left from each team who had not appeared yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted, "Let's go!" The 5th round of the A Camp's challenge. Team 1 Han Chong of the A Camp versus Team 1 Shin Mu of the E Camp. Begin. Han Chong was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shin Mu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. In terms of strength, he was weaker than Han Chong. But Shin Mu was good at adapting and strategizing, so a miracle might happen. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the stronger team in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chong and Shin Mu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the first team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the first team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the first team of the E Battalion in the first few matches. But in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the first team of the A Battalion to appear, Han Chong actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the first team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the first team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughingstock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely could not lose this match. Oh! Chapter 2078. Shin Mu was not related to Li Zixuan in any way, and he was not a student of Yanhuang College. Hence, he had never seen Taiji Fist before today, let alone know how to use it. However, after watching Cheng Chumo fight against Lin Feng, Shin Mu had learned how to leverage his opponent's strength. Of course, he only learned how to leverage. In this aspect, he was definitely not as good as Cheng Chumo. However, even if he only learned a little, it was enough to deal with Han Chong in front of him. At that moment, Shin Mu was forced to the edge of the ring. If he took half a step back, he would fall out of the ring. How could Han Chong miss such a good opportunity? He channeled all the true Qi in his body into his right arm and fiercely smashed it towards Shin Mu's chest. He was confident that even Shin Mu at his peak would not be able to withstand this punch, not to mention that Shin Mu was injured and his true Qi was almost depleted. The final result was that Shin Mu would very likely be directly blasted out of the arena by this punch. At that time, he would win the match and become the hero of the A Battalion's glory. Thinking of this, Han Chong's face flushed with excitement. Looking at his fist moving forward, getting closer and closer to Shin Mu's chest, he could almost see Shin Mu falling out of the ring. But at that moment, something strange happened. Facing Han Chong's fierce and overbearing punch, Shin Mu's eyes focused. He stretched out his hands like lightning and met Han Chong's fist. In fact, from the beginning, Han Chong's punching speed was not particularly fast in Shin Mu's eyes. Shin Mu could keep up with Han Chong's speed, but he could not block Han Chong's moves because Han Chong's strength was too strong. Now, although Han Chong's fist was very close to Shin Mu could reach out before Han Chong's fist arrived. Shin Mu was not related to Li Zixuan in any way, and he was not a student of Yanhuang College. So, before today he had never seen Taiji Fist, let alone know how to use it. However, after watching Cheng Chumo fight against Lin Feng, Shin Mu had learned how to leverage his opponent's strength. Of course, he only learned how to leverage. On this point, he was definitely not as good as Cheng Chumo. But, even if he only learned a little, it was enough to deal with Han Chong in front of him. At that moment, Shin Mu was forced to the edge of the ring. If he took another half a step back, he would fall out of the ring. How could Han Chong miss such a good opportunity? He poured all his true Qi into his right arm and punched toward Shin Mu's chest. He was confident that even if Shin Mu in his peak condition, he would not be able to withstand this punch, not to mention that Shin Mu was injured and had his true Qi was almost depleted. In the end, Shin Mu was to fall out of the ring punched. By then, he would become the hero to the A battalions. This But at that moment, there was a sudden change. In the face of Han Chang's ferocious and overbearing punch, Shin Mu's eyes narrowed. He stretched out both his hands at lightning speed to meet Han Chang's fist. In fact, from the beginning, the speed of Han Chang's punches was not particularly fast in Shin Mu's eyes. Shin Mu could keep up with Han Chang's speed, but he could not withstand Han Chang's moves because Han Chang's strength was too strong. Now, although Han Chang's fist was very close to Shin Mu was able to reach out before Han Chang's fist arrived. Chapter 2079. Shin Mu and Han Chang were both judged to have failed, which meant that the first team of the E Battalion and the first team of the A Battalion would be eliminated at the same time. The second team of the E Battalion that hadn't had a chance to fight had won without a fight and became the champion of this combat tournament. This kind of result couldn't be described as unexpected anymore. Before the start of the finals, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. I have no objections. Facing Duan Jishuan's judgment, Shin Mu was the first to reply. From his point of view, although this result was out of his expectation, it was still something he could accept. After all, the members of the second team of the 5th Battalion were also members of the 5th Battalion. No matter which team won first place, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion would share in the glory. Speaking of which, if he didn't die together with Han Chang, then the final result might be different, because after they were eliminated, Team 1 would become the new champion of the arena. At that time, even if all the members of Team 1 were injured, Team 2 would have no chance of winning. If that was the case, the champion of the competition would be Team 1 of Team 1. Therefore, Shin Mu naturally had no objections to Duan Jishuan's judgment. But Han Chang had an objection. He clearly remembered that he landed on the ground one step later than Shin Mu. He didn't think too much about it and subconsciously thought that Shin Mu would fly out of the arena before him. Just as he was about to refute, someone spoke first. We have no objections. It was Di Zhangsun. He saw that Han Chang was slightly unconvinced and even wanted to refute. He quickly spoke first and glanced at Han Chang with a meaningful look. We have no objections. Seeing that Di Zhangsun jumped out to support Duan Jishuan's judgment, and even gave him a meaningful look, Han Chang still faced Duan Jishuan's direction and bowed. Good. If that's the case, then this fighting competition will end here. First place, Team 2, Team 1 and Team 2 are tied for second place. Fourth place, Team 2, Team 2, Team 4, Team 1, Team 4. The top 5 teams will receive their rewards from Army Constable Lee according to the reward rules that were set in advance. As for the teams that didn't get a good ranking, I hope that you will work harder and make persistent efforts in the following training. Shin Mu and Han Chang were both judged to have failed, which meant that the first team of the E Battalion and the first team of the A Battalion would be eliminated at the same time. The second team of the E Battalion that hadn't had a chance to fight had won without a fight and became the champion of this combat tournament. This kind of result could no longer be described as unexpected. Before the start of the finals, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. I have no objections. Faced with Duan Jishuan's judgment, Shin Mu was the first to reply with cupped fists. From his point of view, although this result was out of his expectation, it was still something he could accept. After all, the members of the second team of the 5th Battalion were also members of the 5th Battalion. No matter which team won first place, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion would share in the glory. Speaking of which, if he hadn't perished together with Han Chang, the final outcome might have been different, because after they were eliminated, the first team of the A Battalion would become the new champion of the arena. At that time, even if the members of the first team of the A Battalion were all injured, the second team of the V Battalion would have no chance of winning. In that case, the champion of the competition would be the first team of the A Battalion. Therefore, Shin Mu naturally didn't have any objections to Duan Jishuan's judgment. But Han Chang had an objection. He clearly remembered that he had landed on the ground one step later than Shin Mu. He didn't think too much about it and subconsciously thought that Shin Mu would definitely fly out of the arena before him. Just as he was about to refute, someone else spoke first. We have no objections. Chapter 2080. Boss Zhai, I was the one who landed later. Why did we get eliminated together with the first team of the Wu Battalion? Almost all the top 5 teams in the fighting competition were celebrating, except for the first team of the A Battalion. They entered the competition with the mentality of fighting for the first place. But in the end, they only got second place. Facing this result, they naturally didn't have the mood to celebrate. The few of them came to the side of the drill ground. Han Chong finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. Di Zhongsun turned his head and looked at Han Chong. Then he said unhappily, "Why haven't you improved? No matter if it's on or off the ring, after so many years, you haven't improved at all." Hearing this, Han Chong couldn't help but be confused. He asked doubtfully, "Boss Zhai, what do you mean by this?" Di Zhongsun looked away and replied indifferently, "Humph, what can it mean? In the ring, Shin Mu's strength was obviously not as good as yours. But you were too anxious to succeed, causing you to lose control at the crucial moment. After you landed on the ring, you didn't even know who was the first to leave the ring. Who told you that the one who landed later must be the one who flew out later? You're a bystander, but I saw it clearly. Not only did Shin Mu not fly out of the ring before you, he even flew out later than you. If we really want to look deeper, the winner of the last match will be the first team of the E Battalion. The only team that will be eliminated will be us." "What? Shin Mu flew out of the ring later than me? How is that possible?" Hearing this, Han Chong widened his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. At this time, Tianwu said, "Hey, Han Chong, you don't even trust old Zhai's judgment. Who else can you trust? Since old Zhai said so, then Shin Mu must have flown out of the ring later than you." "Boss Zhai, I was the one who landed later. Why did we get eliminated together with the first team of the E Battalion?" Almost all the top 5 teams in the fighting competition were celebrating, except for the first team of the A Battalion, because they entered the competition with the mentality of fighting for the first place. But in the end, they only got second place. Facing this result, they naturally didn't have the mood to celebrate. The few of them came to the side of the drill ground. This time, Han Chong finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. Di Zhongsun turned his head and glanced at Han Chong, then said angrily, "Why haven't you grown up yet? No matter if it's on or off the stage, he hasn't improved at all after so many years." When Han Chong heard that, he could not help but be confused. He asked doubtfully, "Boss Zhai, what do you mean by this?" Di Zhongsun shifted his gaze elsewhere and replied indifferently, "Humph, what meaning could there be? In the arena, Shin Mu's strength was obviously inferior to yours, but you were in a hurry to succeed, causing you to be unable to control your strength at the crucial moment. After you fell off the arena, you didn't even know who was the first to leave the arena. Who told you that those who landed later would definitely fly out of the ring later? You're a bystander, but I saw it clearly from the side. Not only did Shin Mu not fly out of the stage before you, he even flew out a moment later than you. If we really want to get to the bottom of this, the winner of the last match will be the first team of the Wu Battalion, and only our team will be eliminated." "What? Shin Mu flew out of the arena a moment later than me? How is that possible?" Hearing this, Han Chong widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. At this time, Tianwu opened his mouth and said, "Hey, Han Chong, you don't even trust old Zhai's judgment. Who else can you trust? Since old Zhai said so, then Shin Mu must have flown out of the arena a moment later than you." Chapter 2081. This? Suddenly hearing that Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition 2 days later, Qiu Xingong was stunned. He stood there in a daze. It was said that the military competition 2 days later was what he relied on the most to topple Li Zixuan. But now, Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition. This was asking for Qiu Xingong's old life. Qiu Xingong stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing how to respond to Li Er's words. Seeing that Qiu Xingong didn't reply for a long time, Li Er couldn't help but frown as a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. Actually, canceling the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion 2 days later was a chance for Qiu Xingong to redeem himself. If Qiu Xingong still didn't take the overall situation into consideration and didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he would be too disappointed. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject will follow your orders. Noticing the displeasure in Li Er's eyes, Qiu Xingong instantly recalled the warning Li Er gave him in the morning. He instantly shivered and hurriedly cupped his fist and replied. Even though he was extremely unwilling, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to agree with Li Er's suggestion. The punishment Li Er gave to the 2nd Battalion in today's military competition was already a warning to him. At this time, if he still disobeyed Li Er, his good days would be coming to an end. Qiu Xingong, who had been in the imperial court for many years, still had this bit of political awareness. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zishuan's voice of objection sounded from the side. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this is inappropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, What? What else do you have in mind? This? Suddenly hearing that Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition 2 days later, Qiu Xingong was stunned. He stood there in a daze. It was said that the military competition 2 days later was what he relied on the most to topple Li Zishuan. But now, Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition. This was asking for Qiu Xingong's old life. Qiu Xingong stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing how to respond to Li Er's words. Seeing that Qiu Xingong didn't reply for a long time, Li Er couldn't help but frown and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. Actually, canceling the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion 2 days later was a chance for Qiu Xingong to redeem himself. If Qiu Xingong still didn't take the overall situation into consideration and didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he would be too disappointed. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject will follow your orders. Noticing the displeasure in Li Er's eyes, Qiu Xingong instantly recalled the warning Li Er gave him in the morning. He instantly shivered and hurriedly cupped his fist and replied. No matter how unwilling he was, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to agree with Li Er's suggestion. The punishment Li Er gave to the 2nd Battalion in the military competition today was already a warning to him. At this time, if he still disobeyed Li Er, his good days would be coming to an end. Qiu Xingong, who had been in the imperial court for many years, still had this bit of political awareness. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zishuan's voice of objection sounded from the side. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this is inappropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, What? What else do you have in mind? Chapter 2082. Li Zishuan had never led an army before, but Li Zishuan had. Furthermore, he was more experienced than most of the generals in the imperial court. Thus, while Li Zishuan might not be able to see the superiority of the new drill code, Old Man Song could see it clearly. However, since Li Zishuan insisted on pushing for the competition between the 2 battalions, Old Man Song could not say much. After all, there were only 2 days left before the competition. It would be good to let Qiu Xingong give up completely through this competition. However, Old Li had also prepared a backup plan for Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong in advance. That was, even if the Wu battalion lost in the military competition, they couldn't completely abolish the new drill in the Black Armored Army. At most, they could make some improvements on the existing foundation, but they couldn't completely abolish it. Obviously, Li Er had realized that the old drill code was already outdated in the face of new equipment. The new drill code was obviously more efficient and more reasonable. Your Majesty, are we going back to the palace? After leaving the Black Armored Army's camp, Zhao Song saw that Li Er was in a good mood and asked softly. No one knew better than Zhao Song the reason why Li Er had left the palace today. He knew that other than watching the martial arts competition, Li Er had another reason for coming to the Black Armored Army. Zhao Song thought that Li Er would have lunch in the camp before leaving. However, the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army ended a little early. If they were to return to the palace at this time, Empress Zhongsun would definitely look for Li Er. Thus, Zhao Song could not make up his mind and could only ask. Li Er smiled and said, "Of course we're going back to the palace. Let's go." After saying that, Li Er flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk out. Li Zishuan had never led an army before, but Li Er had. Furthermore, he had more experience than most of the generals in the imperial court. Thus, while Li Zishuan might not be able to see the superiority of the new drill code, Old Man Song, as an expert, could see it clearly. However, since Li Zishuan insisted on pushing forward the competition between the two battalions, he couldn't say anything. After all, there were only 2 days left before the competition. It would be good for Qiu Xingong to give up completely through this competition. However, Old Li had also prepared a backup plan for Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong in advance. That was, even if the Wu battalion lost in the military competition, they couldn't completely abolish the new drill in the Black Armored Army. At most, they could make some improvements on the existing foundation, but they couldn't completely abolish it. Obviously, Li Er had realized that in the face of new equipment, the old drill manuals were already outdated. The new drill manuals were obviously more efficient and more reasonable. "Your Majesty, are we returning to the palace?" After leaving the Black Armored Army's camp, Zhao Song saw that Li Er was in a good mood and asked softly. No one knew better than Zhao Song the reason why Li Er left the palace today. He knew that other than watching the martial arts competition, Li Er had another reason for coming to the Black Armored Army. To hide from the Empress. Zhao Song thought that Li Er would have lunch in the camp before leaving. However, the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army ended a little early today. If they were to return to the palace at this time, Empress Zhongsun would definitely come looking for Li Er. Thus, Zhao Song couldn't make up his mind and could only ask. Li Er smiled and said, "Of course we're returning to the palace. Let's go." After saying that, Li Er flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk out. Chapter 2083. Reporting to Your Imperial Highness. His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. Within the Nijing Hall, a palace maid hurriedly ran in and bowed to Empress Zhongsun, who was reclining on the couch. Behind Empress Zhongsun stood a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a pink dress. She was currently using a pair of spotlessly white fists to carefully massage Empress Zhongsun's shoulders. This young girl was Princess Changle. This morning, when she came to pay respects to Empress Zhongsun, she saw that the worry on Empress Zhongsun's face was difficult to conceal. Thus, she asked Empress Zhongsun if something had happened that made her unhappy. Empress Zhongsun did not want her beloved daughter to worry. Moreover, the matter regarding Li Tai was only a guess in her heart. The matter had not yet been completely confirmed. As a result, she only said that she did not rest well last night and did not tell Changle the truth. Changle's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see that her mother was concealing something from her. However, since Empress Zhongsun was unwilling to speak the truth, she could not force her. She could only superficially believe Empress Zhongsun's excuse. However, Changle did not leave. She was careful. Using the excuse that she had not spoken with Imperial Mother for many days, she stayed behind to accompany Imperial Mother. What? His Imperial Majesty has returned? Empress Zhongsun, who was quietly reclining on the couch, immediately sat up in shock. She stood up, looked at the palace maid, and hurriedly asked, "Where is His Imperial Majesty now?" Seeing that Empress Zhongsun had such an intense reaction upon hearing that Li Tai had returned to the palace, Changle could not help but feel curious. Her eyes suspiciously looked at Empress Zhongsun's back, a pensive expression on her face. Hearing the anxiety in Empress Zhongsun's voice, the palace maid promptly replied, "Reporting to Your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has just entered the Gate of Heaven Influence. It seems that he is going to the Hall of Sweet Nectar." This servant saw that His Imperial Majesty had returned to the palace and hurried back to report. As for where His Imperial Majesty is now, this servant does not know. This palace maid was not monitoring the Emperor's movements. In fact, under normal circumstances, even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to do so. However, this was what Empress Zhongsun had instructed her to do. She did not dare to disobey. Reporting to your Imperial Highness. His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. In the Lijiang Hall, a palace maid hurriedly ran in and bowed to Empress Zhongsun, who was reclining on the couch. Behind Empress Zhongsun stood a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a pink dress. She was currently using a pair of spotlessly white fists to carefully massage Empress Zhongsun's shoulders. This young girl was Princess Changle. When she came to pay respects to Empress Zhongsun this morning, she saw that the worry between Empress Zhongsun's brows was difficult to hide. She asked Empress Zhongsun if there was something that made her unhappy. Empress Zhongsun didn't want her beloved daughter to worry. Besides, the matter of Li Tai was only a guess in her heart. The matter hadn't been completely confirmed, so she only said that she didn't rest well last night and didn't tell Zhongli the truth. Changle's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see that her mother was hiding something from her. However, since Empress Zhongsun was unwilling to tell the truth, she couldn't force her. She could only believe Empress Zhongsun's excuse on the surface. However, Changle didn't leave. She was careful. She made an excuse that, "I haven't talked to my mother for many days. I want to stay and accompany my mother." She stayed. What? His Imperial Majesty has returned? Empress Zhongsun, who was quietly reclining on the couch, immediately sat up in shock upon hearing this. She stood up, looked at the young palace maid, and hurriedly asked, "Where is His Imperial Majesty now?" Seeing that Empress Zhongsun had such an intense reaction upon hearing that Li Tai had returned to the palace, Changle couldn't help but feel curious. Her eyes suspiciously looked at Empress Zhongsun's back, a pensive expression on her face. Hearing the anxiety in Empress Zhongsun's voice, the young palace maid hurriedly replied, "Reporting to your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has just entered the gate of heaven influence. It seems that he is going to the Hall of Sweet Nectar." This servant saw His Imperial Majesty return to the palace and hurried back to report. As for where His Imperial Majesty is now, this servant doesn't know. Chapter 2084. Oh! In the Nijing Hall, Changle originally wanted to stay and listen to what had happened to make Empress Zhongsun so anxious. However, she didn't expect Li Er to rudely order her to leave as soon as he arrived. Even though Changle was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to openly disobey Li Er. She could only curl her lips in displeasure. After bowing to Li Er, she turned and left the hall. "Your Majesty, can you tell me what happened last night?" Changle left the palace, and the door was closed again. Empress Zhongsun could not wait to ask. Last night, she and Li Er were already asleep, but Zhao Song came in a hurry, saying that there was urgent news. Li Er went out to talk to Zhao Song alone for a while before returning to the room. She asked Li Er what had happened, but Li Er only said that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then he said that he was sleepy and fell asleep. Although Li Er said so, her woman's intuition told her that things were not so simple. However, Li Er was already asleep, and she could not continue to ask. She could only wait until this morning. In the morning, when she asked again, Li Er told her that he would give her an answer after the morning court. She sat quietly in the Lijiang Palace, waiting for Li Er's answer. Who knew that Li Er would sneak out of the palace after the morning court? Faced with Li Er's shameless behavior, Empress Zhongsun was both angry and worried. The more Li Er avoided her, the more it meant that what had happened last night was too important. Moreover, it was very likely that it was news about her son, Li Tai. That was why Li Er was unwilling to tell her. "Your Highness, you..." At this moment, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the palace. After Changle left the palace, she did not go far immediately. Instead, she squatted outside the door and secretly eavesdropped. Oh! In the Nijing Hall, Changle originally wanted to stay and listen to what had happened to make Empress Zhongsun so anxious. However, she didn't expect Li Er to rudely order her to leave as soon as he arrived. Even though Changle was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to openly disobey Li Er. She could only curl her lips in displeasure. After bowing to Li Er, she turned and left the hall. "Your Majesty, can you tell me what happened last night?" Empress Zhongsun asked impatiently as soon as Changle left the hall and the door was closed. Last night, she and Li'er had already fallen asleep, but Zhao Song had rushed over, saying that he had urgent news. Li'er had gone out to speak to Zhao Song alone for a while before returning to the room. She had asked Li'er what had happened, but Li'er had only said that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then, he had given the excuse of being tired and fell asleep. Although Li'er said so, her woman's intuition told her that things were definitely not that simple. However, Li'er had already fallen asleep, so she could not continue to ask. She could only wait until this morning with a nervous heart. When she asked again in the morning, Li'er told her that he would definitely give her an answer after the morning court. She sat quietly in Lijiang Palace, waiting for Li'er's reply. But who would have thought that after the morning court session, Second Li would directly slip out of the palace? In the face of Li'er's shameless behavior, Empress Zhangsun was both angry and worried. The more Li'er avoided her, the more it meant that what had happened last night was too important. Moreover, it was very likely to be news about her son, Li Tai. Therefore, Li'er had been unwilling to tell her clearly. "Your Highness, if you do this..." At this moment, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the palace. After Changle had left the palace, she did not immediately go far. Instead, she squatted outside the door and secretly eavesdropped. Chapter 2085. Your Highness, you can't enter. His Highness the Crown Prince is handling official business. Outside the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Changle walked briskly into the main hall. The eunuch at the door hurriedly stepped forward to stop her with a troubled expression. "Humph, I want to see Brother Crown Prince. Get out of the way." Changle was still fuming after being chased away by Li'er from the Regent Hall. How could she tolerate someone stopping her from coming to the Eastern Palace to see Li Chengqian? She immediately rebuked the eunuch. Although she was angry, Changle still restrained herself and didn't say anything too extreme. It had to be said that this young lady's upbringing was really good. Even if she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't bully her servants. If it were any other unruly princess, they would be so angry that they would stretch out their legs to kick the eunuch. The eunuch didn't dare to get close to or touch this great aunt. He was forced back by Changle and said with a troubled expression, "But His Highness ordered, 'All of you leave, let Changle in.'" At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice came from inside the hall. The eunuch felt as if he had heard a heavenly voice and was pardoned. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the hall, then turned to Changle and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please." "Humph." Changle raised her chin and snorted discontentedly at the little attendant. Then, she lifted her skirt and quickly ran into the hall. Inside the room, Li Chengqian was sitting in front of a desk and writing something with a brush. In front of him was a large stack of small booklets. Seeing Changle walk in, Li Chengqian looked up and smiled. He greeted, "Changle, you're here?" "Humph, Brother Crown Prince is getting more and more arrogant. Only today did Changle find out that I have to report in advance to see Brother Crown Prince?" Changle snorted and walked towards Li Chengqian while complaining in dissatisfaction. Li Chengqian shook his head and laughed. "Others have to report when they come in. Of course, you don't have to report when you come in. Changle, it's my fault for not disciplining them well. I'll definitely explain it to them later. Your Highness, you can't enter. His Highness the Crown Prince is handling official business." Outside the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Changle was about to walk briskly into the main hall when the eunuch at the door hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Humph, this consort wants to see Big Brother Crown Prince. Get out of the way." Having just been chased away by Li'er from the Nijing Palace, Changle was still fuming. Now that she had come to the Eastern Palace to see Li Chengqian, how could she endure it? He immediately scolded the eunuch angrily. However, even though she was angry, Changle still restrained herself and didn't say anything extreme. It had to be said that this little girl's upbringing was really good. Even if she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't bully her servants. If it was any other unruly princess, she would have been so angry that she would have stretched out her leg to kick him. The chamberlain didn't dare to get close to or touch the lady in front of him. He was forced to retreat by Changle. With a troubled expression, he said, but His Highness ordered, "All of you, back down. Let Changle in." At this moment, Li Chengxian's voice came from inside the hall. When the eunuch heard this, it was as if he had heard heavenly music and was pardoned. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the hall, then turned to Changle and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please." Humph! Changle raised her chin and snorted discontentedly at the little attendant. Then, she lifted her skirt and quickly ran into the hall. Inside the room, Li Chengxian was sitting in front of a desk and writing something with a brush. In front of him was a large stack of booklets. Seeing Changle walk in, Li Chengxian raised his head and smiled. He greeted, "Changle, you're here?" Chapter 2086. Brother Crown Prince. What's wrong? Did you think of something? In front of the desk, Li Chengxian's complexion suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and boundless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Chonglu was shocked by Li Chengxian's sudden change, and couldn't help asking. After a few moments of silence, Li Chengxian sternly said, "During the morning court session, Minister of War Li Jing reported to Imperial Father that the soldiers who recently arrived in Chong and should have been soldiers from Bing Province, but Taiyuan City has been sealed for the last few days, and no one has been able to enter or leave. Thus, the soldiers from Bing Province might not be able to reach Chong, and in the next few days. Taiyuan City is sealed? Why would Taiyuan be sealed?" Changle asked curiously when he heard that. Taiyuan was the place where the Li clan had raised its army. After Li Yuan seized the world, he had established Chang'an as his capital, but Taiyuan was still the most prosperous city in the north of the Great Tang. When Li Chengxian said that Taiyuan had been sealed, Changle's first reaction was naturally curiosity and confusion. Li Chengxian turned to his sister and reminded her. The hundreds of officials in the morning court were all shocked by this news, but Imperial Father told them that a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City several days ago, and that he had already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City has been under martial law for the last few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers of Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an. But Changle, don't forget that Qingke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to build a telegraph relay station. Based on their normal speed, they should be in Taiyuan right now. There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City. Brother Qingke is also in Taiyuan. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that something might have happened to Brother Qingke? Changle was not stupid. On the contrary, she was extremely quick-witted, and she quickly understood what Li Chengxian was saying and covered her mouth in shock. Li Chengxian put down his brush and solemnly stood up, his hands held behind his back. "I actually hope that my guess is wrong. Qingke is not only shouldering the hopes of the teachers and students of the academy, he is also shouldering the heavy responsibility of ensuring the communications of the Great Tang's northern expedition. Nothing can happen to him. Brother Crown Prince, what's wrong? Did you think of something?" In front of the desk, Li Chengxian's complexion suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and boundless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Chonglu was shocked by Li Chengxian's sudden change, and couldn't help but ask. Li Chengxian was silent for a moment and then said in a deep voice. During the morning court, Li Jing, the Minister of War, reported a piece of news to Father. The soldiers from all over the country who have recently arrived in Chong and should have come from Bing Province. However, the city gates of Taiyuan City have been closed for the past few days and no one has been able to enter or leave. Therefore, I'm afraid that the soldiers from Bing Province will not be able to arrive in Chong, and in the next few days. Taiyuan sealed? Why would Taiyuan be sealed? Changle asked curiously when he heard that. Taiyuan was the place where the Li family rose. Back then, the Li family had raised their troops from Taiyuan. After Li Yuan had seized the world, although he had set the capital at Chong, and Taiyuan was still the most prosperous city in the north of the Tang Empire. Hearing Li Chengxian say that Taiyuan had been sealed, Changle's first reaction was naturally curiosity and confusion. Li Chengxian turned to his sister and reminded her. The hundreds of officials in the morning court were also shocked when they heard this news, but Father told them that a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City several days ago, and that he had already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City has been under martial law for the past few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers of Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an. But Chang'an, don't forget that Qingke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to build a telegraph relay station. Based on their normal speed, they should be in Taiyuan right now. There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City. Brother Qingke is also in Taiyuan. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that something might have happened to Brother Qingke? Chang'an was not stupid at all. On the contrary, she was extremely quick-witted, and she quickly understood Li Chengqian's words and covered her mouth in shock. Li Chengqian put down his brush and solemnly stood up, his hands behind his back. I actually hope that my guess is wrong, and that Qingke isn't just shouldering the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Chapter 2087. Oh, Chengqian, how did you know that something had happened to Qingke? In the Nijing Palace, Li Er told Empress Zhongsun the news he had brought back from the Black Armored Army's camp. After hearing this, Empress Zhongsun relaxed slightly. Just as Li Er was about to leave, Li Chengqian and Chang'an arrived together. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, Li Chengqian asked him if something had happened to Li Tai in Taiyuan. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Only a few people in Chang and knew that Li Tai had been kidnapped by Turkic spies. Because Li Er had ordered for the news to be strictly sealed, Li Er was rather surprised to hear this from Li Chengqian. I don't dare to deceive Imperial Father. This son heard from Chang'an that Imperial Mother was in a bad mood today and was filled with worry. Combined with the news Duke Wei presented during the morning court session, this son deduced that something might have happened to Qingke in Taiyuan. Worried, this son came to seek an answer from Imperial Father. Li Chengqian cupped his hands and replied. Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Chengqian and asked thoughtfully, if something happened to Qingke, what would you do? If nothing happened to Qingke, what would you do? This was a small test he had for Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian said solemnly, this son naturally hopes that Qingke is safe, but if something happens to Qingke, this son and Qingke are brothers. If something happens to Qingke, this son will do his best to help Qingke escape. Li Chengqian's words were sincere and his gaze was firm. Even when he met Li Er's scrutinizing gaze, he showed no fear. Seeing this, Li Er inwardly nodded. He knew that Li Chengqian's words were sincere and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The relationship between these brothers was finally on the right track. Oh, Chengqian, how did you know something happened to Qingke? In the Lijiang Palace, Li Er reported the news he had brought back from the Black Armored Army's camp to Empress Zhongsun. After hearing this, Empress Zhongsun relaxed slightly. Just as Li Er was about to leave, Li Chengqian and Chang'an arrived together. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, Li Chengqian asked if something had happened to Li Tai in Taiyuan. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask Li Chengqian. Only a few people in Chang and knew that Li Tai had been kidnapped by Turkic spies. Because Li Er had ordered the news to be strictly sealed, Li Er was rather surprised to hear these words from Li Chengqian. I dare not lie to you, father. I heard from Chang'an that mother was in a bad mood today and was full of worries. Combined with the news presented by Duke Wei during the morning court, I speculated that something might have happened to Qingke in Taiyuan. Worried, I came here to seek an answer from you, father. Li Chengqian cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Chengqian and asked thoughtfully, what will you do if something happens to Qingke? What will you do if nothing happens to Qingke? This was a small test he had for Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian said solemnly, your son naturally hopes that Qingke is safe, but if something happens to Qingke, your son and Qingke are blood brothers. If something happens to Qingke, your son will do everything in his power to help Qingke escape. Li Chengqian's words were sincere and his eyes were resolute. Even when he met Li Er's scrutinizing gaze, he showed no fear. Seeing this, Li Er inwardly nodded. He knew that Li Chengqian's words were sincere and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. The relationship between these brothers was finally on the right track. Chapter 2088. Ha ha ha. Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to make some good wine and dishes. This old man wants to have a good drink at noon. Duke Lu's mansion. Chang Yaojin was dressed in military attire. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he shouted loudly. This old man was born with a loud voice. Coupled with the fact that his voice was infused with internal energy, it was not only the entire Duke Lu's mansion, but also the other mansions near the Duke Lu's mansion could hear the old man's loud roar. Chang Yaojin's wife, Madam Sun, was enjoying the cool air in the backyard at this moment. After hearing Chang Yaojin's crazy roar, Madam Sun helplessly rolled her eyes. Then she stood up with an angry face and walked towards the front yard. She cursed bitterly. Old thing, what are you doing in the middle of the day? Let the neighbors see the Chung family's joke again. After a while, Madam Sun came to the front hall with an ashen face. Chang Yaojin had already taken off his helmet and armor with the help of the servants. He was sitting at the head of the table and drinking a mouthful of herbal tea. When he saw Madam Sun come in, he quickly put down the teacup and laughed. Ha ha ha! Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare good wine and dishes. There's good news and it's great news. This old man wants to celebrate. Madam Sun was originally a little unhappy because Chang Yaojin went crazy for no reason. Now that she heard Chang Yaojin say there was great news, she couldn't help but wonder, great news? What great news? At this time, Chang Yaojin kept her in suspense. He said to Madam Sun, Hey, Madam, first ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. It's best to make a pot of immortal intoxication. We'll talk about it later while eating. Madam Sun didn't buy the old demon's words at all. She rolled her eyes and said, Knowing that you're coming back for lunch, the kitchen has already prepared the food. We can start eating in a while. But immortal intoxication, don't even think about it. Recently, you've been in charge of the training of the soldiers in the army. Drinking is prohibited in the army. Do you think a woman like me doesn't know this? Ha ha ha. Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. This old man wants to have a good drink at noon. Duke Lu's mansion. Chang Yaojin was dressed in martial attire. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he shouted at the top of his voice. This old man was born with a loud voice. Coupled with the fact that his voice was infused with internal energy, it was not only the entire Duke Lu's mansion, but also the other mansions near the Duke Lu's mansion could hear the old man's loud roar. Chang Yaojin's wife, Madam Sun, was currently enjoying the cool air in the backyard. After hearing Chang Yaojin's crazy roar, Madam Sun helplessly rolled her eyes. Then, she stood up with an angry expression and walked towards the front yard. She cursed hatefully. Old thing, why are you acting crazy in the middle of the day? The neighbors are laughing at the Chung family again. Not long after, Sun Shi came to the front hall with an ashen face. Chang Yaojin had already removed his helmet and armor with the help of the servants. He was sitting at the head of the table, wolfing down a mouthful of herbal tea. Seeing Sun Shi come in, he quickly put down the teacup and laughed. Ha ha ha. Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare good wine and dishes. There's good news and it's great news. This old man wants to celebrate. Madam Sun was originally unhappy because Chang Yaojin went crazy for no reason. Now that she heard Chang Yaojin say there was great news, she couldn't help but wonder, great news? What great news? At this time, Chang Yaojin kept her in suspense. He said to Madam Sun, Hey, Madam, first ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. It's best to prepare a pot of immortal intoxication. Chapter 2089. Over in Chang'an, Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were displaying their talents in the army, bringing glory to the Chang and Yuchi clans. Over in Taiyuan City, their good brother, Li Tai, was still suffering in his cage. Strictly speaking, Li Tai wasn't suffering much. The little fatty was currently feasting at Tongfu Inn. On the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was sitting at a square table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table, all of them emitting a warm aroma. Li Tai sat there alone and ate happily. The surrounding Turkic spies looked at the vegetables in their bowls and then at the fish and meat in front of Li Tai and found it hard to swallow. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating, especially when Li Tai is now their prisoner. They are in charge of Li Tai's life and death. But the reality is, Li Tai doesn't look like a prisoner at all. He eats better than all of them, and he sleeps better than all of them at night. Second brother Chun, why do you think boss is accommodating this Prince of Wei? Right now, we're the ones holding his life in our hands. Two Turkic spies squatted by the staircase, eating the food in their bowls while staring at the fish and meat on Li Tai's table. At this moment, one of the Turkic spies couldn't help but speak with dissatisfaction. The other one frowned and said, "What do you know? This person in front of us is a lord. Although we've captured him, we still have to serve him carefully. Didn't you hear that when our men attacked the inn last night? This Prince of Wei put a knife to his own neck in order to save his companions? This is a lord who isn't afraid of death. If he's unhappy and commits suicide, won't the soldiers around the inn swarm in and tear us apart? There's such a thing? But isn't this Prince of Wei someone who's been living in the palace for a long time? Why isn't he afraid of death? You're asking me? But who should I ask? But what happened last night is definitely true. That's why boss told us to serve this lord with care. All of our lives, including Lord Wei's, are tied to him." I understand. Over in Chang'an, Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were showing off their talents in the army, bringing glory to the Chang and Yuchi clans. Over in Taiyuan City, their good brother, Li Tai, was still suffering in his cage. Strictly speaking, Li Tai wasn't suffering. The little fatty was eating at Tongfu Inn. On the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was seated at a square table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table, all of them emitting a warm aroma. There was fish and meat, and Li Tai was happily eating alone. The Turkic spies looked at the vegetables in their bowls and then at the fish and meat in front of Li Tai, finding it hard to swallow. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating, especially when Li Tai was their prisoner and they were in charge of his life and death. But in reality, Li Tai didn't seem like a prisoner at all. He ate better than any of them and slept better than any of them. Second brother Chun, why do you think boss is accommodating this Prince of Wei? Right now, we're the ones holding his life in our hands. Two Turkic spies were squatting by the stairs, eating the food in their bowls while staring at the fish and meat on Li Tai's table. At this moment, one of the Turkic spies couldn't help but complain. Chapter 2090. Hurry up. At noon, on the streets east of Taiyuan City, a group of bailiffs was escorting a dozen carriages of grain to the west. The leader of the bailiffs turned his head and urged the people behind him. These bailiffs weren't from the provincial governor's manor, but from the Jinyang County office in Taiyuan City. Taiyuan was part of Bing Province, and Bing Province had 13 counties under it. Both Jinyang County and Bing Province were in Taiyuan City. In the morning, Wang Liaoyuan had ordered the transfer of 10,000 dan of grain from the official storehouse. All the bailiffs in Taiyuan City had been mobilized, temporarily acting as the grain transport team. After all, 10,000 dan of grain wasn't a small amount. In this era, 1 dan was equivalent to 100 caddies of modern times. 10,000 dan of grain was equivalent to 1 million caddies of grain. Just transporting the grain to the carriages would take a lot of manpower and time, not to mention that the officials at the official storehouse had to make a detailed record of every grain moved out. The soldiers in Taiyuan City were busy guarding the city gates and maintaining order in the city. Thus, the task of transporting the grain could only be left to the bailiffs of the various offices in the city. At noon, under the scorching sun, the bailiffs pushing the grain carriages were all sweating profusely. Some of the weaker ones were already starting to feel weak in the legs and were complaining incessantly. "Leader Wang, can you let us rest for a while? We've already moved 3 times. A bailiff standing slightly in front couldn't help but ask the leader of the bailiffs at this time. That Chief Wang stopped in his tracks, frowned, and scolded. "What rest? The provincial governor has ordered that a total of 10,000 dan of grain will be released from the official storehouse. There are 50 to 60 grain stores in the city, big and small. We and the other brothers from the Yamen have to deliver these 10,000 dawn of grain to the major grain stores in the city before the sky turns dark. You want to rest after less than 3 trips? At this rate, we won't even be able to finish by tomorrow. The bailiff who spoke first felt embarrassed after being reprimanded by Leader Wang. He defended himself. But it's already time for dinner, and we're all hungry. Leader Wang, you have to let us fill our stomachs first, right? How can we work when we're hungry? Hearing him say this, the other bailiffs all looked at Leader Wang. Clearly, they also wanted to rest and eat. Leader Wang saw this and muttered to himself. Good. After this trip is done, let's go back and have a meal first. After that, we'll continue. Okay. Hearing this, the Yamen runners were greatly encouraged. Their tired bodies seemed to be filled with energy again, and their speed suddenly increased by 30%. The transport team is here. The grain transport team is here. When the grain transport team reached Gu Jiangfang, they were about to turn south when a group of people suddenly rushed out from the opposite alley. There were men and women, old and young. They were all holding cloth bags. When they saw the grain transport team appear, these people instantly became excited and rushed over. The provincial governor didn't lie to us. They're really opening the granary. Sir, can you sell me 5 buckets of this grain first? Since you're going to ship it to the grain store anyway, why not sell it to us now? That's right, sir. Please sell us some of the grain first. My family only has 1 day's worth of food left, and it looks like we're about to run out of food. This group of commoners swarmed forward and instantly surrounded the carriages. The bailiffs of the county government were all on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 2091. You're right. We can't let them transport the grain to the grain stores. Otherwise, we'll starve to death. The officials are colluding with the merchants to drive up the price of grain. Taiyuan City will be closed for more than a month. If we can't buy any grain, we'll all starve to death. We can't let these grain be transported to the grain stores. Someone from the crowd surrounding the grain transport team quickly followed suit and shouted. If one were to observe carefully, one would easily notice that these people who were shouting were standing at the back of the crowd. They were all wearing navy blue short shirts made of coarse cloth and headscarves. At first glance, they looked like ordinary people, but their skin was paler and their bodies thinner. Some of them even had scars on their faces or arms. One look and one could tell that they were definitely not ordinary people. This was a premeditated robbery of grain. We can't let these grain be transported away. We want to buy grain. We want to buy grain. We want grain. As these people fanned the flames in the crowd, the ordinary people who didn't know the truth suddenly became restless. The huge crowd suddenly surged toward the grain carriage. Arrestor Wang and the other County Yamen runners all drew the sabers at their waists as if they were facing a great enemy. How dare you? All of you stop right there. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to openly rob the grain transport vehicles of the officials and openly go against the imperial court? Constable Wang held his sword in front of him. The aura of a martial artist suddenly erupted from his body as he shouted at the restless crowd with a ferocious expression. The sound of the Yamen runners unsheathing their swords and Constable Wang's stern shout made the people who were charging at the front of the crowd freeze involuntarily. At the end of the day, the people of this era had a natural fear of the officials. Unless it was absolutely necessary and they couldn't survive, no one would be willing to go against the officials. Whoosh! Bam! Just then, a stone flew toward Constable Wang from the left. Constable Wang's attention wasn't focused behind him at all. So when he heard the sound, he couldn't react in time. The walnut-sized stone hit the back of Constable Wang's head directly to the left. Constable Wang's vision darkened and he almost fell down. In pain, he subconsciously covered the back of his head with his hand. However, he felt something wet and sticky. When he removed his hand was actually covered in blood. Who is it? Who the hell is throwing stones? Constable Wang was instantly enraged. He turned around and prepared to look for the murderer. A few Yamen runners hurriedly protected Arrestor Wang to prevent him from getting hurt again. The surrounding commoners, especially those who were close by, were even more afraid when they saw that Constable Wang's head was bleeding from the impact. Everyone's hearts were shrouded with thoughts of retreating. But even if they wanted to retreat, there were people who didn't want them to. The county yamen runner is going to beat someone up. Collusion between officials and merchants. Collusion between officials and merchants. They don't want to give us a chance to live. Hurry up and take the food. My wife and child are still waiting for the rice to be cooked. Someone shouted from the back of the crowd. Not only were they shouting and jeering, they were also taking action. More than a dozen young men in navy blue shirts pushed the people in front of them to squeeze toward the cart. The temporary stalemate was broken in an instant. Some commoners who didn't know the truth in the crowd heard that the yamen runners were going to commit murder and collude with the grain merchants. They also started to jeer. The crowd surged and shouts rang out everywhere. As for the crowd standing in front, they saw the truth clearly. They knew that the yamen runners weren't beating anyone up, so they didn't want to snatch the food. However, their bodies were no longer under their control. Under the shoving of the people behind them, they were getting closer and closer to the grain cart step by step. Just like that, the people who didn't know the truth added fuel to the fire. As for those who knew the truth, they didn't have time to say anything. They could only allow themselves to be pushed toward the grain cart by the people behind them. More than a dozen grain carts were quickly engulfed and swallowed by this powerful flood of people. All of you, stop! Are you trying to rebel? Constable Wang only had less than 30 yamen runners with him, but there were hundreds and thousands of commoners around them. Although the yamen runners had knives in their hands, how could they really brandish their butchers' knives at the defenseless commoners of Taiyuan City? After all, these yamen runners were basically locals of Taiyuan City. There might even be relatives or neighbors among these commoners. Besides, even if they really dared to brandish their knives, there were hundreds and thousands of commoners in front of them. They might be able to cut down one, but could they cut down hundreds and thousands of them? Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't be able to escape death if the higher-ups investigated the matter. After all, this was an era of peace, not a time of war. The laws of the Great Tang were strict. The imperial court would definitely investigate a vile case like the massacre of commoners by soldiers. At this time, Constable Wang's roars and threats had no effect at all. The commoners in front of them had almost gone crazy. Seeing the sacks of food on the grain cart in front of them and thinking of the rumors in the marketplace that Taiyuan City would be sealed off for at least a month. How could these commoners, who didn't have much food in their homes, not be tempted? Thus, the crowd surged forward while the yamen runners were forced to retreat. The public's will was like a surging torrent that no one could stop. After seeing someone carry a sack of rice and run away, the rest of the people followed suit. The food on the grain cart became less and less, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Some commoners fought over the food, while others were pushed to the ground and trampled on by the people behind them. Faced with this crazy crowd, Constable Wang and the other yamen runners were scattered. In this turbulent torrent, they could only go with the flow. Some of the yamen runners even hid under the grain cart to avoid being crushed or trampled. Faced with this out-of-control situation, they had knives in their hands, but it was of no use. They could only watch helplessly as the food on the grain cart was snatched clean by these crazy commoners. As for the dozen or so youths who had kicked up a fuss at the back of the crowd, they took advantage of the chaos and quietly slipped away. Constable Wang found today's events very strange. In the past, when the commoners of Taiyuan City saw the yamen runners, they were not as fearful as tigers, but they were always in awe of them. Today, however, this group of commoners actually dared to openly oppose the yamen runners and even snatch the grain from the official storehouse. This was simply too abnormal. Furthermore, Arrestor Wang had a feeling that someone was secretly pushing these commoners to the point where they had come to snatch the grain. Especially when the bailiffs were in a stalemate with the commoners just now, there were always people behind the crowd who were inciting and spreading rumors. That was why the commoners were so angry. Zhang Ming, Shi Hong, don't worry about this for now. Go and catch those people for me. While the commoners were fighting over the grain, the dozen or so youths in navy blue shirts took the opportunity to turn and leave. Constable Wang's eyes were like lightning, and he naturally sensed that something was wrong. He muttered to himself for a moment and guessed that the current situation was very likely instigated by these people. Thus, He hurriedly shouted at the two yamen runners nearby. However, all around them were the commoners who had already fallen into a frenzy. It was very difficult for them to even take a step forward, let alone chase after them. They could only watch as these people disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 2092. Lord Provincial Governor. Bad news. Bad news. Constable Feng rushed into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and shouted at Wang Liaoyuan, who was resting on the table with one hand. Last night, the Turkic spies had attacked the courier station, causing Li Tai to be kidnapped. As the provincial governor of Bingzhou, Wang Liaoyuan had been busy until around 3 in the morning before going to bed. He had only slept for 2 hours before going to the courier station to discuss with Li Junxian how to rescue Li Tai. After returning from the courier station, Wang Liaoyuan heard that Taiyuan City was short of food. Thus, he ordered people to put up notices and move 10,000 dan of food from the official storehouse. He had been busy for the entire morning. After eating a careless lunch, Wang Liaoyuan was so tired that he fell asleep sitting down. Constable Feng's shout immediately woke Wang Liaoyuan up from his dream. He quickly stood up and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened? Is there news from His Highness?" Right now, news about Li Tai was what Wang Liaoyuan was most afraid of and also what he hoped to receive. He was afraid because he was afraid that Li Tai had met with misfortune and hoped that Li Tai had been rescued. No, it's the grain carts. Constable Feng ran all the way here. His face was covered in sweat. After saying a few words, he was out of breath. When Wang Liaoyuan heard that it wasn't from Li Tai's side, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also slightly disappointed. He looked at Constable Feng and frowned. "What happened to the grain cart? Take a rest first and speak slowly." Constable Feng took 2 deep breaths before saying, "My lord, the bailiffs of the various government offices all went to the official storehouse to move grain according to my lord's orders. However, 3 groups of grain carts were surrounded by commoners near Rongfei Square, Chaoran Square, and Gujiang Square. Those commoners took advantage of the chaos and stole all the grain in the carts. There were around 500 dan in total. Lord Provincial Governor, bad news? Bad news." Constable Feng hurriedly walked into the back office of the provincial governor's manor and shouted at Wang Liaoyuan, who was resting on the table with one hand. Last night, the Turkic spies had attacked the courier station, resulting in the kidnapping of Li Tai. As the governor of Bingzhou, Wang Liaoyuan had been busy until around the 3-hour period before finally going to bed. After a little more than 2 hours of sleep, he had gone to the courier station to discuss with Li Junxian how to rescue Li Tai. After returning from the inn, Wang Liaoyuan heard that there was a shortage of food in Taiyuan City. Thus, he ordered people to put up notices and took out 10,000 dan of food from the official storehouse. He was busy for the whole morning. After a quick lunch, Wang Liaoyuan fell asleep while sitting down because he couldn't bear the sleepiness. Constable Feng's shout woke Wang Liaoyuan up from his dream. He quickly stood up and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened? Is there news from His Highness' side?" Right now, news about Li Tai was what Wang Liaoyuan was most afraid of and also what he hoped to receive. He was afraid because he was afraid that Li Tai had met with mishap and hoped that Li Tai had been rescued. No, it's the food cart. Constable Feng ran all the way here. His face was covered in sweat. After saying a few words, he was out of breath. When Wang Liaoyuan heard that it wasn't from Li Tai's side, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also slightly disappointed. He looked at Constable Feng and frowned. "What happened to the grain cart? Take a rest first and tell me slowly." Only then did he say, "Today, the bailiffs of the various government offices went to the official storehouse to take out food according to your orders. However, just now, Rongfei Feng and Chaoran Feng." Chapter 2093. General Lin Jiang pays respect to Provincial Governor Wang. Lin Jiang walked into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and clasped his fist toward Wang Liaoyuan. "Rise!" Wang Liaoyuan raised his right hand and waited for Lin Jiang to stand up straight before he hurriedly asked in a deep voice, "Did General Li send you here for any instructions?" Lin Jiang clasped his fist and replied, "I don't dare to give instructions. The general sent me here to inform Provincial Governor Wang of a piece of news. Although Li Junxian was nominally the highest officer of Taiyuan City, and everyone in the city, from the provincial governor to the common people, had to listen to Li Junxian's orders, the rescue of Li Tai still required Governor Wang's cooperation. Thus, Lin Jiang did not dare to be careless. Not only did he maintain the basic etiquette, he even spoke with some courtesy. This was what Li Junxian had instructed him to do. Wang Liaoan perked up and hurriedly said, "Please speak." Lin Jiang didn't speak immediately. He glanced at Sir Wu and Constable Feng in the room. The two tactfully clasped their hands toward Wang Liaoan and said, "Provincial Governor, we'll take our leave first." Wang Liaoyuan nodded, and the two turned to leave. They even closed the door for Wang Liaoyuan. Lin Jiang finally spoke. "This matter is of great importance and involves a lot of people. The general doesn't wish for the news to be leaked, so I hope Provincial Governor Wang can forgive me." Wang Liaoyuan nodded solemnly and replied, "I understand." Lin Jiang walked up to Wang Liaoyuan. As the provincial governor of a province, Wang Liaoyuan had seen a lot of things. Seeing Lin Jiang approach him, he didn't show any fear. It seemed like he wasn't worried that Lin Jiang would harm him at all. Lin Jiang whispered into Wang Liaoyuan's ear, "Provincial Governor Wang, the general sent me here to inform you that today in the city, General Lin Jiang pays respect to Provincial Governor Wang." Lin Jiang walked into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and clasped his fist toward Wang Liaoyuan. "Rise!" Wang Liaoyuan raised his right hand and waited for Lin Jiang to straighten his back before asking impatiently, "Does General Li have any instructions for you to come here?" Lin Jiang cupped his fists and said, "I dare not instruct you. The general sent me here to inform Governor Wang of a piece of news." Although Li Junxian was nominally the highest officer of Taiyuan City and everyone in the city, from the provincial governor to the common people, had to listen to his orders, the rescue of Li Tai still required Governor Wang's cooperation. Thus, Lin Jiang did not dare to be careless. Not only did he maintain the basic etiquette, he even spoke with some courtesy. This was what Li Junxian had told him. Wang Liaoyuan's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly said, "Please speak." Lin Jiang didn't speak immediately. He glanced at Mr. Wu and Constable Feng in the room. The two saw this and cupped their hands at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor, we'll take our leave first." Wang Liaoyuan nodded. The two of them turned around and left, closing the door for Wang Liaoyuan. In the room, Lin Jiang said, "This matter is of great importance and has many implications. The general doesn't wish for the news to be leaked in advance, so I hope Provincial Governor Wang can forgive me." Wang Liaoyuan nodded with a solemn expression. "I understand." Lin Jiang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Wang Liaoyuan. As the provincial governor of a province, Wang Liaoyuan was someone who had seen many storms. Seeing Lin Jiang close in on him, he didn't show any fear. It seemed like he wasn't worried that Lin Jiang would harm him. Lin Jiang whispered into Wang Liaoyuan's ear, "Provincial Governor Wang, the general sent me here to inform you that today in the city." Chapter 2094. "My lord, I think we should immediately stop distributing the grain to the grain stores in the city. Instead, we should inform the people that the government will directly sell a certain amount of grain to the people at a fair price near the official warehouse in the city." In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Mr. Wu cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan as if he had a well-thought-out plan. "Oh, but there are millions of people in Taiyuan City. Won't it be more difficult for the people to buy grain?" Wang Liaoyuan said with a frown. "Not necessarily." Mr. Wu shook his head and replied, "For the people, there may seem to be fewer places to sell grain in the city, but we can set up many queuing places near the official warehouse to sell grain to the people nearby. Moreover, the government will centralize the supply of grain this time. Naturally, the government can also send bailiffs to maintain order at the scene. The people queuing to buy grain is much more efficient than a swarm of robbing in the grain stores. In addition, we will set a rule that each household can only buy a certain amount of grain. This way, it will be fair for all the people in the city. When the people queue, they won't have to worry about running out of grain when it's their turn. Naturally, they won't be impatient and won't rob. It had to be said that Mr. Wu was indeed a good administrator. He saw the main point of the problem. The biggest problem with the grain sales policy in Taiyuan City was that it was not standardized. First, it was not standardized in the queuing. Second, it was not standardized in the distribution. After all, the owners and workers of the grain stores were only responsible for selling the grain. Why would they care about how much each household bought? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because they didn't know how many people each household had. What was even worse was that some grain store owners even took advantage of the convenience and kept a portion of the grain for themselves as gifts. After all, in Taiyuan City now, grain could be considered a hard currency. Now, if the government took back the right of the grain stores to sell the grain and transferred it to the government would be in charge. My lord, I think we should immediately stop distributing the grain to the grain stores in the city. Instead, we should inform the people that the government will directly sell a certain amount of grain to the people at a fair price near the official warehouse in the city. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Mr. Wu cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan as if he had a well-thought-out plan. Oh, but Source Peak City has millions of commoners. If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more difficult for the commoners to buy food? Wang Liaoyuan said with a frown. Not necessarily. Mr. Wu shook his head and replied, for the commoners, there may seem to be fewer places to sell grain in the city, but we can set up many queuing places near the official warehouse to sell grain to the commoners. Moreover, this time, the government will provide grain in a centralized manner. Naturally, the government can also send bailiffs to maintain order at the scene. The commoners will line up to buy grain. It will be much more efficient than swarming in the grain store. In addition, we have to stipulate that each household can only buy a certain amount of food. This way, it will be considered fair for all the citizens in the city. When the citizens line up, they won't have to worry about running out of food when it's their turn. Naturally, they won't be impatient, and they won't fight for food. It had to be said that this scholar surnamed Wu was indeed a good administrator. He saw the main point of the problem. The biggest problem with the grain sales policy in Source Peak City was that it wasn't standardized. First, the queuing wasn't standardized. Second, the distribution wasn't standardized. After all, the grain store owners and workers were only responsible for selling the grain. Why would they care about how much each household bought? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because they didn't know how many people each household had. Even worse, some grain store owners even took advantage of the convenience and kept a portion of the grain for themselves as gifts. Chapter 2095. Haha! Now, the people in Taiyuan City are tempted. So far, there have been 3 cases of people robbing the officials' grain. The government's plan to use 10,000 dan of grain to pacify the people will soon be shattered. In less than 3 days, the people of Taiyuan City will not be able to hold back and will take the initiative to fight against the government. In the secret chamber of the Kong Mansion, a servant came in and whispered a few words to Kong Chu. Kong Chu looked very happy and laughed loudly to everyone in the room. Haha! Boston's move is really smart. Without grain, the government of Taiyuan City will lose the people's support. Under pressure, the government will not continue to seal the city. Kong Songping chimed in with a smile. A stout merchant sitting next to Kong Songping couldn't help but say, Haha! When the city gate is opened, we can send people back to the Kong Kingdom to inform His Highness of Brother Chang's death. We can also protest to the Chang and court that the Taiyuan government is harming Brother Chang. If the Tang court can't give Brother Chang an explanation, we will let the Tang officials see the power of the Zhaowu 9 families. The atmosphere in the room was peaceful and jubilant. These people looked as if they had just won a big battle. Each of them looked proud and high-spirited. It was a sharp contrast to the dispirited and depressed look in the morning when they learned that the Taiyuan government was going to open the warehouse to release grain. And from what they said, the incidents of people robbing the officials' grain in Taiyuan City today were all secretly planned by them. Kong Chu waved his hand and everyone quieted down. After this incident, Kong Chu's prestige and status among the Kong Kingdom's merchants had increased a lot. This time, it's our 9 families. Haha! Now, the people in Taiyuan City are tempted. So far, There have been 3 cases of people robbing the officials' grain. The government's plan to use 10,000 dan of grain to pacify the people's support will soon be shattered. In less than 3 days, the people of Taiyuan City will not be able to hold back and will take the initiative to fight against the government. In the secret chamber of the Kong mansion, a servant came in and whispered a few words to Kong Chu. Kong Chu looked very happy and laughed loudly to everyone in the room. Haha, Boston's move is really smart. Without grain, the government of Taiyuan City will lose the people's support. Under pressure, the government will not continue to seal the city. Kong Songping chimed in with a smile. A stout businessman sitting next to Kong Songping couldn't help but say, Once the city gates are opened, we can send someone back to Kong Kingdom to inform His Highness of the grievous news of Brother Chong's death. We can also protest to the Chong and Imperial Court about Taiyuan's persecution of Brother Chong. If the Tang Imperial Court can't give Brother Chong an explanation, we'll let the officials of the Tang Empire see the power of the 9 families of Zhaowu. The atmosphere in the room was peaceful and cheerful. It was as if these people had just won a great battle. Each of them looked proud and high-spirited. It was a stark contrast to the dispirited and depressed look they had when they learned that the Taiyuan government was going to open the granary to release grain. Moreover, listening to the meaning of their words, the several incidents of the commoners robbing the officials' grain in Taiyuan City were actually all secretly planned by them. Kong Chu gestured with his hand, and the crowd quieted down. It had to be said that after this incident, Kong Chu's prestige and status among the merchants of the Kong Kingdom had increased a lot. This time it's our 9 clans. Chapter 2096. The provincial governor has ordered that in order to catch the Turk spies, Taiyuan City will remain closed from today onwards. If the people in the city are short of food, they can go to the official warehouse in the west of the city and queue up to buy food. Each family can only buy 1 jin of food at most. However, the government guarantees that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. In addition, there are people in the city who gathered to rob the official warehouse of food. Considering that most of the people were bewitched, the provincial governor has announced to the whole city that as long as those who participated in the robbery return the stolen food to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion before dark, they will be let bygones be bygones. However, if there are people who secretly hide the stolen food, the government will investigate to the end and punish them severely according to the law of the Tang Empire. I hope that the people who robbed the official grain will behave themselves. If the people who did not participate in the robbery find that there are people around them who participated in the robbery, they can also report to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion. The government will also reward them with some food. While Kong Chu and the other Kong Kingdom merchants were feeling complacent in the secret chamber, the Taiyuan government had also begun to take action. First, the yamen runners of the various yamen offices went to the various checkpoints in the city to post the fresh out-of-the-oven notices and read the latest decision of the provincial governor's mansion to the people. When the people heard this, they were all delighted. This was because the government's guarantee that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price, was undoubtedly a reassurance to the people who were confused and hesitant because of the closure of the city. In this era, the people's requirements for the quality of life were relatively low. As long as the government could guarantee that there was no shortage of food in the city, as long as they could eat rice every day without going hungry, most of the people could accept the temporary closure of the city. The provincial governor has ordered that in order to catch the Turk spies, Taiyuan City will remain closed from today onwards. If the people in the city are short of food, they can go to the official warehouse in the west of the city and queue up to buy food. Each family can only buy 1 jin of food at most. However, the government guarantees that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. In addition, there are people who gathered to rob the official warehouse of food today. Considering that most of the people were bewitched, the provincial governor has announced to the whole city that as long as those who participated in the robbery return the stolen food to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion before dark, they will be let bygones be bygones. However, The government will investigate to the end and punish them severely according to the law of the Tang Empire. I hope that the people who robbed the officials' food will behave themselves. If the people who did not participate in the robbery find that there are people around them who participated in the robbery, they can also report to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion. The government will also reward them with some food. While Kong Chu and the other Kong Kingdom merchants were feeling complacent in the secret chamber, the Taiyuan government had also begun to take action. First, the yamen runners of the various yamen offices went to the various checkpoints in the city to post the fresh out-of-the-oven notices. They also announced the latest decision of the provincial governor's mansion to the people. When the people heard this, they were all delighted. This was because the government promised that there would be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queued up, they would definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. This was undoubtedly a reassurance to the people who were confused and hesitant because of the closure of the city. In this era, the people's requirements for the quality of life were relatively low. As long as the government could guarantee that there was no shortage of food in the city, as long as they could eat rice every day without going hungry, most of the people could still accept the temporary closure of the city. Chapter 2097. Men. Arrest Huang Yong. Constable Feng ordered decisively when he saw that most of the soldiers behind Huang Yong were frightened. Yes, sir. The 4 or 5 yamen runners beside Constable Feng bowed and accepted the order, then walked towards Huang Yong aggressively. Clang! Huang Yong had been a prefectural soldier in Taiyuan for 6 to 7 years and only got the position of a granary 2 years ago. In Taiyuan, he was used to riding roughshod over others. Constable Feng actually dared to order people to arrest him. He couldn't help but be furious. With a clang, he drew the saber at his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. Let's see who dares. This is my territory. Feng, if you want to behave atrociously here, you should know your place first. After that, he shouted to his left and right. This Feng faked the order of the provincial governor. Men, tie this Feng up for me. Yes, sir. The soldiers standing beside Huang Yong looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they bowed and accepted the order. Clang, clang, clang. The bailiffs on Constable Feng's side also drew their weapons. Both sides immediately drew their swords and fell into a state of confrontation. However, in comparison, the people on Constable Feng's side all had stern expressions, while the people behind Huang Yong were mostly hesitant. Clearly, most of the soldiers could still tell right from wrong. It was just that they didn't dare to openly resist because of Huang Yong's usual display of power. Humph! Huang Yong, oh Huang Yong. I didn't expect a mere granary to be so powerful. At that moment, a vigorous voice came from behind Constable Feng. The yamen runners automatically opened up a path. Constable Feng's face lit up when he heard the voice, but Huang Yong's expression changed when he heard the voice. The person who came was Wang Liaoyuan's top aide. Men, arrest Huang Yong. Constable Feng ordered decisively when he saw that most of the soldiers behind Huang Yong were frightened. Yes, sir. The 4 or 5 yamen runners beside Constable Feng bowed and accepted the order, then walked towards Huang Yong aggressively. Clang! Huang Yong had been a prefectural soldier in Taiyuan for 6 to 7 years. He had only been promoted to the position of a granary 2 years ago. In Taiyuan, he was used to riding roughshod over others. Constable Feng actually dared to order people to arrest him. He couldn't help but be furious. With a clang, he pulled out the saber at his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. Let's see who dares. This is my Huang Yong's territory. If you want to behave atrociously here, you should know your place first. After saying that, he shouted to his left and right. This Feng faked the provincial governor's order. Men, tie this Feng faked it for me. Yes. The soldiers standing beside Huang Yong looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they bowed and accepted the order. Clang, clang, clang. The bailiffs on Constable Feng's side also drew their weapons. Both sides immediately drew their swords and fell into a state of confrontation. However, in comparison, the people on Constable Feng's side all looked stern, while the people behind Huang Yong mostly looked hesitant. Clearly, most of the soldiers could still tell right from wrong. It was just that they didn't dare to openly resist because of Huang Yong's usual display of power. Humph! Huang Yong, oh Huang Yong, I didn't expect a mere granary to be so powerful. At that moment, a vigorous voice came from behind Constable Feng. The Yamen runners automatically opened up a path. Constable Feng was delighted when he heard the voice, but Huang Yong's expression changed when he heard the voice. The person who came was Wang Liaoyuan's top aide. Chapter 2098. Stop! This is a private residence, you can't go in. In the west of Taiyuan City, outside the main entrance of Kong Chu's residence, the gatekeeper saw Constable Feng leading a group of Yamen runners into the residence aggressively and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Humph! Are you blind? Can't you see that we're from the provincial governor's residence? The provincial governor's residence is handling a case. All unrelated personnel should leave. Without waiting for Constable Feng to speak, a Yamen runner beside him stepped forward and said sternly, Pei Xing, Duan Wei, take some men and guard the front and back doors of Kong Chu's residence. Without my orders, don't let anyone go. The rest of you, follow me in to arrest Kong Chu. Constable Feng didn't want to waste time here. He waved his hand to the left and right and ordered. Yes, the Yamen runners understood. A group of people rushed to the back door of Kong Chu's residence. Another group stayed where they were, and the last group, led by Constable Feng, squeezed the gatekeeper to the side and directly forced their way in. When they walked into Kong Chu's residence, the servants in the residence were so frightened that they retreated to the sides. At this time, a manservant hurriedly ran toward the backyard. Constable Feng's eyes lit up, and he chased after him. He said to the Yamen runners behind him, Follow him. Yes. Under the manservant's lead, everyone quickly arrived at the backyard of Kong Chu's residence. Old master, bad news. Bad news. The soldiers have entered the residence. You. There were 3 small buildings in the backyard of Kong Chu's residence. When Constable Feng and the others entered, they saw the manservant shouting as he ran. However, halfway through shouting, the manservant seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Constable Feng and the other Yamen runners with a face full of fear. Take him down. Constable Feng waved his hand, and 2 Yamen runners immediately rushed forward and pressed the manservant to the ground. Speak. Where is your old master? Constable Feng strode forward and pulled out the saber at his waist with a clang. He placed it on the manservant's neck and asked directly in a loud voice. This is a private residence, you can't go in. In the west of Taiyuan City, outside the main entrance of Kong Chu's residence, the gatekeeper saw Constable Feng and the group of Yamen runners about to barge into the residence aggressively and hurriedly went forward to stop them. Humph! You must be blind. Can't you see that we are from the provincial governor's office? The provincial governor's office is handling a case. All unrelated personnel, please leave. Without waiting for Constable Feng to speak, one of the Yamen runners beside him stepped forward and spoke sternly. Pei Xing, Duan Wei, take some men and guard the front and back doors of the Kong residence. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave. The rest of you, follow me to capture Kong Chu. Constable Feng didn't want to waste any more time here. He waved his hand to the left and right as he ordered. Yes, the Yamen runners understood. A group of people rushed to the back door of Kong Manor. Another group stayed where they were, and the last group, led by Constable Feng, squeezed the gatehouse to the side and forced their way in. Walking into Kong Manor, the servants in the manor saw such a scene and were so frightened that they all retreated to the sides. At this time, a manservant hurriedly ran towards the rear courtyard. Constable Feng's eyes lit up as he gave chase. He ordered the bailiffs behind him, Follow him. Yes. Under the guidance of the manservant, everyone quickly arrived at the rear courtyard of Kong Manor. Master, this is bad. Not good. The soldiers have entered the manor. You. There were 3 small buildings in the rear courtyard of Kong Manor. When Constable Feng and the others entered, they saw the manservant shouting as he ran. However, halfway through his shouting, the manservant seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Constable Feng and the other Yamen runners with a face full of fear. "Take him down." Constable Feng waved his hand, and two Yamen runners immediately rushed forward and pinned the manservant to the ground. "Speak. Where is your master?" Constable Feng strode forward and pulled out the saber at his waist with a clang. He placed it on the manservant's neck and asked directly in a loud voice. Chapter 2099. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find Kong Chu. These words were equivalent to telling the bailiffs not to be afraid of damaging things. Even if they had to demolish the house, they had to find Kong Chu. This was basically equivalent to raiding Kong Chu's house. Yes. The bailiffs heard this and their expressions brightened. They cupped their fists and responded. Then they aggressively rushed into the house again. Soon, there was a series of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe suddenly said anxiously, "You? How can you do this? My master is only a merchant. How can he incite the people to make trouble? You have no evidence and you are barging into a private house indiscriminately. Are you soldiers or bandits?" Constable Feng's face was livid and he did not say anything. Indeed, if it was under normal circumstances, they would be in the wrong. Because the government was particular about evidence, it was impossible for them to lead soldiers to raid someone's house based on a piece of paper. But now, faced with Su Xiuhe's questioning, Constable Feng had nothing to say. He could only remain silent for the time being. Wang Liaoyuan had previously given him a strict order to capture all the people on the list before nightfall. Kong Chu was one of the most important people on the list. He was gambling now. He was gambling that the Kong bailiff was not lying. He was gambling that Kong Chu was hiding in the house in front of him. As long as they found Kong Chu, not only could they complete the task given by Wang Liaoyuan, they could also justify their violent actions. There was still the sound of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety. However, the Kong family was a merchant's house after all. It was impossible for them to have many guards like aristocratic families. How could the servants and guards of the Kong family have the ability and courage to go up and obstruct the bailiffs brought by Constable Feng? You barged into a private house first and now, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find Kong Chu. These words were equivalent to telling the bailiffs not to be afraid of damaging things. Even if they had to demolish the house, they had to find Kong Chu. This was basically equivalent to raiding Kong Chu's house. Yes. The bailiffs heard this and their expressions brightened. They cupped their fists and responded. Then they aggressively rushed into the house again. Soon, there was a series of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe immediately said anxiously, "You? How can you all be like this? My master is just a merchant. How could he incite the commoners to cause trouble? You have no evidence, and you dare to barge into a private residence indiscriminately. Are you soldiers or bandits?" Constable Feng's face was ashen, and he didn't say anything. Indeed, under normal circumstances, they would be in the wrong for doing this. This was because the government was very particular about evidence when it came to handling cases. It was impossible for them to directly lead soldiers to raid someone's residence based on a slip of paper. But now, faced with Su Xiuhe's questioning, Constable Feng had nothing to say and could only remain silent for the time being. Wang Liaoyuan had ordered him to capture all the people on the list before nightfall. Kong Chu was one of the most important people on the list. He was betting that the servant from the Kong manor was not lying. He was betting that Kong Chu was hiding in the house in front of him. As long as they found Kong Chu, not only would they be able to complete the task given by Wang Liaoyuan, but they would also be able to justify their violent actions. There was still the sound of bang 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 in the house. A trace of anxiety flashed in the depth of Su's eyes. However, the Kong manor was a merchant's house after all. It was impossible for them to have many warriors and guards like the aristocratic families. How could the servants and guards of the Kong manor have the ability and courage to go up and stop the bailiffs brought by Constable Feng? You barged into a private residence first, and now. Chapter 2100. Oh, what's the occasion today? Kong Fu, the owner of Yongliang Rice Shop, Kong Shunjian, the owner of Rui Jeweled Wear Shop, Kong Songping, the owner of Huwe Restaurant, Kong Da, the owner of Xiangyu Restaurant, Kong Bangang, the owner of Rare Treasure Shop, Kong Yanming, the owner of Jamming Tea House and Kong Yongqing Grain Shop. I didn't expect that these bosses, who are usually secretive, would all gather here today. Should I say it's a coincidence? Or is someone plotting something? Not long after, Constable Feng led a group of Yamen runners through the tunnel and arrived at the underground secret room of Kong Manor. They saw that the secret room was brightly lit, and there were more than 10 people gathered there. This group of people was naturally led by Kong Chu. Constable Feng looked at them one by one and immediately found a few familiar faces among them. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but his mouth spoke meaningfully. Kong Chu, Kong Fu, Kong Shunjian, Kong Songping, Kong Da, Kong Bangang, Kong Yanming, and Kong Yongqing were all on the list that Wang Liaoyuan gave to Constable Feng. As for the rest of the people, Constable Feng had never seen them before, so he didn't know them. However, these people were all gathered in Kong Chu's house today, so they were most likely with Kong Chu. Some of them might even be on Wang Liaoyuan's list. So it's Constable Feng. Seeing Constable Feng leading the bailiffs in by force, Kong Chu was alarmed, but he forced himself to remain calm. He walked in front of Constable Feng, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly. Due to the recent turmoil in the city, I specially invited all my friends here to temporarily seek shelter and catch up on old times and gossip. I wonder why Constable Feng has brought so many people to my Kong Manor and forced their way into my private residence? Seeing Kong Chu so calm, Kong Fu, Kong Shunjian, and the others couldn't help but feel a little relieved. They put away the fear on their faces and cooperated with Kong Chu. That's right. Today, we were invited by Brother Kong Chu to come here to catch up on the old days. Constable Feng has brought so many people here. Is it against the law to catch up on the old days? That's right. This old man has never heard of any law in the Tang Empire that forbids people from gathering to reminisce about the past. Could it be that Constable Feng thinks that we are from the Kong Empire and wants to bully us wantonly? Everyone forced themselves to remain calm. They wanted to give Constable Feng a preemptive strike so that he would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, they did not know that Constable Feng had come under a death order today. Even if they claimed to be in the right, even if they could say anything, Constable Feng would still arrest them all today. Today, this Feng is under the orders of the provincial governor to capture all of you to the provincial governor's manor. Men, arrest all these people. As expected, Constable Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. He snorted coldly and ordered his subordinates. Yes. When the bailiffs heard the order, they immediately stepped forward and surrounded Kong Chu and the others. Fortunately, this secret chamber wasn't small. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for all of them to stand. Constable Feng, what do you mean by this? What crime have we committed? Please tell us clearly. The authorities can't just arrest people casually. Can they? Kong Chu and the others' expressions immediately changed. They didn't expect Kong Chu to indiscriminately arrest all of them. One had to know that they were all respectable people in Taiyuan City. Constable Feng had no reason to not give them face. Kong Chu's gaze darkened as he looked at Constable Feng and argued. This Feng is only following orders. As for whether or not you have committed a crime, or what crime you have committed, the provincial governor will give you an answer when we arrive at the provincial governor's manor. Come, arrest all of them. Constable Feng knew that he was a martial artist and that glib talk was not his strong suit. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Kong Chu and the others. At this time, what he needed was a quick and decisive battle. As for the identities of the few people he hadn't met before, he couldn't be bothered to interrogate them one by one. He would know everything once he arrested all of them and brought them to the provincial governor's manor. Yes. The bailiffs accepted the order and rushed toward Kong Chu and the other Kong Kingdom merchants. Most of these merchants were spoiled and pot-bellied. How could they be a match for these lithe bailiffs? Before long, the dozen or so Kong Kingdom merchants were all restrained by the bailiffs. During this process, the Kong Kingdom merchants naturally protested loudly, But Constable Feng and the bailiffs were completely indifferent. It was as if they were saying that no matter what they said, they would kill them all today. The Taiyuan authorities have gone against the law and treated our Kong Kingdom merchants cruelly. Feng Yong, you are helping the evildoers. The Tang Imperial Court will not let you off. The entire Kong Kingdom will not let you off either. Kong Chu was escorted out of the secret chamber by the bailiffs. When he reached Constable Feng, he roared angrily. These were not only harsh words, but also Kong Chu's threat to Constable Feng and the others. Today, the authorities had suddenly sent people to arrest so many Kong Kingdom merchants. This move would definitely cause a great shock among the people and the Imperial Court. There were many Kong Kingdom merchants in the Tang Empire. These Kong Kingdom merchants were very rich when they did business outside. Another characteristic was that they were usually unusually united. Moreover, the 9 families of Zhaowu were of the same breadth and branch. Now that the Taiyuan authorities had arrested so many Kong Kingdom merchants, the people of the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang Empire would definitely not sit idly by. Constable Feng and Provincial Governor Wang might have poked a hornet's nest this time. Chapter 2101. Pang Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jinggan Square. In the provincial governor's office, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then, he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. This runner called Pang Shuo had served in the provincial governor's manor for many years. Like Constable Sunday, Constable Sun trusted him very much. Or else he wouldn't have left Pang Shuo here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes, Pang Shuo cupped his fists and agreed to the task. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you going to Jinggan Square? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Constable Feng had acted out of character today and led the state government runners to arrest many important people. That's right, weren't those arrested important people in the eyes of these ordinary runners? Hearing that Constable Feng was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's manor, Pang Shuo couldn't help but be curious. Constable Feng sighed and said, "That's right, there are still 2 people waiting for us at Jinggan Square. Once you're done interrogating them, just send the news to Jinggan Square." Constable Feng didn't specify who they were. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pang Shuo, but he was worried that new problems might arise. With that, Constable Feng waved at Pang Shuo and turned to leave. "Yes. Haha. Lord Tianying, don't worry. Pang Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jinggan Square." In the provincial governor's office, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then, he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. This runner called Pang Shuo had served in the provincial governor's manor for many years. Like Constable Sunday, Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Pang Shuo here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes. Pang Shuo cupped his fists and agreed to the task. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you going to Jinggan Square? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Today, Constable Feng had acted out of character. He had led the yamen runners to arrest many important people. That's right. In the eyes of these ordinary yamen runners, weren't those people important people? Hearing that Constable Feng was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's office, Pang Shuo couldn't help but be curious. Constable Feng sighed. "That's right. There are still 2 people waiting for us at Jinggan Square. Once you've finished interrogating him, just send the news to Jing and Feng." Constable Feng didn't say who it was. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pang Shuo, but he was worried that there would be more problems. Constable Feng waved his hand at Pang Shuo and turned to leave. "Yes. Haha. Pang Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jing and Square." In the provincial governor's residence, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then, he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. Like Constable Sun, This Yamen runner called Pang Shua had served in the provincial governor's residence for many years. Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Pang Shua here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Pang Shua, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jing and Fong. In the provincial governor's residence, Constable Fong led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then, he instructed a bearded Yamen runner beside him. Like Constable Sun, this Yamen runner called Pang Shua had served in the provincial governor's residence for many years. Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Pang Shua here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes. Pang Shua cupped his fists and first agreed to the task. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss? Why are you going to Jing and Fong? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Today, Constable Fong had acted out of character and led the provincial Yamen runners to arrest many important people. That's right, weren't those arrested important people in the eyes of these ordinary Yamen runners? Now that he heard that Constable Fong was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's residence, Pang Shua couldn't help but be curious. Constable Fong sighed and said, "That's right. There are still 2 people waiting for us at Jing and Fong. Once you're done interrogating them, just send the news to Jing and Fong." Constable Fong didn't specify who they were. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pang Shua, but he was worried that new problems would arise. With that, Constable Fong waved at Pang Shua and turned to leave. "Yes. Haha. Don't worry, Lord Sky Eagle." Chapter 2102. Humph. You are just a pitiful dog of the Turks. What right do you have to be so presumptuous in front of this prince? Ever since he was born, he had only bowed to 2 people. One was his father and the other was Li Zishuan. Other than these 2 people, there had never been anyone who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Although he was currently imprisoned and kidnapped, who did Shunzhan in front of him think he was? Hearing Shunzhan speak rudely to him, Li Tai narrowed his eyes and used an extremely calm tone to say to Shunzhan, "You are not worthy of my respect. It is true that this prince is imprisoned, but I am not someone that any dog can bully. Do you believe that if this prince wants you dead, they will not let you live?" Li Tai's tone was very calm, but sometimes it was the anger hidden under the calmness that was the most frightening. His last sentence, "Do you believe that if this prince wants you dead, they will not let you live?" made Shuanshan's hair stand on end and he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that the little fatty in front of him was not a spoiled prince who had not seen the world, but a ruthless person who dared to risk his life in order to exchange for the survival of his companions in a desperate situation. Kong Chu, Kong Fu, Kong Songping, and the other Kong Kingdom merchants did not know the truth of Taiyuan City's blockade, but how could Shunzhan, who had close ties with the Turk spies, not know? Not only did he know, but he also knew the details of the battle at the courier station last night. Therefore, he knew that Li Tai's words were not to scare him, but a fact that could really happen, as long as Li Tai was willing. Just think about it, if Li Tai used the same trick again and used his own life to threaten Shen Yi and Sky Eagle to kill him and Shunzhan, then what would be the consequences that awaited him? Even a fool could think of it. Now that their leader had been captured and their men were surrounded by soldiers, Li Tai had become the only bargaining chip that Shen Yi, Sky Eagle, and the others could use to negotiate with the government. No matter what, they would not allow anything to happen to Li Tai. Faced with such a choice, Shen Yi and Sky Eagle would probably choose to sacrifice Shunzhan without hesitation. Your Highness, please calm down. I know this lowly one had a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness. After figuring out the crux of the matter, how could Shunzhan dare to continue sitting there? He hurriedly stood up and took 2 steps back. Then he bowed deeply to Li Tai. He was scared. He thought about how he'd meticulously set up a plan in Source Peak City and worked hard to help Shen Yi, Heavenly Eagle, and the others. Now that he was finally about to see hope for success, he didn't want to die at this moment. That would be too aggrieving. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He can't delay important matters because of a moment of anger. And Shunzhan comforted himself in his heart. Li Tai's eyes flashed. He looked at Shunzhan in front of him and used the same flat tone as before to ask casually, "Your surname is An? You're from the An Kingdom?" At this time, the surname An was not common in the Central Plains. The person in front of him had the appearance of a Hu, and his surname was An. Li Tai could easily associate him with the An Kingdom of the 9 surnames Hu. And Shunzhan trembled and answered instinctively, "Yes, this lowly one is from the An Kingdom." Li Tai's expression changed slightly. Then, he said somewhat angrily, "Humph! The Zhao 9 surnames have always been independent and focused on business. They don't participate in politics and rarely interact with the Turks. You, on the other hand, are not only in contact with the Turks, but also colluding with Turk spies in an attempt to topple the Great Tang. I just don't know if the king of the An Kingdom will tolerate you if he learns of this. Will the people of the other 8 countries tolerate you if they learn of this?" And Shunzhan trembled again. When he chose to cooperate with Zhao Dian, he knew that he had already cut himself off from the Zhao 9 surnames.